FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
So the Astros avoid their first shutout of the season thanks to Pena. Now the game ends as Cam Smith grounds out to end this one. The Astros salvaged 3 runs in that last inning as Jeremy hits home run number 3 on the season, but that was about all it was for the Astros to cheer about tonight as the Cardinals in control of this one from the start, win the opener 8-3.
Yeah, you're not going to shut us out, St. Louis, all right?
That's right. That's right.
You might humble Framber Valdez, and you might score 8 runs, and you might be up 8-0 with 2 outs in the top of the ninth, but shut us out, you will not do.
No. Yeah, Jeremy
Like
Pena, where his dad played for 6 seasons, I believe.
Yeah.
In St. Louis. Best fans in all of baseball who curiously can't seem to handle a 500 season because they didn't show up in droves last night for that game.
They didn't show up at all.
Just empty sting training game with a chance of rain. Yeah.
That might be one of this may show up in the Pettycast, actually. Like, that might be one of my most annoying sports, not my take, like one of the most annoying sports narratives out there is how the St. Louis baseball fan is some sort of further evolved sports being than the rest of us that root for the other 29 teams. Yeah. I've been to games in St. Louis. I've looked around. That group is no more or less intelligent than the average baseball fan. And I've been to many a baseball stadium. There is nothing special about St. Louis fans when I go there. And now the thing that may show that they're the smartest baseball fans in the world, which is what I've heard, is that they are staying away from a mediocre product. Last night notwithstanding, St. Louis took the Astros to the woodshed last night. We probably sound a little haterish that we're sitting here bagging on St. Louis after they beat the Astros 8-3 last night.
The hell do I care?
Yeah, that's true.
What are we, journalists? No. You're wearing an H-Town hoodie.
That's true.
I'm wearing a three-quarter mock Houston.
H-Town, yeah.
Yeah. What the hell do I care?
That's true.
I'll sound homerish as all get out.
Oh, man.
Those clowns.
How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm not doing great. Framber's got me stressed out a little bit.
Too.
Framber's already used up his one. Hey, Framber has a game like this every now and then.
Yeah, that's right. He used his coupon already in the game. He gave up 5 runs. You don't get
now
multiple
it just
coupons.
feels like a kid that's got maybe you gave him a get out of detention pass as a joke or something once, and now he's forged one too. Yeah, he's forging these tickets.
Yeah,
get out of doing the dishes. Whatever.
Copier machine. He's just photocopying his coupon that we gave him.
This is the fraudulent Framber we've seen out there.
It is.
Even the ground balls. For one, he was letting people elevate on him, but even on the ground balls, those were hard hit grounders.
Hard hit, yeah.
That was don't come at me with your advanced bad luck stats or whatever. That was a bad night for Framber.
It's his 4th start of the season. 2 of them he's been dynamite. He's been excellent in 2 of them, and even the one you're talking about, Seth, where he lost. I forget who. I think it was against the Giants, maybe. And he was bad the first couple innings, but he straightened things out. Last night, he was okay early, and then just they were smoking him last night. In fact, Joe Espada talked about it after the game. Welcome in, everybody, by the way, on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Astros lose last night, 8-3 to the Cardinals. Just another boring-ass game. Here was Joe Espada last night talking about Framber. Not looking good.
Well, he came out and stuff looked pretty good in the first couple innings. Then pitch ahead, couldn't put hitters away. I thought he was breaking ball. Stayed up. Some of those doubles were on his curveball, which has been really good so far this season. One of those that you just got to put it behind us.
And his curveball has been good. Chandler Rome had a piece yesterday that was interesting. 15 days into the season, here are 15 numbers that have defined the Astros season so far. Mm-hmm. And one of them was Framber's .042 batting average against his curveball has been the best pitch not his best in baseball, the Framber Valdez curveball. And it was
a lot
not
like retired Astros great Lance McCullers and how good his curveball was.
Yeah. Where is he now? God,
I don't know, but his son is coming up. He's in the minors. I don't know if you knew that or not. Lance McCullers' son is in the system.
Lance McCullers.
He's like the next. It's like Evan Biggio's son in
Saturday.
the system.
Yep, pitching Saturday this week. Yes. But not good last night for Framber. Not good for the bats. Pena hits a 3-run home run that's basically window dressing. That's the only good news. My over 14.5 Jeremy Pena home run bet is looking very, very solid right now.
Let me throw some advanced stats at you.
Give it to me.
I was glad to see this last night.
Yeah.
A little bit of whip this out when you need to tell somebody you don't know baseball.
Okay.
Hey, every year since 2020, the Astros, other than last season, every year since 2020, they've started out 7-9.
Oh, yeah?
And some of those years have been pretty damn good for the Astros.
At least one of them ended in a World Series championship.
I'm actually kind of surprised they started off 7-9 in 2020. So as far as miserable as the first half of the COVID season.
The COVID season? So the COVID season's included in there, huh? Yeah. 7. Okay, so except for last year, boy, when they showed, I mean, there are little things where I'm like, okay, I don't feel, if we're just comparing, keep in mind a year ago, They did end up winning the division. I'm not nearly as panicked as I was a year ago. Now, granted, their record is better, but it's still not a good product right now. I'm not nearly as panicked as I was a year ago, and that was the gut feel that I had going into last night. And then when they showed the comparative pitching stats from this time now, the ERA is like over 2 runs better. Like, I think they're going to be fine. The guys who aren't hitting, for the most part, I think are going to hit eventually.
Listen, Jake Myers and Mauricio Dubon can only carry this team offensively for so long.
The torpedo back got another hit last night.
I know, 2 hits. But he was 2 for last night.
Is he a 2-fer? Yeah.
And he actually he's being aggressive on the base paths.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out, there's something about, sometimes when you add a new piece of equipment or change a routine in a little way, it overflows into other areas of your life.
Yeah.
So it seems like even with his torpedo bat, now he was thrown out onto some aggressive base running, trying to get to second.
Yeah.
But he's it's like when you ever just get the oil changed in your car, and afterwards you immediately feel like everything in your life is better.
A little bit,
because you're like, look at me, I'm an adult.
Yeah.
Like I'm productive. I don't have to do this for another 5,000 miles. Yes, this is what adults do. And I feel like Mauricio Dubon, with that torpedo bat, he's getting some hits.
He's getting some
and
hits.
now he had a couple brilliant plays in the in the field.
And second base right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. It's got an overflow effect.
He had all 3 plays in the first inning of that game, Mauricio Dubon did. And, you know who the big winner in that is then? Mrs. Dubon. It's spilling over into other areas. The torpedo bat. Oh,
he's
yeah.
Probably he's probably doing the dishes and then scrubbing up everything else that needs to be
That's exactly what
up.
I meant. Yes, he's a torpedo maid is what he is. Yes.
Good advertisement for whichever company makes the torpedo bat.
Big time.
Even though I've read this 27 times, I can't remember.
It's like
which
Marucci or
it.
something like that. It's some Italian name. Yeah.
Sounds enough like Mauricio that I smell a sponsorship coming.
So the Astros lose last night. Here was one more from Joe Espada on Framber last night.
Yeah, you know what? Well, today he got some ground balls on his sinker early. I just thought the curveball sets up the sinker. But some of the balls that they hit hard on him were the breaking balls, the soft stuff. So he just goes back and then make those adjustments and get ready for the next start.
Yeah, I'm not worried. Framber is way down on my list of things I'm worried about right now. I mean, last night sucked. You'd like to get off to a nice start on this mini road trip that you're on against the hated Cardinals, but whatever. He'll be fine next time. I'm not worried about it.
Can I give you 3 things that I was this isn't podcast worthy, but 3 things that just annoyed me last night?
Yes, please.
Okay, for one, Wilson Contreras wagging his finger at Jordan after the Jordan grounded out to the right. Wilson Contreras wagged his finger at Jordan.
Okay.
Don't hit that trash in my direction.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't see that. I didn't see the finger
I'm guessing
wag.
those guys are buddies or something. He's not Cuban.
No.
I think he's from is he from Honduras? Wherever he's from, it's not Cuba.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're just old buddies from back in the day or anything.
Okay.
The Cardinals flapping their wings in celebration. I don't care. Listen, that might have some significance to some great social cause or anything. I don't care. I'm not contributing to your charity. I almost got petty about the Angels and their fireman's cap, but I was bailed out.
I was like, wait, December. I remember that's as a tribute to the firefighters
wildfires
and first responders out there in Southern California.
Yeah, boy, you really got to be careful before you get petty about things, huh?
Well, remember the Angels had that badass samurai hat?
Yeah.
That had the approval of the greatest baseball player.
Oh, Shohei Ohtani.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Shohei Ohtani. Once Shohei leaves, they had to come up with something else. Boy, it's been a week, hasn't it? Remember when I couldn't remember Tony Romo's name last week?
Yeah, that was, and you had been doing so well for a while.
I've been nails with the difficult ones, but now I need a torpedo bat. My cup only has so much room for proper name recall.
Yeah.
And now, because I'm nailing some of the more arcane names and details, the Tony Romos and the Shohei Ohtanis of the world are
Seth, what are you trying out over there? That's my torpedo brain. I'm just giving the torpedo brain a try. Yeah.
We've already addressed how petty I am about the fact that Cardinals fans can't be bothered to show up for a team that was about almost 500 last year.
I thought they were great fans. I was told they were great fans. I don't know.
But then, you know what I really didn't like last night? Lucas Baker and Jordan Walker.
Yeah.
Because they just look like corn-fed country kids. It's like the forward and the center on your church league basketball team.
Yeah.
Jordan Walker is gigantic.
Yeah.
His first at-bat, he was on a 3-2 count. He ended up striking out, but I was kind of hoping that he'd walk just to see how few steps it took him to get to first base.
Yeah.
That made some great plays in right field where I immediately thought, okay, maybe this argument about having length can help you in the outfield when people argue about Altuve being too short. Yeah.
Shouldn't this be what we hope the people are saying about Cam Smith in short order here, right?
Yeah.
Like that's. Yeah. I think that's. I still marvel. I know Cam Smith's stats aren't all that early in the season. I feel like he's kind of figured a few things out, but he is still an impressive specimen, man. And you're right, Jordan Walker.
Jordan Walker's gigantic. He's 6'6".
I know. You texted me after that one catch that he had. You're like, yeah, maybe height and length does mean something in the outfield. I'm like, yeah, that ball would have bounced 6 feet from Altuve probably.
I hate those catch probability stats because the one catch that Jordan Walker made, it was really impressive, and it was a 75% catch probability, so it didn't sound all that remarkable. Yeah. They didn't account for the fact that there were 3 players converging on it.
Yeah.
And this weekend, those kinds of plays worked out brilliantly for the Astros.
Yep.
Or no, it was the previous series, wasn't it, where they were just dinking in all these pop-ups?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the it was the A's where they were. No, not the A's.
The Angels. The
Angels. That's right. It was the Angels.
The Angels this past weekend, whatever it was. Yeah.
No, it was before that. But anyway. Oh no, it was the Mariners.
The Mariners
I remember
series.
thinking like, oh yeah, that vicious Pacific Northwest sun is getting in the eyes of the Mariners outfielders. That it was an impressive catch by Jordan Walker, and now I hate him.
All right, Astros lose last night, 8-3. They're back at it.
What?
Hunter Brown. We say all that to say they lost.
News to me.
Yeah, Hunter Brown. Yeah, we were just paying attention to the things that annoyed us.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown on the hill tonight, so hopefully it's really been their ace so far. So we'll see what happens tonight with the Astros. We'll get to the Rockets as well. Big night for the Rockets tonight. They're not playing, but it's a big night for them. We'll get to that a little later on this hour. They have sent out the list of the people, the players, the prospects will be attending the NFL draft. Who's going to be sitting there the longest? Who's the most likely to be drafted by the Texans? Who's the most likely to keep his girlfriend in check when she grabs his phone? We'll go through all these categories coming up next. But first, prize.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is an interesting tidbit before we get into the 17 players invited to the draft. The Dolphins and 7-time Pro Bowl cornerback Jalen Ramsey are mutually set to explore trade options, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he played elsewhere in 2025. That's according to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero. Miami and Ramsey could be parting ways. He's due a fully guaranteed $25.1 million this season.
Gosh, yeah, Jalen Ramsey, just a perpetual free agent he is.
Yes.
Just figuring out a way to get up on out of there. For anybody that think the Texans might splurge on that, for one, I know that nobody wants that because everybody has an appetite for offense right now.
Yeah.
And two, Jalen Ramsey is, at any stage of his career, not swarm-worthy. He does not like tackling people.
He's high maintenance. They don't like high maintenance.
Yeah, and he'll run away from contact, man.
Yeah.
Which it bothers me because he's so big that he could be a guy that, if he really wanted to, could come up and stuff the run at times. But he'll run away from contact. He's like worse than Dion.
Yeah.
Dion, at least you could make some excuses for him because he was so brilliant in coverage and because he wasn't a huge guy, whereas Jalen Ramsey's a huge guy who runs away from contact.
Yes, he does. Are we off of Mike McDaniel now? Is the bloom off the rose with Mike McDaniel?
A ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Well, this is where the rubber meets the road for Mike McDaniel is that and this is kind of where I am with Shane Steichen up in Indianapolis. I think Shane Steichen has done some impressive work with some lesser quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. More impressive with Gardner Minshew than it's been with Anthony Richardson. And yet, boy, it's hard to look at him and think this guy's got the persona and the strength of personality to keep a whole team engaged and to fight through adversity.
Yeah.
And I think with Mike McDaniel, it's the same. Like, okay, at some point, man, you're just the IT guy. And like you've got certain limitations that are preventing you from escalating higher in the organization.
Yes.
That's what it feels like with Mike McDaniel.
Your jokes are funny when you're 10-7 and making the playoffs. Your jokes aren't quite as funny when half your stars want to get traded out of there. Yeah.
The one thing about his unrelenting positivity is that always has to have a little bit of a yin and a yang to it. There needs to be something that offsets your unrelenting positivity. And I know people worry about that with DeMeco Ryans at times. I think DeMeco, we've heard stories from Texans players about how they've gotten angry at DeMeco. DeMeco can tell hard. I think DeMeco's biggest skill and the thing that offsets his positivity is the fact that he tells guys the truth.
Yeah.
And he does it in a positive way, but sometimes guys don't want to hear the truth. And I think DeMeco is not afraid at all to be very frank with guys. Remember when Azeez Elshire was playing sick that game? And he flat out told Azeez, look, man, we're going to have to bench you for his series.
That's right.
And he picked it up after that.
He did. So that's an interesting name on the market. Jalen Ramsey, for what it's worth, I think I'm with you, 0% chance the Texans are in on a fully guaranteed $25 million at a position of strength already.
Guy just forced his way out, right? Yeah. If you're going to spend that money, hey, give me a disgruntled guard.
Yeah.
You're going to bring on a diva. Give me a diva guard.
And I'll give you $35 million for that. Yes.
Everybody loves a diva offensive lineman.
So
you never get excited about him getting traded out of town.
No, there are levels of diva. Yes. So there's going to be 17 attendees at the draft. And apparently, I was listening to the show before ours this morning, and evidently the NFL Network had a reveal last night for who the 17 draft attendees were going to be. Kudos to the NFL for turning everything into something. A reveal for who the attendees were going to be. The 17, I'm not going to rattle off. Should I rattle off all 17 names? Probably not. The ones that I think are, the three that are on the list that I think could get, I think 14 of these names I don't think are even on the radar for the Texans. Well, they're on the radar, but I think there's a very low chance they get drafted by the Texans. I think the three names on this list, Seth, that are possibilities, strong possibilities maybe for the Houston Texans, the three names are guys who encompass most of the mock drafts right now for the Texans. Tyler Booker is going to be in attendance. Matthew Golden is going to be in attendance, the wide receiver from Texas. Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. And then, interesting, Josh Simmons is going to be in attendance, the Ohio State tackle who's coming out with a tendon injury.
Yeah, the Josh Simmons one, if I were the agent for any of these guys, I I wonder if especially with Josh Simmons, might hold off on him being there at the draft. Josh Simmons is a guy that if he had stayed healthy this year, there's a really good chance if he kept playing the way he was playing would be a top 15 pick, but he's got a patellar tendon tear.
Yep.
And now you're looking at him as, hey, he did a little miniature workout at their pro day at Ohio State. Looked pretty good, but a patellar tendon's a big deal for an offensive lineman, and you just have no idea how teams are going to approach that. And then you've got murmurs about how he might have maturity issues or whatever. Take all those with a grain of salt. They're not – suffice it to say that nobody at Ohio State is gushing about his leadership traits and skills the way they are about Ibuka or the way they are about Tyler Booker in Alabama.
Yes.
So I might hold off on that if I were his agent.
Yeah, he's just. I mean, a lot of these guys. It's really interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen a draft like this where the guys who are going in the top 8 to 10 are going in the top 8 to 10 in seemingly every mock draft. The guys that are going from like 11 and 12 on are going anywhere from like 12 to 36.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And on into the second round. I think it just feels like from the people who watch film and actually have connections to teams and whatnot, it feels like there's also going to be a lot of quote-unquote surprise first-rounders, especially in the back half of the first round. I think a lot of the guy, Josh Conner, the offense we're starting to see now is a lot of people who talk to NFL teams are Josh Connerly all of a sudden is a riser on their draft boards.
Yes.
And Nate Tice, whose father was Mike Tice, actually said this on one of his podcasts. He and his father had been on a podcast kind of gushing about Josh Connerly.
Yeah.
And Nate Tice said he got a couple of calls afterwards from teams saying, hey, shut up.
Oh, really?
Shut up. Yeah.
Isn't it funny?
We're kind of hoping this guy's going to fall to wherever. Just shut your mouth about how good he is.
It's like its own little stock market where you're allowed to tell the companies to like withhold information, and so you're telling all the experts out there. You know?
I think they're doing it jokingly, or at least half jokingly, but because they know Nate Tice is going to go out and just blab about it anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, I think, but it's that kind of year. I think there are a lot of guys in the back half of the first round and in the top half of the second round that you could just flip-flop, and it's probably all over the place on the team's draft boards.
Yep. So I think those are the only three on the list that the Texans have a possibility of drafting. Maybe they surprise us. You know, maybe there's somebody else, but I think it's those three. I think the most likely one to still be sitting there at the end of day one. And I'm assuming all these guys are there in the green room for day one of the draft, is Jalen Milroe, who was one of the first ones to commit to going a couple of weeks ago. Jalen Milroe from right here in Katy, quarterback at Alabama, who did some good things this year, but then Alabama didn't make the college football 12 team playoff. If the steward of the Alabama team that all of a sudden isn't making 12-team playoffs, then there were probably a few holes in your game. He's got huge upside. He's a great athlete, throws the ball decently, but I've not seen him regularly mocked in the first round at all. Like maybe 5% of the time a team is trading back up into the first round to draft him and get that fifth-year option. I think he's, to me, Seth, of all these, he's easily the one who's most likely to – he's the Will Levis of this whole crew right here. Most likely to still be sitting there at the end of day one.
What about Jackson Dart? Because he's been rising and rising and rising into the late first round. Is it pretty much are people feeling pretty damn certain about that?
I think they're way more certain than Jalen Milroe. You know, and so in terms of, I think they both could be still sitting there. I think Jalen Milroe is just the more likely of the two. Of the rest of them, that's the name to bring up. You nailed it. Is Jackson Dart? But he's gone as high as top 5 or top 7 in some of the drafts. You know, Milroe is a sneak back into the first round guy.
Jackson Dart's average draft position right now in mock drafts is 27.
Yeah. Well, which means he's at risk of still sitting there at the end of day one. You know, like
I think of all these guys, I think the guy that just checks off so many Texans boxes is Tyler Booker.
Agreed.
Because Tyler Booker is a guard out of Alabama, the big, strong, physical dude, technically really good. He's played for a great program in a tough division for a long time, and people gush about about him seem like it's as extreme as how they gushed about Will Anderson, but he's very much the right kind of guy. He's a good leader, does everything the right way, plays his butt off. He's got an appetite for violence. That's all I want to see is an appetite for violence, and I think he has that.
Baldinger did a breakdown of him last night. That was good enough for me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Baldy did one of those. Tyler Booker of Alabama. I mean, just take a look at this kid right here. I mean, he gets right up and in there. He gets right up underneath this guy's pads. Oh, how can you not like Tyler Booker of Alabama? If you don't watch Baldy's breakdowns, they're excellent because there's nothing technical about them. It's him with his phone filming the screen of his laptop.
Yeah, as far as production value
There's
or anything,
zero
no,
production
it's your
value.
dad. It's your dad with a phone, right?
It's excellent. I love it.
Yeah.
You know?
Which is that's the advice they give these days: either be super professional or not professional at all.
Right.
And he does a really good job, and he does give good breakdowns.
Yes.
He's a little bit like the old Gruden QB camp in that he basically never puts anything out except positivity.
Yes.
So you have a tendency to totally fall in love with whoever he's talking about.
Right.
He doesn't even bother with the potential negatives or anything.
That's
he
why
just gushes and gushes.
I was excited just to see the tweet. I'm like, oh, it's Tyler Booker. Yes. I don't even need to know. Yeah, because it's not like, there's Tyler Booker. God, he stinks. He's overrated. Yeah, that's not happening.
The guys that are going to be at the draft in terms of receivers, like obviously Travis Hunter, whether you call him a receiver or a defensive back, is not going to be around for the Texans to draft. But Teteroa McMillan, the wide receiver, he's probably one of the more intriguing ones. I think some teams it might be split 50-50 as to whether teams like Matthew Golden better than McMillan or vice versa. And I think that Matthew Golden, it seems like, just as I told you earlier, Josh Connerly seems to be the en vogue, like, hey, yeah, this guy's, he's way better than people think he is. Feels like people are really trying their best to tear down Matthew Golden at this point.
I hope so. He falls to 25. That would be great.
Well, I think part of it is so many really good wide receivers have been taken in the second and third rounds in the last few years. And Golden doesn't have he doesn't check off a lot of boxes in terms of being this guy is numero uno X wide receiver. But for a team like the Texans, who already has their numero uno X wide receiver, he's got a lot of qualities where you can look and see, man, he could be a really good part of a complementary crew. Kind of like the guys up in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Where really, like Jamar Chase stirs the drink in a lot of ways. But you get the absolute best out of the other two guys. I could see Matthew Golden being a part of a crew like that.
That's where Nico Collins is a luxury. Like, Nico is a true number one wide receiver in terms of the makeup, the skill set, his ability to hit all three levels of the field and stuff like that. You can start to get a little choosier about what the other wide receivers need to look like, or specifically the second wide receiver, the complementary wide receiver needs to look like on your team. As far as the one most likely, Seth, at the draft, again, we're going through the 17 players who are attending the draft. As far as the one that's most likely to check and make sure she's not looking at his phone or whatever, I'm going with Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU. Seems very no-nonsense, seems very focused, and does not suffer fools very easily here. This is Will Campbell talking about the absurdity of him being downgraded for his arms being 5/8 of an inch shorter than the average for good tackles.
For 2 years, nobody had any measurements on me, and nobody said anything about my play. So now all of a sudden, an arm length decides if I'm a good player or not. I think it's BS. But, any decision makers in the NFL, they don't really care. It's all, people who don't coach, and they don't coach for a reason.
100%. No, Will Campbell, by far biggest, most likely to show up in a trad wife video, for sure. And it would just, no matter however you feel about that, he just, he looks and sounds the part. Yeah.
I told you 5 times on the way here, keep your hand off my phone.
Biggest potential that his girlfriend is wearing a bonnet. 100%. A prairie dress and a bonnet.
I told you to go over and stir the lemonade. Stop focusing on my draft slot and my phone.
Don't you look at the camera. Don't you look at that camera.
Don't you make eye contact.
That's how Staten steals your soul.
Definitely Will Campbell. Definitely Will Campbell. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Man, we got a lot of draft to get to. We're not strapped. I can't wait. All right, we got some updates. Astros, the big update is they lost last night in fairly embarrassing fashion. But we got medical updates on several pitchers, not just Lance McCullers. Big night for the Rockets tonight. Big weekend for golf. Holy smokes. We'll get to some numbers that'll blow your mind. And we'll get to all that coming up in headlines next. Stay there. But first, I want to get you guys sleeping better, just like I've been for the last 8 years.
Meet me there.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They lose last night to the St. Louis Cardinals 8-3 to start that 3-game series.
Worst fans in baseball.
Worst fans. They didn't show up at all. I was told I wouldn't know. I don't know they have fans. The seats were all empty last
they
night.
can't handle a little bit. They're awesome fans when they're perennially a good team.
Yes.
When they're average, all of a sudden we're not the best fans.
That's right. So the Cardinals win last night 8-3. Framber Valdez got shelled. It was 7 earned runs in 4 innings, whatever it was. It was bad. Jeremy Pena salvages. He avoids the shutout with a 3-run homer in the 9th inning, but it was a bad night for the Stros last night. They'll try to get back on track tonight with Hunter Brown on the hill in St. Louis. They're 7-9 on the season, and of all the statistical oddities, they have been 7-9 every season since 2020, other than last year when they were 5-11 through 16 games.
Right, which actually that's not that much worse 5-11 than 7-9. Except we all know that last year felt a lot worse. It felt a lot worse, and partly because of the pitching this year. Yeah. Both in the starting and the relievers have really done, performed above and beyond in terms of the guys whose names you're not as familiar with. But Framber now has had 2 concerning performances early in the year.
Yeah.
He's had 2 bad Framber performances.
Yep.
But otherwise, his stuff, including his curveball, has been really, really good. So I'm still in the mode where I can kind of just wash that. I can just flush that one for now.
We're literally 1/10 of the way through the season. It's 16 games in a 162-game season. So, there's going to be some things that are going wrong for the team right now through the first 10th of the season. What's the one you're most panicked about? I've got mine.
I'm panicked about just how bad Christian Walker is.
That's mine too.
Paredes has come to life as of late. Yeah. Christian Walker just keeps striking out, just keeps not producing. And I can only excuse it because of his layoff with the oblique strain for so long.
That's it.
I worry about any time a guy comes to a new situation, and sometimes for whatever reason, they're just never the same version of themselves.
Well, and we've got Abreu PTSD, Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
And so I think, the contracts were almost identical. The position is identical. Jose Abreu a little bit older, but not much older than Christian Walker when he got here. Now, Walker's been really good in the field. That's been good. That's been as advertised. He's been good defensively for this team. And I'm not panicked. But that's the one where if we're looking, I think Yiner's a young player who's just going through some things early. He started to swing the bat a little bit better lately. I think he's going to be fine. There's very little on the pitching staff that has me panicked right now. The pitching's actually been pretty good. Framber stunk last night, but that's okay. He had some bad outings last year. I think he's going to be fine. Walker is mine. It's the one I'm most worried about, but I'm not incredibly worried about anything at this point.
I would say, as a group at the plate, the alarming lack of power.
Yeah.
And it's gotten better, and yet still you look at it, and the highest OPS on the team right now is Paredes, which is slightly above average. So for those of you who don't know OPS, on base plus slugging, 720 or so in any given year is about average. And right now, Altuve is right around an average player. He's at 748.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of guys, or they've got some guys who have been hitting for contact, but really not doing a whole lot other than that.
Very little pop. Yeah.
They gotta have an extra scoop of creatine.
Yes.
Remember, Jordan looks a little bit like a young Kyle Tucker. Remember when Kyle Tucker was hitting to the warning track all the time?
Yeah.
And I said, he just needs another scoop or two of creatine.
I do, yeah.
And he'll be off to the races.
Little extra push. Yep. Medical updates for the Astros. We tease this. Lance McCullers, we've mentioned, he's going to start on Saturday for Corpus Christi and Midland. If all goes well, that could be his last minor league rehab start. And he could be up with the big club before the end of the month, which would be great. They can use him. Forrest Whitley is going to throw an inning and change for Sugarland on Wednesday this week. Then he could be ready to join the bullpen. Caleb Ord That's an I'll believe it when I see it snort from Seth Payne.
Yeah, skeptical as people are about Lance McCullers. Forrest Whitley takes it to
a different planet.
He's not even in the same solar system. Yeah.
Caleb Ort's going to go back-to-back games on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. Sean Dubin threw a live BP. He'll join Sugar Lane later this week. So some reinforcements could be coming in the bullpen. I say all that to say Luis Contreras might not be part of our lives anymore. He gave up a home run last night. He stinks. The Rockets will find out their playoff opponent tonight in a late game. 9 o'clock tip. Memphis sneak nap in today just to stay up and watch this one, just to see who the Rockets are going to be playing. We are on the record, Payne and Pendergast, as being a we want all the smoke show when it comes to the NBA playoffs. So bring on the Golden State Warriors. Yes.
Give me playoff Jimmy Butler.
Ain't scared. Yeah.
So give me Draymond Green, please. It'd be awesome if the NBA had some nargs and they would actually suspend Draymond Green in the middle of a series. But we know that's not going to happen.
7 games of Draymond. You just dawned on me with that one. So that's
but the smart and rational side of me thinks, all right, okay, there's a chance the Grizzlies knock off the Warriors, who haven't been great in play-in games, at all. This is the beauty of the play-in is that it's all or nothing, and that the Rockets match up a lot better versus the Grizzlies than the Warriors. But I ain't scared. Okay?
Yeah.
I ain't scared of no one, no how.
You're either going to be favored in a series, or it's going to be a whole lot of fun and good theater. And I think that's going to be, if the Warriors are in that series, that'll be one of the more high-profile series in the postseason in the first round, for sure. The Masters delivered for CBS and Paramount Plus on the weekend. We talked about it yesterday, the final round, where the more I listened to people talk about it, the more angry I got that Rory McIlroy won. This
is the thing, and I think this is where. So one of our listeners got mad at me yesterday when we were harping on just how stuffy the Masters is, because as I predicted, he's a guy who's actually been to the Masters. He's been invited into the club, but he was telling me about how incredible an experience it was, and because people are so polite and everything. I get that. I understand that. Sean and I were being particularly snarky towards. And part of it is that it's just the hard thing is. You watch the broadcast, and they're trying so hard to prop up Rory McIlroy into something that he's really not. He's not an embraceable dude. He's a choker, and he's petty. He's a bad loser. All of those things that this is not the redemption story that I really want to latch onto. Yeah. To the point where I feel like I go above and beyond in my hatred and distaste for Rory McIlroy. That's a me thing, but it's a me thing because the golf media is trying to force it down my throat.
Yes, I think 100%, and they had a good audience to do so on Sunday. They averaged CBS Paramount Plus averaged 12.7 million viewers for the final round of the Masters. It's the most watched golf telecast since 2018, up 33% from last year. It peaked at 19.5 million during the 7 to 7:15 Eastern time window. That was right about when the playoff was starting there between Justin Rose and Rory McIlroy. For Paramount Plus, it was its largest non-NFL sports viewing day ever across any sport other than the NFL. And by the way, little side note, J.J. Watt played Augusta on Monday. He was there for the tournament this weekend, got to get on the course on Monday. Shot a 103. 103.
Oh, well, those greens, man. You go play a PGA course when it's PGA ready. That's no easy thing.
He made it clear, too, in his tweet where he was very proud of his 103, which I would be, too. Remember tees, Sunday pins, so the pin placement was the same as it was on the final round. Ball in hold. No gimmies, no free drops. You had to putt out on all of them. So even the 2-footer, you had to putt out. He put up a 49 on the front nine and a 54 on the – look at JJ, what a sheep. Second nine. He doesn't say back nine. He says second nine because that's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, he got the notes about what you're allowed to – you're not supposed to say back nine if you're in the media talking about the Masters.
That's a guy who wants to get invited back right there. He was looking around like, why no patrons out here? He's just using all the buzzwords. Oh, I hit it in the bunker. Yeah, not the
That's a good. It's a good JJ. If the Masters would ever lower themselves to allowing a football player to have any part of the broadcast, it's going to be JJ Watt more so than Bert Kreischer. So he's got a chance, dude. He's got a shot.
Kreischer was on Monday Night Raw a couple weeks ago, not last night, but a week ago. I was thinking about you.
Bert Kreischer do an alternate PGA Masters broadcast.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
He's out at the municipal course somewhere there in Georgia.
Oh my God, that'd be incredible. That'd be incredible. All right, those are your headlines for today. All right, we got a lot of scuttlebutt on the NFL draft. We're only 9 days away. Albert Breer, of the hussies out there gathering nuggets, Albert Breer is one that I think skews towards the trustworthy end. He has a handful of them that are very, very interesting, and a couple certainly that can be tied to the Houston Texans. Things he's hearing in advance of the NFL draft include some big quarterback news. We'll get to that from Albert Breer in the 7 o'clock hour. Nice long segment coming up for you next. But first,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sorry, Seth and I were just marveling at a simpler time. Jim Miller, the Texas Hammer text line, that Hughley Gurriel is still. We were talking about Christian Walker being off to a slow start, and he's a little pricey like Abreu was. I don't think
That's
either
a pretty
of us.
generous description of his start, but yeah.
Slow start, yeah. I don't think you and I are totally panicked about it, but of all the things to get worried about, it's fairly high up the list right now. Texter points out Hughley Gurriel's still in the effing league, and he's cheap. Well, I would point out, don't make me do this with Hughley, okay? Yes, he's still in the league. He's cheap for a reason. He's had 25 at-bats, and he's got a 374 OPS. Like, he's a reserve for the Padres right now.
But he's somebody that we would at least. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to feel this way about Hughley.
Yes.
I would just say Hughley is as I remember him, and I don't need to have him on the team performing poorly and then just be angry about it. So yeah, let's leave that alone.
I choose to remember Hughley as the batting title champion that he was in 2021 when he hit 319.
Which is also the year that Carlos Correa wouldn't shut up about how nobody cares about batting average anymore.
Yeah, that was his contract year, Correa. So he was putting together his campaign.
He was gushing about his own defensive WAR. Yes. He was talking about OPS, and you're like, okay, listen, Carlos, it's just because it's true doesn't mean you have to say it.
Yeah.
Hughley's over there winning the batting title, which is based on nothing but batting average.
He's sitting right there.
Yeah, he's right there, okay? He's your elder. And just like maybe a little bit of respect.
Right. Like the valedictorian of your class being an anthropology major. Like, nobody cares about anthropology anymore.
Yeah, actually, valedictorians don't actually do all that well in life.
That's what it is.
Yeah, the success stories of valedictorians are few and far between.
Dude, what a time and place that was. Hughley, 2021, Hughley had a 319 batting average, an 846 OPS, and was playing a Gold Glove caliber first base. And I would submit blindly that he was, at best, their sixth best position player on that team.
Yeah.
Like that was a team that had Altuve. Correa was a top 5 MVP guy that year. Tucker, Jordan, Michael Brantley, Alex Bregman. That's 6 right there. Who I think teams in that era. If the Astros had a dispersal draft and other teams could cherry pick players off their roster, I think all those guys probably go ahead of Hughley, and he won the freaking batting title that year.
Well, and that's what we can say about Christian Walker is at the very least you see it defensively.
Yeah,
he's made some really nice plays for them. He's saved some would-be disasters at times on bad throws, so credit to him for that.
Yep. All right, Albert Breer, SI.com, is he's of the Nugget Hussies. I like Albert Breer. The nice thing about Albert Breer is he's fairly plugged into the network that has run things here in Houston for a while, even going back to Bill O'Brien.
He gets some tidbits out of the Texans every now and then that you feel like, okay, yeah, this is somebody in the organization who happened to be in New England.
Yeah.
There's enough of them now that you don't have to if Nick Caserio were the only guy who had been in New England at any given time, you would think, oh, okay, Caserio gave him that.
Yeah.
But now it could be Cayley, could be Cole Popovich.
Yeah.
We don't know.
A lot of potential leaks in the building right now, I tells you.
Yeah.
So Albert,
that's the frustrating thing about the Texans' professionalism is that it does feel like all of their leaks are very calculated. It's very rare that I think you get somebody going rogue ever since Jack Easterby left the building.
It means they're well run, but it's bad for content.
Yeah.
It's bad. Yeah. It's bad for us. So Albert Breer has a lot of scuttlebutt, though, leading up to the draft. He feels pretty strongly that there will be no quarterbacks in the draft for Cleveland at 2 or the Giants at 3. Cam Ward is going to go number 1 in this draft. It's a lock. You can't even bet on it anymore. The Cam Ward, unless he gets arrested between now and next Thursday. And even that, look at Ben's a Miami guy shrugging his shoulders like, even then.
It's like, won't even be. It doesn't even have to be Cam Ward's fault.
Right.
Wrong place, wrong time.
That's right.
Oh, yeah? What were you doing in that cafeteria at 1 p.m. in southern Florida or South Florida?
Yeah, exactly.
I was in a cafeteria.
Yes, exactly. So, but Albert Breer says he doesn't think Cleveland at 2 or the Giants at 3 are taking a quarterback. Now, counterpoint to that is that news dropping last night that Shedeur Sanders is holding a private workout Thursday this week for the New York Giants.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders, whose number will be retired at the University of Colorado during their spring game.
That is in the Pettycast in a week.
Travis Hunter.
An hour.
I just said, Travis Hunter, I think most people are cool with, and it raises eyebrows a little bit just because the team. Yeah, he won the Heisman, and he did it in a fashion that nobody's really done since the 1930s or so, playing on both sides full time. But that's not the bar at University of Colorado.
No.
The bar is have one winning season in which you get destroyed in a bowl game as a quarterback. Yeah. And you can have your number retired.
And you're in.
It's embarrassing, man. This is where I question Shedeur Sanders now, partly in that, man, this is the exact kind of thing where you should say, no, Dad. This is, Dad, no. I didn't actually win anything, Dad.
Right.
This is conspicuous, okay? I don't want this. Travis Hunter deserves, whether you agree with it or not, or you think it's too early, whatever. Travis Hunter, at the very least, you can make a very, very solid argument that he deserves it. I don't want to diminish Travis Hunter's accolades here.
No.
Cordell Stewart's number is still out there.
Cordell Stewart?
Any recruit can go in and get Cordell Stewart's number, but somebody who really did something, Shedeur Sanders, that number's off the table.
Darian Hagan won a national championship as a quarterback there. They won the national championship in 1990, Colorado did. So, and if you missed it, that news, if you're going, I didn't hear this, it came down literally last night at 8 o'clock. The news got announced that Colorado, they've retired 4 numbers in the history of their program. Mm-hmm. They are retiring Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter's number at the spring game this weekend.
And it was Byron Whizzer White and Rashaan Salam.
Rashaan Salam.
Rashaan Salam, but it was after Rashaan Salam died.
Rashaan Salam won the Heisman in 1994. So if you're like, hey, Travis Hunter won the Heisman, he should have his number retired. Rashaan Salam had his retired. And I would say, yeah, cool. But here's the only caveat you need to know. Rashaan Salam didn't get his number retired in 1995, the year after he won the Heisman. He got his number retired in 2017, a year after he died.
I'm totally good. If they had announced that Travis Hunter was going to have his number retired, I'd be like, oh, cool, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, you could argue about whether it's too early or whatever.
Shedeur's a joke. It
makes no sense whatsoever. Even if you love Shedeur Sanders as a draft prospect and what have you, there is nothing about that. Anyway, we'll go.
Yeah. We'll talk about that in the Pettycast. I promise you that. But what do you think about this Shedeur working out for the Giants, Seth?
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I am very much intrigued by this, and I think it's very much a possibility that he goes to the Giants.
I think it is
draft,
too.
yes.
And just as a quick reminder here, and these are the tea leaves that I think Seth and I are looking, the breadcrumbs, if you will. The Giants rumored to not be in on drafting a quarterback at 3, and all of a sudden there's this private workout for them later this week. I will remind all of you right now that this was John Mara, the owner of the Giants, fretting over Saquon Barkley leaving the Giants, and listen to his reasoning at the very end of this.
What's the latest? Just on the Saquon thing.
I just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not. Which I don't know. I'll make a couple of calls. I don't even know if that's gonna happen, but
I'd have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that. As I've told you. I've been around enough players, but he's the most popular player we have by far.
Bingo! Yeah. He's the most popular player. That's why you keep him. He's the most popular player we have. That's an owner who is cognizant of season ticket sales, who is cognizant of PR. And Seth, I think it is. I think it is in play that this is a private workout that is being generated. The genesis of which is coming from the owner of the team.
The owner who's going to finally put his dopey foot down and say, I lost Odell Beckham Jr. because we didn't think he was a young quarterback. I lost an incredible running back in Saquon Barkley because of your quarterback. Well, now we're gonna have Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. What's the latest on Shedeur?
What's the latest?
What's the latest?
The best part about that little nugget there was, there are two things. There's two possibilities there. Is one that the NFL GMs often are as in the dark about what's actually going on as we are, or that the NFL GM was flat out lying to the owner. Because that entire Hard Knock season was basically Joe Shane, the GM, trying to dupe the owner into thinking that they were actually making an effort to re-sign Saquon Barkley, where every other conversation was Joe Schoen convincing his staff that Saquon Barkley wasn't worth it.
Yeah. Oh, he's lying to John Mara there.
You think he's just lying there?
Yeah.
He said, yep.
Play it, and every time I hear it, I feel stronger and stronger that he's lying. Play that part one more time. Or play it for
what's the latest? Just on the Saquon thing.
I just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know.
You know what?
I don't know. I'll make a couple calls.
I'll make a couple calls. That's the lying part right there.
He couches it. He puts his own asterisks on it.
I'll make a couple calls. That's get out of my office, old man.
Listen, old man Mara.
Yeah.
Your gene pool diluted fourth generation nonsense BS trust fund baby. A real man would have said, let me take a look at that text to see how it's phrased exactly. That's actually, you know what? I deleted it already because of, just I don't like to have a paper trail on these things.
That's the first thing that pops into my head when I hear, not to go too deep on John Mara because we've destroyed him on this plenty on this show, but my first question as the owner of the team would be, who's the text from? Who are you talking to about that? But he's, I guess he trusts his guy Joe Schoen. He kept him around, that's for sure. Other nuggets from Albert Breer in here. We talked a little bit yesterday about the Derek Carr injury.
I'm just pissed off.
Yeah. He's got a shoulder injury that could jeopardize his 2025 season. Albert Breer lays out, I didn't realize all this, that Derek Carr may not be too happy with the new coaching hire there. He was a Dennis Allen guy. Dennis Allen brought Derek Carr into the league in Oakland back in the day. So Dennis Allen getting fired. Dennis Allen was a huge reason Carr was in New Orleans in the first place. And now here comes Kellen Moore. You bet he's an offensive coordinator coming in to coach. But Carr, there's a feeling from what Albert Breer is saying here, Seth, about Carr, that Kellen Moore gets hired. The Saints then convert most of Carr's salary to signing bonus to open up cap space without telling him. He had a clause in his contract that they are allowed. Apparently, there's a lot of guys that have that clause that the team can do this automatically. Now, most guys like it because you get all your money up front.
Yeah, it's more guaranteed money. It's everything. Yeah, it's good for the player.
Yeah, it's money in your hands. Carr didn't like it because it attaches, according to Breer, because it attaches him to the team even more. You get harder to trade if they do that because of the cap hit. So Breer is implying that it's in play that Derek Carr is playing the old Rodney Dangerfield Caddyshack. Ow, my arm, it's broken. That kind of thing, where he's not faking the injury, but if Dennis Allen were still the coach, that this would not be nearly the public issue that it is right now.
That's
the shoulder
interesting.
Injury. Yeah.
Then it gets dicey because then we'll get even more nuggets out of this when he goes to a new team and the physical is A-okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he plays this entire season without any issues whatsoever.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting that Derek Carr might be exaggerating his shoulder injury. Derek Carr, man of God, might be lying about his shoulder injury to his
it's
employer.
gamesmanship when we get to that point.
Yeah.
There's a gray line there, Sean, or gray area.
Albert Breer talks a little bit about the Nico Iamaleava situation, which, by the way, Belichick out on Nico Iamaleava, the former quarterback for C hostage at the end of spring practice and for the spring game for another $1.5 million in NIL.
I got very confused yesterday because I saw at various times that UNC was one of the favorites for him to transfer to, or that he had actually already committed to them, and it was from accounts that I don't think were. It was so it was very confusing.
I saw the same thing, and
so he's officially not going to UNC.
According to Florio, UNC is out on Iamaleava.
Okay,
and I would say that it would surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised about that because Belichick would seem like a guy who is the antithesis of what Iamaleava was trying to pull in Tennessee. Basically holding out on the team the day before the spring game, just looking for more money. Has a contract for $2.4 million. It just says, "Yep, I'm going to withhold my services. I want $4 million, not $2.4." Belichick, ultimate team guy, I would say feels like somebody from his Patriot days that would not even entertain a guy like that. And yet I saw a video of Belichick at the North Carolina practices this past weekend where his girlfriend basically just has free run of the practice. She's walking around everywhere Like she's the queen of North Carolina.
Right? She had a walkie-talkie or something.
She had a walkie-talkie. She's walking up to him while he's standing in the end zone trying to direct drills, and she's walking out and tugging at something at his pocket there and like helping out, and she keeps she keeps walking out and talking to him in the middle of practice.
No, I think she's very much. We know that she's very involved on the social media side of things.
Yeah,
and I think Belichick, to his credit, he's always been about adapting and adjusting. Even the Patriots, it seemed like it was like there were certain things that people would say all the time that would annoy me because they were so false. For one, they would say whenever Wes Welker would drop a ball, they'd say, "Whoa, you don't see that very often."
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, you do.
Yeah.
He drops just because he's a little white guy doesn't mean he doesn't have a lot of drops. The other would be, "Oh, you don't see the Patriots signing a guy like that very often." Like, yes, they did.
Yeah.
They would sign the guys all the time and see what they had in them that didn't necessarily fit the Patriots. Albert Hainsworth, Antonio Brown, whatever. They did it all the time. And I think likewise in college, I think Belichick's going to do a lot of things and take advantage of the transfer portal and NIL in a way that people are going to think like, whoa, that doesn't seem like Belichick. No, it's totally what Belichick does.
No, admittedly, it's the optics of that the social media director is his girlfriend. And she's continually walking out and interrupting practice at various times to talk to him.
But I think that's him adapting and adjusting, and he knows and understands that social media is a huge part of it, and that if anything, people call her a gold digger and everything and all this.
Yeah.
Her 65-year-old ex-boyfriend says, no, that's not the case.
Yeah, she's got a type.
I'm not lying about that.
No.
He says she's mature beyond her years.
Yeah.
But I think it's as much. If I were going to be cold-hearted and cynical about it, I think that Belichick would see a lot of value in having a younger girlfriend who totally understands that world and how important social media is in it. So it's like whatever the give and take is there. I think he very much sees and understands the value of it.
It's probably a net positive for him that translates on social media into him being branded a hypocrite. So she's allowed to walk around at practice when for years you were team, and you don't talk to anybody about anything, and now you've got your girlfriend walking around practice putting stuff up on social media. But it is
but that is part of it's almost like his old right-hand man Ernie Adams, who was very much a non-traditional asset for the team. He was like the analytical kind of man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, didn't know what the hell he did all day.
Yeah.
I think on the social media side of things, she's his Ernie Adams.
Did you see the video of her walking around?
Yeah. She had that was the other thing, a very non-football outfit walking around out there.
Her outfit was fire. I thought
looked like she was walking down the runway at Fashion Week or something.
Dude, she had these knee-high white boots on with shorts, and I'm a sucker for that jacket she has on that looks like it's kind of a combo jacket with a long flowing tail behind
it. Looks like something David Bowie would wear.
Yeah,
back in the
it's
day.
something.
Yeah.
If you're a WWE fan, it's what Trish Stratus used to wear to the ring, and it's sexy as hell. Yeah, that's. I thought her outfit looked great. Good job, whatever I think her name's Jordan. As far as what Breer had to say about this Iama Liava situation with him leaving Tennessee, lays out a lot of reasons that I've heard other people say is like, this dude's making a big mistake. And you can tell from the schools that are interested, he's getting zero interest from schools that are in that, hey, here's $4 million kind of NIL situation. Reportedly, the two schools that he's talking about are UCLA, who's never really, even though they're in the Big Ten and have they're traditionally Pac-12 and they're in a big market, they're not a big spending school. And the other school is Tulane, which is a group of 5 school. So he might be making a big mistake, especially when you and I talked about this, the negative hit that his draft stock could take from something like this. If NFL teams look at it and go, man, you bailed on your team at the end of spring practice for what? For another $1.6 million that you might not even end up getting?
Monitor the text line to see if Tom Middlescreen texts in this morning. Yeah. He's a former discus thrower at UCLA.
I will.
He gets a little sensitive in his own special way about UCLA when we smear him.
Here's the point Breer made about this whole thing that I thought was interesting. He said that because while the guardrails that were in place previously in college football were too draconian in nature, and I think what he's referring to there is sitting out if you transferred, no NIL money at all. Like that was way to the other end. They did serve a purpose, and the purpose did serve the players in certain ways, one of which was keeping them on a path to develop as players. and actually graduate from college. You know, in other words, like, yeah, there's a lot of players that are going to benefit from this. Like any rule change, or some guys are going to benefit from it. If you've got, this is one of those ones where if you got a family that's very overbearing, it gets in your ear saying you're worth more money, or and I don't know if this is the case with Nico Iamaleava, but if you have a family that needs more money, you know, that $1.6 million that he's looking to get in additional NIL money might be something that his family materially needs to build the foundation. You know, selfishly, maybe the whole family needs it. I have no idea.
You know, the other part of it is that it relates to, say, the Texans or any other NFL team, is that there's, you know, fewer underclassmen have declared for the draft in recent years than they did back in 2018, 2019. This year, there's way more than there were last year. There were 54 last year. There's 70 underclassmen who have declared this year. I still think part of the reason that fewer in general have declared is that the NFL has done a better job of really explaining to guys, like, listen, you're really probably not going to go in the top 3 rounds. Mm-hmm. So I think amongst the top prospects, though, there's still a lot of underclassmen, and they're just not as developed and prepared as they used to be back in the day. And it's probably going to get it's going to get that much worse now, because you're right. A lot of the guys that are going in the top 3 rounds this year have been in 2 different programs.
Yeah.
And there's you go to a new program, they do things a different way. You can't really build on what you did the year before, and you're not running offenses that are as complex because you just don't have time to work with all these guys. I think that's at least part of the reason that this year's class it lacks clarity. There's a lot of guys that seem like, boy, if they'd stayed in school another year, maybe they would have been a first-rounder.
Nick Caserio meets with the media tomorrow at noon, his annual pre-draft press conference. I'm guessing he'll get asked about something along those lines, about NIL and the portal. And now that it's 3 or 4 years burned in, what have we noticed? Some of their analytics people are probably working on that now that we've got a decent sample as to what the transfer portal era looks like and the NIL era looks like. Is there any correlation to those things and football players?
Whenever we've asked Nick about that, he very much goes into GM mode and speaks very much in generalities. Yeah. So I'm guessing with anything analytical, I think that most teams know a lot more about it than they'll confess to.
It's their secret sauce. It's like, so Nick, what's the recipe for this barbecue sauce that is the reason why your restaurant is killing everybody?
Well, and they'll
or
you ask any GM of course. You ask any GM about mock drafts, and they'll scoff at the notion that they monitor it. But there's certain correlate. They can tell, for one, when you start to look at the mock drafts in general, they do a pretty good job of showing generally which guys are going to go in which bands. Yeah. And that I think is something that teams do very much monitor. No, Nick has admitted that the mock drafts are something that they look at. But yeah, that's it's gonna be fun, man. Noon today or noon tomorrow. Nick is meeting with the media. Breer in this, we're going through some of the nuggets in Albert Breer's piece, and it's nice because it's kind of taking us on a journey of what the big topics are right now. Mentions the retirement of Patrick Peterson, which took place over the weekend. He then proclaims this, and this has a Texans tie because J.J. Watt is involved. J.J. Watt, author of a 103 at Augusta yesterday. J.J. Watt, practically a semi-professional golfer. Patrick Peterson, part of this, where Breer proclaims that 7 of the top 11 picks in that draft have, quote, very real Hall of Fame cases. Yeah. Here are the top 7 in that draft: Cam Newton, Von Miller, A.J. Green, Patrick Peterson, Julio Jones, Tyron Smith, J.J. Watt. Of those 7 names, J.J. is by far the biggest lock to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I mean, he's 3-time defensive MVP. He's a lock. And we always get a pushback from a sliver of fans about that here in Houston because they remember the injuries and everything like that. His production over the course of a 4-year period was so far above and beyond what hardly any other defensive lineman has ever done, and he won 3 defensive MVPs. He's a lock. He's 100% a lock. If the back injury in 2016 ends his career, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, that was there's a kind of a Jim Brown element to it where he was so dominant for a period of time that as soon as he completed that level of dominance, then there you go.
If you're in the argument for best football player on the planet for a 4-year period, you're a Hall of Famer, even if those are your only 4 years that you're on that you're playing football.
Curious that Breer didn't include the top 12 picks because Christian Ponder is left out of the mix.
Dude, that's funny because the way that draft, I don't have it in front of me, but if I recall, there's a period in that draft where it flips from like lock Hall of Famer, like bad quarterback, lock Hall of Famer, bad quarter. It went Jake Smith 9, Blaine Gabbert 10th, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt 11 and Christian Ponder 12. So you've got like this zipper of horrible quarterbacks and future Hall of Famers.
It really is. It's crazy because it's convenient to say, wow, boy, teams really missed out on J.J. Watt waiting until 11th. Like, okay, A.J. Green.
Yeah.
Can I fault somebody for taking A.J. Green?
No.
Or because some of the names that they didn't list there. Alden Smith. Now Alden Smith, in hindsight, okay, the guy was a mess. But when he was healthy and not incarcerated or detained at an airport, he was incredible.
He was incredible, No, and that was reportedly the guy the Texans wanted was Alden Smith. But the Niners might have saved the Texans from themselves that year.
I'm surprised you put Tyron Smith on there. Is Tyron Smith he put in there as an argument for the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I got to go look and see like Pro Bowls and All Pro. Like the ones to me, Cam Newton. Tyron Smith has a better case than Cam Newton in my opinion.
Tyron Smith was All Pro twice, second team All Pro twice as well. He was really, really, really good when he was good. But he was a little bit of a slow starter, and then just fell off because of injuries.
He's Dwayne Brown. He's Dwayne Brown, but injured in his early 30s, whereas Dwayne was still relatively healthy.
With offensive lineman, longevity really helps and matters.
Yeah.
That's why Tony Baselli was so contentious.
Yeah.
I don't think Tyron Smith was as good as Tony Baselli.
No.
When he was at his peak, guy had his career cut short by injuries. And I think that I would probably put Tyron Smith into that same category. His last 5 years have been relatively muted just because of injury.
Baselli's like the O-line J.J. Watt in some ways. J.J. came back from his injuries and was still productive, but in terms of the chunk that gets you into the Hall of Fame, I think of these 7 names, if I had to go just yes, no, gut feel on these 7 names that Breer puts up here, Seth, and this is keeping in mind that the Hall of Fame has kind of made things a little more stringent with how they're doing voting now. This is the first year they've kind of changed it. I'm not going to bore you with how they've changed up the voting, but just know that they didn't even get to their full allotment of 5 Hall of Famers this year because they've made it a little tougher. Cam Newton, no. Von Miller, absolutely. A.J. Green, no. Patrick Peterson, probably. Julio Jones, probably, but there's going to be a logjam at wide receiver here coming up if they get – you've got Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt and Larry Fitzgerald's coming up soon. Andre Johnson got in at just the right time. Tyron Smith, no. And then J.J. Watt, 100%. So I think there's probably 3 of them in there that get in, which is, again, in the top 11. That's a killer draft class. 3 Hall of Famers in the top 11 and a few other guys you could argue about a little bit.
Speaking of Hall of Famers, guys that are already in the Hall of Fame, Brett Favre. I did not realize this. You had pointed this out.
Yes.
There's a Netflix series coming out, a documentary about the fall of Brett Favre.
It's a documentary. It's part of that Untold series that had the Johnny Manziel documentary.
Okay, all right.
And the Urban Meyer documentary.
Right, okay. Which both of those were not nearly as intriguing as they could have been because they had the endorsement and cooperation of Johnny Manziel and Urban Meyer, and because of that, you could tell, okay, they're not going all in on this. So they left a lot of stuff out.
They did. Yeah. Well, they both participated. Manziel and Urban Meyer. I never even watched the Florida one because I heard enough people tell me that it was a fluff piece and I didn't want to waste my time. A lot of stuff.
Manziel's actually, now that I say that, Manziel's was actually pretty good because it didn't seem like Manziel tried to squash any part of it. He didn't seem like he used his editorial power
Correct.
or anything.
Yeah, Manziel's just felt like it was too short. Like it felt like it was an hour and you could have done 5 parts on Johnny Football for sure. This one, Favre did not participate in. They asked him to. So this one, at least, and again, I read about this on Front Office Sports, who is one of the entities that's participating in the production of this. So keep in mind, the part of the purpose of this article is to pitch this thing to the reader. But it sounds like Jen Sturger is interviewed for this and comes across as a very sympathetic figure. For those who don't know who Jen Sturger is, she was a Florida State student who gained notoriety by being put on camera at a Florida State game, broadcast on ABC, smoking hot. She was in a tank top. Brent Musburger did that Brent Musburger thing where he went a little dirty old man on the whole thing. And this is in like 2008. So this is sort of at the beginning of social media when going viral was going to like next level. And she parlayed that notoriety to a spread in Playboy and then parlayed that into a spot on the staff with the New York Jets as part of like the game day hostess, I think, or something, maybe like an in-studio type of hostess thing. And that's where she crossed paths with Brett Favre, and Brett Favre just harassed her relentlessly, trying to get her to basically have sex with him, it sounded like.
To the point where way more of us than would like to have seen pictures of Brett Favre's junk.
So she's in this. Yeah. So I'm anxious to hear from. I will watch this. It's an hour long, and it's about Brett. It's called The Fall of Favre, if you're wondering what the tone of it is.
I'm curious about, there's one thing that I know, I have a little bit of an insight into Brett Favre's painkiller addiction. Yeah. And how he first got hooked up with somebody that would supply him those painkillers that I've never seen reported. Okay. I'm curious to see if that comes out.
It pops up, yeah.
Yeah. Or at least the way it was told to me by a former teammate of his of how he first hooked up Brett Favre with Vicodin.
That's what I wonder, if it sounds like this is more about Favre after he left Green Bay and how protected he was in Green Bay. And then after he leaves Green Bay, gets the Jen Sturger thing happens. He goes to Minnesota, throws that back-breaking interception that keeps them out of the Super Bowl, puts the Saints in the Super Bowl. And then a lot, apparently, Seth, about all the peccadillos he's got going on with the government in Mississippi and all the welfare dollars and everything else.
I hope they don't go too deep into that. Don't turn this into Yellowstone, right? C-SPAN Montana. Don't go heavy into the rules and regs, all right? Just give me the basic details of that.
I'll be interested, too. The article talks about Brett Favre, about how he's lost every endorsement he's ever had now. And so I do wonder, he played in a time where the money was obviously big, not to the level it is now. I do wonder if there's any element of this where he's under any sort of financial duress. I have no idea. I don't know what his investments have been, but they talked about, in the article at least, they talked about how he doesn't have any of that mailbox money coming in anymore from all those endorsements he used to have.
I bet in the air, you know what, though? He might have like 17 social media deals that we don't even know about. They just haven't come across our timeline. Yeah. It feels more, if he wanted or needed the endorsement money, there's people out there that would give him money for it because it's not, maybe not from Nike, obviously, or anything, but like if he really desperately neted money, he would have it. Yes. It would be, we would see him on social media. So I'm guessing he's not under too much financial duress.
Yep. Let's see. Text message. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Good morning, fellas. I was wondering if you all listened to the Julian Edelman and Puka Nacua take on the Texans last year. I did, and we're going to play it at 8:24 today. So, yes, we will have that if you missed that. Julian Edelman and Puka Nacua talk specifically about C.J. Stroud in year 2 and why things may have been difficult on him. All right, so we've got the Pettycast coming up top of the hour. We've got the mock draft injection coming up in the next segment, in which we will hear one of the quarterback prospects give a sales pitch as to why an NFL. I want to run this by Seth. If Seth were a personnel person sitting across the table from this particular quarterback, would he be swayed by the argument that he's making to draft him? So we'll have that for you coming up in the next segment. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate that. Text message, J.J. Watt and Earl Campbell had similar careers, short but very powerful Hall of Fame locks. Yeah, very similar careers, I would say, for sure. J.J., the difference with J.J. and all these short burst guys is J.J. came back and was productive afterwards for at least a couple. Not peak J.J., but still very good J.J. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Mock draft injection coming up next. Pettycast, top of the hour. Stay there. But I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic first. Just talk.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Seth has the I got something to say look on his face.
Well, it was very important. I don't want to interrupt the flow, but you were about to give me a compliment and we got interrupted.
Yeah.
So what was it?
I have a I would hate to interrupt that. I was going to
be sure we get this out of the way.
I could tell you didn't hear it, so I was going to mention on the air. Well, this is good promotion too, good cross promotion. Apparently last night they ran your interview with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer on.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and so
I heard you say somebody liked my interview, and I was like, I don't think I interviewed anybody. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You were the subject of the interview, so so my buddy John texted me earlier this morning, and we've had multiple texts to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line that I'll read one of them here. Seth, loved your interview last night with Harris and The Voice. I need more of that and more Blobby the Rooster. And if you could manage a low-budget horror movie around Blobby, that would be fantastic.
People love the Blobby the Rooster story, and it's one of those things. My entire life, I've been telling that story, and I'm always just. I guess I've told it so many times that I just don't. I don't understand what the big deal is. But it's I should probably do it. You know what I should do is one of those little videos where I tell the story and then somebody animates it. That would actually be a really good 5-minute video. I might do that. Okay.
Yes. I think that a big part of the charm of that story is the rooster's name, Blobby.
Yeah, that's the cherry on top.
It is a cherry on top, yeah. But anyways, I would imagine John Harris or Mark Vandermeer, if you're listening, I would imagine that Seth Payne interview is one that you can go find on the interwebs somewhere, I would think.
And if they put it on YouTube, I would say, I don't know if they had the video of that or not. I got unexpectedly really emotional about the victory over the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah?
To the point where I was I was tearing up over reliving the moment and everything, and how just what a cool and unique experience it was, that it kind of caught me by surprise. There's one of those things, all those middle-aged guys out there, this stuff happens increasingly in life where you're like, coming from my eyes. Yeah, it was cool. So I was glad that they had me on because they reminded me that I'm not completely dead inside. Thank you.
That is great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do the mock draft injection. Yes, go out of your way to find that interview with Seth did with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. It's gotten very, very good reviews. All right, Warren Sharp Football Analysis is his website. I like this mock draft, Seth, because he not only gives a pick for the Texans, but he kind of lays out who some other targets could be at that spot, including one position that's very interesting that I've not heard anybody talk about for the Texans that we will get to. But let's start with the actual pick for the Houston Texans with the 25th overall pick. We do this every day at 7:45, by the way, till the draft next week. With the 25th overall pick, the Houston Texans in the Warren Sharp mock draft select Josh Connerly, offensive tackle, Oregon. Who this is who he had going to the Texans in the previous iteration of his mock draft. So he's heavy on Connerly to the Texans, and Connerly, if people have been listening, is a player that you like.
I like Josh Connerly a lot. I did a video on my YouTube channel a couple days ago in which I think I almost need to prep Texans fans for the possibility that the Texans might take Josh Connerly. And I can sense that a lot of people would say, no, we need an interior offensive lineman. Why would you take him when maybe Tyler Booker or Gray Zabal is still available? Josh Connerly is one of these interesting draft prospects. He's a riser. Oh, he's rising up the draft boards. And I really feel that more than anything, it's that dynamic where some of the people who do mock drafts are starting to get a better feel for how teams actually feel about some of these prospects. Because as I was watching Josh Connerly, offensive tackle out of Oregon, I'm watching him, and I'm late to the party, compared to the draft people who do this all the time with so many prospects and everything. But I'm watching Josh Connerly, and I'm watching him versus Ohio State. I'm watching him versus Penn State. And every clip I see of him, I'm just trying to wonder, why is this guy not thought of as a first-rounder or a consensus first-rounder? Because he checks off so many boxes. And I think a lot of it is just simply that he's a guy he's a 2-year starter, and he's improved the entire way. He improved during last season. But playing in the Big Ten, the knock on him is that he's not that strong. He's very athletic and moves very, very fluidly in a way that not a lot of offensive tackles do. But he's not necessarily ideal size. He's like 6'4", maybe a tall 6'4". But he's just not that strong. So people look at him as, okay, in his zone system or as a pass protector. I think it's fair to say there's a little bit of Laramie Tunsil in him in a good way, in that he moves a lot like Laramie Tunsil with how fluid he is. The difference between him and Laramie Tunsil is that I think that he shows an actual appetite for run blocking. And the biggest question is just, all right, there's more strength. I don't worry about that as much because he does so many things athletically and with his technique that other prospects simply don't do. Yeah. So I would be really happy for it. I think people hear, okay, you're taking an offensive tackle. What the hell? We really need interior offensive linemen. I get that. I think for the ability to get a guy who can play tackle at a really, really high level, that's one of those positions almost like quarterback where unless you already got a perennial Pro Bowler and All-Pro in the mix, you don't worry about it. You take the guy. Yep. So I think there's more of a possibility of the Texans taking Josh Connerly than people might realize.
That's interesting. The way Warren Sharp lays this out, he has best draft targets for the Texans with the 25th pick. Goes through offensive line, names Donovan Jackson as another one. Goes through wide receiver, some of the usual names, Emeka Ibuka, Matthew Golden. Trey Harris is another one, and I believe from Ole Miss, and I believe the Texans hosted Trey Harris on a visit recently, a 30 visit. I know they're looking at him right now. He puts running back in here with the 25th pick, which is very interesting to me. And he says this, Joe Mixon was a capable starter, but it'd be nice to support C.J. Stroud in the passing game with a more dynamic rushing attack. A trade up for Ashton Genty would be a bold move to address this need. Boy, would it ever. Ohio State's Trevion Henderson and North Carolina's Omarion Hampton could be an option with this selection. Hampton is going in that range, that 20 range.
Yeah.
Henderson is somebody who's starting to sneak into the back end of the first round with some teams.
This is what I don't like about the Texans taking a running back in the first round. No matter how much you love the guy, it's that you, by and large, you still have to look at a running back as, hey, I'm going to have this guy for 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
And beyond that, who knows? So it's a short-term thing. And I think it's a good thing to do if you're a team that's trying to get over the top and you lack a stud running back. They've got Joe Mixon, and Joe Mixon was not the issue with the rushing game last year. So I'm very much more in the appetite for, look, yes, continue to try to get good running backs, but the second round and later is the time to do that.
Yeah.
In the first round for the Texans right now, they desperately need a future on the offensive line. And if there are guys, there's just no way I can fathom taking a running back and turning down an opportunity at getting a guy who can genuinely be on your team and productive for 10, 15 years.
What do you think the crowd react would be to a running back at 25 at the draft party?
I think it'd be mixed. I think that it's so easy to get excited about any of these running backs that might go. There might be 3 or 4 running backs taken in the first round. I think it's very easy to get excited about those guys. I think that for the average Texans fan, though, they're very much in blue-collar mode. I would guess the majority of Texans fans right now are offensive line or bust in the first round.
It's the rare fan base that I think does not want the shiny new toys that have the ball in their hands. I think the Texans are looking for some brutes.
Yeah, I think that, I don't think it's that uncommon, though, on a team when you don't have good pass protection and you don't have a good rushing attack. NFL fan bases, by and large, think, okay, that was what obviously. Please give us something to take away the pain.
ESPN has a show called Hey Rookie, where they have footage of a bunch of rookies that come in and sit down and do their combine meetings and things like that. Here was Will Howard, quarterback of Ohio State last year, won the national championship, was at Kansas State before that, sitting down, and they ask him basically, why should we draft you? I want to see if this sales pitch resonates with you, Seth.
What makes you feel like we should draft you? Why Will Howard?
I love you asked that, man. I feel like my whole career I've been overlooked. I didn't have an offer from Pitt. I didn't have an offer from Syracuse. I didn't have an offer from Boston College, Penn State, Duke, Carolina. None of those schools offered me. I was trying for years. And I went to Kansas State, and I said, I want to prove those people wrong. I hope Penn State looks back and say, damn, we missed out on Will Howard. When I get to the NFL, I don't want you guys to miss out on me, because every single team that picks a quarterback in front of me, I'm going to make it my mission to make sure that they regret not picking me.
Love the passion, the enthusiasm. Good job.
Yep. Thank you,
Good
guys.
job.
Draft me.
Yes.
There you go.
Draft me or you'll regret it.
There you go. That's him walking out the door.
Draft me or we'll regret it.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of quarterbacks who hear the old story about Tom Brady walking up to Bob Kraft and saying that drafting me was the best decision he ever made.
Yep.
Okay, this is the only problem I have with that. I think lots of teams are going to like that he has a chip on his shoulder and he's got that, I'm going to prove the world wrong. They like that attitude. And yet at the same time, if I'm the person asking the question, I think I still might want to say, okay, but why should we draft you? Okay, great, you got a chip on your shoulder. Explained what exactly you're going to bring to deliver to knock that chip off your shoulder.
Yeah.
I'd want to hear something a little bit more substantive.
The part I didn't like was where he let in, I'm glad you asked that.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you asked that because my agent prepared me very well for this.
It sounded like something you'd see in an infomercial between the host of the infomercial with the person that knows the product. Like, so, the Swiffer mop, like, what is it about the Swiffer mop that makes it so great for housewives? Well, I'm glad you asked that. You didn't expect me to ask that?
There's a comedian who used to be Greg Warren. It's Greg Warren.
Yeah.
He was a peanut butter salesman after he got out of college.
Yeah.
And he has some really funny bits about it. But he talks about sales a lot, Sean. Sean, I'll send you some clips of him.
Please do.
Yeah, you'll relate to a lot of his jokes about sales.
Yeah.
But he said, one of the old school sales techniques is like, hey, how would you like to increase sales 25% this next year? And people are like, yeah, I'd love to do it. He said, but the catch is, you have to have a way to actually increase their sales 25% the next year. You can hook them with that question,
right? But
you do have to explain exactly how. I feel like Will Howard just gave the old, how would you like to sell 25% more peanut butter next year? Then they say, sure, I love it. and they say, how? Well, I've got a chip on my shoulder.
Yes.
All right, you're going to do it with gumption, are you?
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's perfect. Yes, please send me those clips.
Jonathan Alexander had a mock draft yesterday where he had the Texans trading up to which I want to say 19.
Yeah.
They gave up this year's third round and next year's second round, and they got back next year's third round from they got back a third rounder from Tampa.
Yeah.
And it was to draft Kelvin James. For me was it was a little too rich for my blood. I want quantity right now. I want as many young dudes in the building as possible right now. And I'm not as over the moon about Kelvin James that I feel like you should be set.
Kelvin Banks, I think you mean, right?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin
Sorry.
Banks, yeah.
I was in comedian mode and I was thinking Kevin James.
Kevin James.
So Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
If Kelvin Banks were there at 25, I'd be super happy with the pick.
Yeah.
I just don't want to trade away right now for many guys.
Yeah, not high, not quality picks. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Pettycast, let's do this. Let's get super petty. And we're getting petty in advance about a possible opponent for the Houston Rockets right out of the chute in the Pettycast. Stay there.
Jarosco's, boy, I'll tell you what, I'm over.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's get petty cast time. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. You can text in your petties for this week. Let's get it started here. The Rockets could play will play either the Warriors or the Grizzlies. Could be the Warriors, obviously. They host the Grizzlies tonight, 9 o'clock, and we'll find out. We'll know by midnight tonight who the Rockets are going to be playing in the first round of the postseason. Now, a series with the Warriors means a series dealing with Steph Curry. That'll be Amen Thompson's problem. Not a 3 point. We get a series full of Draymond Green. That's all of our problem. And then we get Steve Kerr, who's basically only a problem when he sits down at a microphone and starts to whine about things. This was Steve Kerr at a press conference, I believe yesterday. It popped up on my timeline yesterday, getting preemptively whiny about how the refs are going to handle teams trying to defend Steph Curry.
You know, the league's changed quite a bit this year with the physicality, and one way I'm seeing it manifest itself on tape is that everyone's allowed to just grab and hold Steph. And even when he's making a back cut, I'm seeing people grab his arm. So the freedom of movement stuff is kind of out the window, and we have to adapt to that. So it's harder to get him the ball in our off-ball stuff than it used to be. So we just have to adapt.
Yeah. Adapt. Yeah. Why don't you adapt versus Amen Thompson? There's a matter of talking about it. What are you, Will Johnson? Don't tell me about what you want to do. Show me it. Show me how you're going to do it, okay?
Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan that's in the draft?
No, the quarterback, Will.
Will Howard, yeah. Will
Howard,
yes,
yeah,
Will
thank
Howard,
you. Yeah.
I was like, that was
kind of rough. I got to bring back the positive reinforcement.
That was an interesting
I messed
pull.
up Kelvin Banks. I messed up.
There you go. Yeah, just got to.
I get a ding for acknowledging that I have a problem.
You just got to hear it sometimes to get you motivated.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Steph Curry's not the only guy getting grabbed on back cuts and things like that.
Right,
the guy's
but
running along the baseline.
Well, if they treat like everybody else, that wait a second, hey. Why'd you call that moving screen?
Yeah.
Because it was a moving screen. Yeah, but
exactly.
But we kind of, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh gosh, if they get the Warriors and we get a whiny, oh my gosh, that would be so nice. Just get 7 games of whininess out of old Steve.
Out of Steve Kerr? Yeah, we will. That's a lock. So be ready for that. By the way, if the Warriors win tonight, be ready to hear that Kerr cut again on Friday when we do 5 Reasons I Hate You, for whichever team the Rockets end up playing.
Yes, Sean.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob. My second petty here, Mark DeRosa, former big leaguer. He's the manager of Team USA in baseball for the World Baseball Classic, which is back in our lives next year. You recall the World Baseball Classic in 2023, that baseball extravaganza that wound up maiming half of the Astros pitching staff a year later.
The World Horror Show Classic?
Yes.
Yeah, the World Broken Hand Classic.
Yes,
sure,
Altuve getting beamed in the hand. Yeah. This thing that I don't want a single Houston Astro to ever participate in ever again. Well, the United States is going to have a team in the World Baseball Classic, and Mark DeRosa named Aaron Judge the captain yesterday.
I felt like I watched Mike Trout walk out against Japan, holding the flag. I want you to be that guy. So I reached out to Trout yesterday. He said he's the one. So I couldn't be more fired up for Aaron Judge to be the captain for Team USA.
Okay, I'm from the United States. I'm not all that fired. Last I checked, these World Baseball Classic games, these are important games within the context of the tournament, right, Seth? These are important games. Last I checked, Aaron Judge, not all that great when the games get more important.
Yeah, like you're taking the guy who's a proven loser in the playoffs, a non-performer. You look at his playoff stats. He's an average baseball player in the playoffs. You know, everybody's stats go down a little bit.
Yeah.
But Jordan is still a very, very good player in the playoffs.
Right.
Whereas Aaron Judge is just a jamoke.
Yes. He's a 760 OPS, 205 batting average guy.
A 205 batting average as opposed to Jordan, who's approaching 300 in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there some way we can get Jordan American citizenship between now and the World Baseball Classic and make him the captain of our team?
They still go back to they prefer going back to country of birth, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's it. I'm rooting for Cuba. I'm a Cuban.
I'm a Cuban. You're gonna be like.
Hey, by the way, is Jordan gonna play in the World Baseball Classic? Do we know? Do we know which Astros are gonna play in this thing? Okay. I just thought of that. I'm like, oh crap. I don't want him
I don't
to
think the players really have to declare until not too far.
I know, but I need to know this just to know how worried I need to. But anyways, the reason I'm petty here is I'm an American, and they've just named one of the biggest playoff chokers the captain of my team, America. Why? And Mike Trout, why are you passing the torch? Dig in. We don't know how good a hitter you are in the postseason because your team never goes to the postseason. I'd rather the unknown of Mike Trout than this choker Aaron Judge.
I think it's a smart business decision, not saying that he made that for business purposes, but in terms of a business decision, taking a guy from the Yankees and it's Aaron Judge, that's probably, there's a freak show appeal to a world audience of like, look at how big that dude is.
Giant, I am petty about something we talked about earlier in the show, and that is Colorado, the University of Colorado, retiring the numbers of Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. If you missed this got announced last night. And on its surface, my gut reaction was, well, this seems a little hasty. They both just got done playing for the school 4 months ago. Now, they're going to do this during I'm guessing their spring game. They're doing it this weekend. I'm guessing this is being done in conjunction with their spring game. The reason I'm petty about this, one, I think retiring numbers is a stupid concept. You're going to run out of numbers at some point, but that's neither here nor there. Teams and schools do it. Colorado has retired 4 numbers prior to now in the history of the program. Byron Whizzer-White, Joe Romig, Bobby Anderson, and Rashaan Salam. There are players who played on teams that won. There are All-Americans that won a national championship or contended for more national championships at Colorado that have not gotten a sniff of the number retirement. I need to know what Alfred Williams, native Houstonian. He's a 2-time All-American who's actually a Big 8 Player of the Year back in the day, and played on a national championship team in 1990. He hasn't gotten his number retired, but Shedeur Sanders is getting his number retired after going 13-12 and losing by 20 in the Alamo Bowl.
This is one where I saw even people who are adamant that they feel like the world is aligned against Shedeur Sanders and it's not fair and it's because of bias or whatever it might be. Even Colorado fans are largely saying, like, bro,
slow down.
What the hell is this? Yeah. Where is the bar for having your number retired?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Cordell Stewart just was a objectively better quarterback at Colorado than Shedeur Sanders was. His number is wide open and available. You want to wear number 10 at University of Colorado recruits? You can get it.
Yeah.
But Shedeur Sanders, nope. Nobody can touch that. This is bad, man. This is a moment where Shedeur Sanders really should have stepped in and say, "No, Dad, I'm cool. I don't need this." Okay, let's not take any of the shine away from Travis Hunter and the incredible things he did this year.
The replies I got to my tweet, I tweeted about the All-Americans that played on national championship teams. The thing I just said, I tweeted last night. Some of the replies I got were, "Well, Travis Hunter won the Heisman like Rashaan Salam did." I don't have a huge issue with Travis Hunter. I think it's a little hasty. 4 months after he's done there, whatever it is, 3 months after he finishes up. But I get it. Like Travis Hunter, a legit consensus All-American who's going to be a top 5 pick who won the Heisman Trophy. And you're using Rashaan Salam, Heisman Trophy winner, as your 10th for that, the late Rashaan Salam. I would point out that it did take the school 23 years after Rashaan Salam won the Heisman and 1 year after he passed away for them to retire his number.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter, they're doing it 3 months after he finishes up playing football for the school.
Yeah. But again, you can have an argument or a debate about that. That at least it makes sense.
Yeah.
You can Yeah,
Shedeur is a joke.
Honestly, I thought this was a fake report. I had to look, and I'm looking. Okay, it says it's the University of Colorado football team's account, and they've got hundreds of thousands of followers, and I'm still wondering, like, did they get hacked or something?
Yep.
It does not make any sense whatsoever, other than that Dion is behind this. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, I've got two more here that I want to make sure we get to in the Pettycast. Text in 713-572-4610. This is Fred Warner with our friend Ross Tucker, sitting down with him, and he says that he's excited to have Robert Saleh back as the DC for the 49ers. For those who didn't know that, former Jets head coach Robert Saleh is back in his old role with Kyle Shanahan as their defensive coordinator. He's excited to be reunited with Saleh, Fred Warner is, because Saleh is the only one who saw this level of play in him.
Nobody else had the vision for what I could be aside from him. Like, he was the first and only guy to be like, I know that you are going to do well in our system. Like, I have all these backers ranked. You're right there at the top with these guys. And nobody else had said that. And so, for whatever reason, he saw something in me, and I tried my best to try to show him.
Man, D'Amico Ryans was kind of instrumental to your ascension as well. Why are you leaving? I'm petty on behalf of D'Amico right now.
Yeah.
If I'm D'Amico, I'm sitting there, and Fred Warner's getting, like, Fred Warner gets asked the question, like, who do you credit becoming so good to? And I'm D'Amico. I'm getting ready to hear, like, I'm going to hear my name here. Nope, Robert Saleh.
He's Fred Warner he's gushed about D'Amico.
Not there, he didn't. And this is the Pettycast, by God.
What was it? So he was asked specifically a question
the only one who saw that in
when
him.
he's talking about in pre-draft and all of that, I'm guessing. And Robert Saleh was the defensive coordinator. I've got so many clips on my computer of Fred Warner gushing about D'Amico Ryans that I can't be petty about this. And he saw probably amongst decision makers in the draft or what have you that might have been the experience there. You know, I don't know. That was D'Amico's first year as a linebackers coach.
I'm very disappointed in you right now. Very disappointed in you.
I love Fred Warner so much that I cannot participate in being petty about Fred Warner, who has gushed about D'Amico Ryans.
Is there a way that you can unding your bell right there, right now? Is there a way you can unring your bell?
Only if I call him Fred Flintstone instead of Fred Warner. Okay. I can't do it.
All right. So the last one.
Plus, Robert Saleh is also now currently his coach again, so you have to.
Well, that's why you asked him about it. Yeah,
you have to. You know, he's got to butter his bread where it needs to be buttered.
I guess. We're breaking the rules of the Pettycast here, but okay. Ross Tucker. I want to see. Ross Tucker talked about the 3 referees a week ago or whatever it was. One of them happened to be on the Texans-Chiefs game. Which got a lot of attention from Texan fans. Like, look, see, we got robbed. They fired the ref from that game, or one of the refs, whatever it was. Ross Tucker makes a claim here at the beginning of this cut that I think he is just. I'm being petty in that I think he's lying about this.
I never root for people to get fired. I'm never happy when people get fired.
You cut it right there, man. I disagree. I don't think there's anybody on this earth who is universally says, I never root for anybody to get fired. I'm never happy when anybody gets fired. Mm-hmm. There are absolutely people who I'm happy to see get fired. I think yeah. So, Ross,
I don't even cut any corners. I'm happy to see some people die. I don't know. Like, we all die.
Right.
There's some people I prefer to die sooner than others.
Die, everybody.
The proof is right there on the hotkey. My pettiness is towards Ross Tucker. Yeah. I don't believe that for 1 second that he's never. Play that again, Ben.
I never root for people to get fired. I'm never happy when people get fired.
Stop it right there. Are you better than us, Ross Tucker? You think you're better than me?
You know, he's trying to both sides it. You know, like you really don't like a coach or you don't like a player on your team or what have you. But certainly I don't want to see him get fired. Oh, well, then what do you want?
Yeah.
Like, what do you really want? If you really don't like this coach and you think that he's no good and he's running your franchise into the ground, what exactly are you hoping for?
Yeah.
That, he's going to have an epiphany in the offseason. He's going to go on an ayahuasca retreat. And he's going to let him get fired? My God.
There's people outside of sports that I root to get fired all the time.
Yeah. I don't spend a lot of time hoping for the death part. It's more just that, somebody dies, I'm kind of like,
part.
yeah. Never going to have to deal with that guy making weird complaints to the county about the property line that are false or anything. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I don't have to worry about that anymore in my life. That guy was a pain in my ass.
Saying weird things about radio shows and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
Everybody dies, Ross, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody dies.
That's right.
It's part of life. Grasp it.
And almost
get comfortable with it.
And almost everybody gets fired at some point or another.
Yeah.
Too.
Well, that's you know what, Ross sits in a good position because he's currently 100% self-employed.
Yeah.
So now he's he doesn't have to hope that his boss gets fired or anything like that.
You can root for Ross to get fired all day long unless he all of a sudden has a split personality. He ain't getting fired.
If you've ever been in an organization where you know for a fact that your boss is holding not just you but the entire company back, it's okay to want that person to get fired.
100%.
Now,
yes.
You don't go scheming and all Machiavellian behind his back or what have you, perhaps, but it's okay to hope that he gets fired.
That's right. We had someone ask about this audio earlier in the show. We're going to play it in the next segment. Puka Nacua and Julian Edelman sat down and chopped it up about a number of different things, including C.J. Stroud's struggles in year 2. Do we agree with the assessment of these two on C.J. Stroud year 2? That is coming up next.
Yeah. Everybody's got a few.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I had someone ask about this earlier. Puka Nacua, wide receiver for the Rams, and Julian Edelman, former wide receiver for the New England Patriots, sat down, had a conversation. I'm assuming it was on Edelman's podcast. Julian Edelman brought up C.J. Stroud, and among the many topics they talked about was C.J. Stroud and his struggles in year two. Do you agree with this assessment of these two of C.J. Stroud in year two?
What do you think about C.J. Stroud's second season?
I think
offensive line.
Yeah, I think there was definitely, and then I think it's, I mean, not only on him, but of like the coaches to be like, yo, we got to evolve our game plan as well. Of being like, yeah, we had, especially with their wideouts. I mean, they had Stephon Diggs, they had Nico
Diggs
Collins.
got hurt.
Yeah.
Collins was banged up. They were, and Dell got hurt.
Dell got
I mean,
hurt too,
they had a lot of, everyone keeps on saying sophomore slump. I think he just had a tough situation where his offensive line wasn't playing particularly well. He had his best playmakers were in and out of the lineup like all year long. And it's hard for a guy to get comfortable when he's got guys in his lap trying to read the defense, and that's what he likes to do. So
and it's also hard to get comfortable when like you don't know any of those guys running out there.
Especially they haven't been practicing. They ain't going to be the same guy that was in training camp when they come back. That's what people don't realize. Practice time is extremely important.
Okay, I agree with some of it. I think the one thing is they give credible and reasonable passes to CJ that I agree with. The part about not having practice time with the wide receivers, with Nico, well, now practice time during the season, yes, that's true. But Nico and Tank, obviously, he already had a good relationship with. And I think with Stephon Diggs, we saw a very good relationship forming between CJ and Stephon Diggs made to Stephon in the first half of the season was really impressive. And then we saw, I mean, you can look at the statistical gap of CJ in the first, was it 8 games that he had Stephon?
Yes.
And then the 9 games afterwards, everything plummeted. It was just a different offense. So I don't read into that as much as that, yeah, he really missed Stephon Diggs after he was gone. But the pass protection alone, in which, remember, C.J. Stroud's pressure rate, the amount of time he got pressured for the season, was higher than what Pat Mahomes faced in the Super Bowl. And Pat Mahomes had the second worst game of his career in a lot of respects in the Super Bowl. That's very, very real. I think when it comes to, okay, well, how much of that can change? 100%, most of it is on Nick Caley and whether he's actually a viable offensive coordinator. And we won't know until we see it. But in terms of evolving the pass game, yes, develop a better quick game, give CJ more options earlier, spread the ball out over the field more. But then also the presence of a credible rushing attack. It doesn't have to be an incredible rushing attack. Just something that if you're gonna base a lot of your offense on play action, you don't actually have to be awesome at running the ball to have a good play action game, but you've got to command some level of respect, and they commanded zero respect in the run game. And yes, that's on the players, but really, you take the same players from last year, and if they have a better offensive coordinator, I think that they had the potential to have at least a viable rushing attack last year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. To Puka or Julian Edelman's point, probably collectively their point, but I forget which one said it that made me think to go to this. I mean, the five-headed monster that CJ talked about before the season of the 3 wide receivers, Nico, Tank, and Diggs, plus Dalton Schultz, plus Joe Mixon, played together, the 5 of them, for 2 games, and it was the first 2 games of the year, and Mixon sprained an ankle in that game. Yeah. You know, like and now look, you're not going to, it's football, so you're not going to have all 5 of them together for all 17 games. We get that. But the inconsistency with which they played together, Mixon misses 3 games at the outset of the year. You know, he gets hurt in week 2 against the Bears. He misses the next 3 weeks. Nico misses basically after that touchdown against the Bills all of week 5, and then the next 5 weeks after that. Doesn't come back till the Dallas game. By the time Nico comes back, Diggs is gone for the season. You know, he's gone in the Colts game, and then you lose Tank in that Chiefs game down the stretch in the regular season. So there is some inconsistency there. Look, if you're a quarterback, you got to deal with it. It makes dealing with that sort of disjointed skill position rapport, Seth, that you're also dealing with an offensive line that's not playing well at the same time. You can deal with one of those things. The offensive line's not playing well, but I got all these weapons. Yeah. My weapons are all hurt, but at least I'm getting protected, and I've got time to throw, and guys like John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson have a little more time to get open, or we can scheme some things, whatever the case may be. CJ was dealing with both. A bad offensive line at the same time.
So, Sean, we talked earlier about what does it seem like Texans fans are more adamant about getting in the first round?
Yes.
To improve this offense?
Yes.
And we figured it's mostly between offensive line and wide receivers. So I put up a poll. I did a Pender poll.
Okay.
And we know the early results of these, once you get over 1,000, a few hundred responses tend to stick. It's
pretty locked in, yeah.
Because Larry, it feels to me like Texans fans, by and large, are more adamant about improving the offensive line than they are about getting another wide receiver. Mm-hmm. Larry and Stafford vehemently disagreed with me.
Yes.
Said, nope, you're way off base on that. So I put up a poll.
Okay.
Because Larry says that everybody he talks to wants a wide receiver. Mm-hmm. I said, Texans fans, if you had to choose, which position are you more adamant about the Texans drafting in round one? Let's have you take a guess.
Okay.
You play my role in this.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's my choice is either offensive line or wide receiver, just quite simply.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm still gonna say offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
That would be as to who's winning the poll right now. Is that what you're asking me?
You gotta give me a percentage.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say offensive line is winning, and they're winning. It's 62%.
No, buzzer. It was offensive line by 78%.
Wow, that many, huh?
Yeah,
okay.
78%.
I'm too close. I'm too close to Larry. That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. No, and I kind of question myself. I put up the poll because Larry's like, "What the hell are you guys talking about?"
Yeah.
I think there might be a little bit of cultural bias here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I gotta. I'm telling you, this is what Larry said.
Yeah.
Because Larry said we hit all the barbershops, cigar lounges, soul food restaurants, and corner stores. And after-hours clubs to test that notion. Literally, we have no tank and we have no speed at wide receiver.
That's funny.
There's a cultural bias situation here.
You should do a poll then among the people who want an offensive lineman from your following. Like, which one do you want? And Will Campbell is getting 82% of the vote.
Listen, Larry. I've been to all the synagogues. I've been to all the expensive country clubs. Okay. I've been to Whole Foods all up and down the suburbs, not inside the loop.
Yes.
And by and large, yes, people are demanding an offensive lineman.
Greatest debate ever.
Preferably a lunch pail, blue-collar type of guy.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. And I'll tell you something right now, Larry. If it's a wide receiver, he best run precise routes.
Haven't had a.
Oh, my God. That's funny. That is funny. Well, it's funny when you laid out. I'm trying to look up and see exactly what the stats were for CJ. I'll look it up during the break. But I remember the same thing you do, which is once Diggs went out, this offense went off the rails in a bad way. And when you say that, because I'm somebody, I don't have a strong preference either way on O-line or wide receiver. The specific player I want is Matthew Golden. If it's not Matthew Golden, you can give me any of these offensive linemen, and I'll find a way to get happy about it, especially based on the breakdowns that you've done for several of them. But when you lay it out that way, that so much tied exactly to where you lose Diggs, and now you're looking at an offense where it's Nico Collins, Christian Kirk is your slot guy, but you had three wide receivers for a big chunk of last year, and even the Diggs going out thing to me is a point in favor of really looking long and hard at getting a wide receiver with that first round pick. You're getting another weapon. They don't have a lot of get open guys right now.
They're both needs. They're flat out both needs. So, because you know what, whenever you do a poll like this, I had several people say like, well, actually, I would take the best player available. Yeah, I get it. Imagine you have maybe you love Tyler Booker and you love Matthew Golden. If you have them equally rated, you have to choose. So don't bog this down. Don't try to litigate your way out of this. You have to choose.
That's right. You got to choose one or the other. That's the argument. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Back to the Pettycast a little bit here. The question is, what did Ted Johnson think about the Buffaloes retiring Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter's numbers? I texted Ted last night. I'll just say Ted was flabbergasted about it. I'll let Ted speak on his own about the school
I know,
retiring.
but I gotta imagine he was flabbergasted about Shedeur, not about Travis Hunter.
There's
nothing flabbergasting about the Travis Hunter side. That's a legitimate debate whether you think that he won a Heisman Trophy.
Yeah,
but the Shedeur Sanders side just doesn't make any sense. It lowers the bar into as far as performance with your team. You've been above average for one season.
Yep. Yeah.
And you got destroyed in a bowl game. Like there's nothing by the logic of retiring Shedeur Sanders. There should be so many more jerseys retired across college football and probably at the University of Colorado. Like Cordell Stewart's number isn't retired at the University of Colorado.
Ted's flabbergastedness at first was just universal, and then I replied to him and said, Hunter, fine. He won the Heisman. Shedeur is a joke. And then Ted proceeded to agree that it mostly has to do with Shedeur. He did acknowledge that Deion has done a lot of good things for the program. Like he's like, boy, this is one of those times where Deion, because Deion's clearly behind this,
right?
Where Deion is very polarizing. Like it's got to feel good for Colorado guys like Ted that the program is highly relevant again. They're 1-11 2 years ago and going nowhere. But you got to take the good with the bad sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would almost be like if the Cowboys have that huge Ring of Honor with a lot of guys. To get into the Cowboys Ring of Honor, it's hard to do. So now, if after 20 years and the Cowboys haven't done a damn thing, if all of a sudden they have some rookie show up or something, and you're putting them in the same boat as Calvin Hill, or I don't get it. I don't get it.
This would be like putting C.J. Stroud in the Texans Ring of Honor.
Right,
yeah. He won 2 divisions his first 2 years. You're in. Andre Johnson, J.J. Watt, and C.J. Stroud. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we're draft stories like the one we're about to, where Larry David, this story that I saw on my Twitter, I don't know when he told this story. It was just so funny we had to play it because it does involve a former Texans front office employee in the 2018 draft. Who would the equivalent of Larry David be in the audio we're about to hear if this were a Houston story? That is coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. That's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This audio is actually from a couple of years ago, apparently back in 2020. It's from the Michael Kay show, but it tickled me yesterday, and I'm trying to think of what the Houston equivalent would be for something like this. And it actually involves a former Texans front office employee who makes his home back in Houston here. Former Jets GM Mike Maccagnan, who was a front office since for a number of years under Rick Smith, left in 2015-ish, around there, to go be the GM of the New York Jets for a few years. Mike's a good guy. Larry David, one of the creators of Seinfeld and, of course, Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's the main character in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Everybody knows Larry David. He was on the Michael Kay show a few years ago, and this just tickled me that somebody would be a big enough fan of a team as a celebrity to call up the GM. In 2018, by the way, Mike probably should have listened to him. Here was who Larry David told Mike Maccagnan to take in the 2018 draft.
You think about the fact that Bill Polian wanted to make Lamar Jackson a wide receiver. What does anybody know? They don't know anything. But I did call Mike Maccagnan before the 2018 draft, and I recommended that he draft Lamar Jackson. I have a witness.
Really?
Yes, I have a witness.
And what did he say to you when you said that?
He kind of gave me the most condescending.
Really? Wow. Yeah. So you actually told him that?
Yeah, I told him that. He kind of he laughed at me.
I can envision exactly how if it took place, how that conversation went. But that would have been a good recommendation. They drafted Sam Darnold with the third pick instead. Although I feel like Lamar Jackson was made to go to Baltimore. Like if he got drafted by the Jets, it would not have ended this. It would not. He would not be in the same place that he is right now.
Oh, that's an interesting one because they did a good job of really early on, and then ultimately I feel like they put a cap on his strengths because they didn't do a great job of building a more NFL flexible offense around him. And we've seen that since, once they finally changed out the offensive coordinators, he took it to a completely different level. Lamar Jackson's one that if he'd gone to the wrong place where they didn't capitalize on his strengths early on and they tried to just turn him into their version of a quarterback, it might not have gone as swimmingly. That he might have, I mean, you can do this with every quarterback. Sure. What's Pat Mahomes look like if he goes to somebody other than Andy Reid, et cetera, et cetera? But, maybe the best thing for Lamar Jackson ultimately was probably that he ended up with the Ravens instead of the Jets. 100%. 100%. It's fair to say that. 100%.
I need to know, did Larry David have Mike Maccagnan's cell phone number? Did he meet him out somewhere and got his cell phone number? Or did he call up the Jets front office? I
wonder if I bet he knows somebody. I bet he knows somebody in the Jets organization.
Yeah.
And said, hey, give me his number. And then he got it there. Maccagnan, I know him from back in, from when I was a player.
Yeah.
Maccagnan actually screwed me out of some money because Coughlin wanted to draft me in the third round, and Maccagnan told him hey, I think he'll be there in the fourth.
Oh,
so thanks a lot, Maccagnan.
He was in Jacksonville when you got drafted. Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to him about that since then?
Yeah. No, we've joked about it. It was a good call by him. That was really smart. I was available when but the. You better be right about this. You better be right about this.
It's a big risk, man.
Coughlin, he's a young scout. He wasn't like the scouting director or anything. But I think that Maccagnan's kind of like Caserio, though. I don't think he's all about just putting his head down and going to work. So I don't think he was out at a cocktail party and ran into Larry David.
No, probably not. What's the equivalent of the text in? What's the equivalent of that? Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. What's Larry David, a bona fide New Yorker, calling up the New York Jets GM to actually give him good advice, which is, say what you will, I would have, if I could go back in time and reverse engineer the world, I would rather take my chances in 2018, knowing what I know now, with Lamar Jackson as a Jet than Sam Darnold as a Jet.
Look, I've been around and I've seen enough that, and I know you've seen these conversations sometimes too, where when either a minority owner in the team or just a billionaire who's big in town or anything, or at least a multi-millionaire, like a guy that approaching a billionaire, like they can grab an owner and be like, what the hell are you doing or thinking? You always wonder, or grab a coach and be like, hey, what were you guys thinking? And it's a dicey moment for a lot of guys. It's one thing if you're the owner, then you can just talk to them like you're at the country club or something. But when you're the head coach, and some billionaire that you know is a big deal and has a lot of influence is kind of giving you a hard time about something, you got to politely nod your head and say, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, well, this is why we made this decision.
Yes. Should I be drafting an offensive lineman here?
Well, it is. I think it's one of those things in pro sports where you always wonder, especially if you're on a team like the Jets, where there's reports of Woody Johnson being hypersensitive to social media, getting input from his sons and things like that.
Yeah.
You always wonder, just as you wonder about your players and what people are whispering in their ears. You know, sometimes family members of your players are the biggest obstacle because they're feeding all kinds of poison into your players' ears. But likewise, you got to wonder what the owners are hearing from their billionaire buddies and everything, and how much that's influencing them.
Totally.
Yeah.
That's probably where John Mara gets all his takes on so-and-so being our most popular players, you know?
Yeah.
What's the deal with Shador? I'm talking to my friends. I'm talking to my friends at the New York Athletic Club.
What's the latest?
The funniest thing about either a super celebrity or a billionaire fan is that giving that feedback to people, especially if they're talking to the owner or the GM or something, is that they're accustomed to speaking very bluntly. The billionaires, especially the businessmen, the business people, because that's just they don't waste a lot of time with small talk or anything. They cut right to the chase, and it's really interesting. But they also have that way of, like, usually they're people that if they actually earn their money themselves, like they're not necessarily taking it personally or anything. They're just talking like they would with any other thing, where they're just boiling it down to the logic of the situation.
They're like willing to listen to the counterpoint to all of it. Someone texts in Bun B in the war room. That's what I wrote down two equivalents here. This would be the audio we just heard from Larry David saying, I called up Mike McCagnon. I told him to take Lamar Jackson, and they, obviously they end up taking Sam Darnold. Bun B sitting on a podcast saying that he called up Nick Caserio in 2022 and told him to take Kyle Hamilton instead of Kenyon Green.
That would be a good one, right? Yeah, that would be a good one.
Yep.
Bun B would be a good. I'll tell you, I first learned this when I was doing the show with Bun B once a week on CSN Houston back in the day, where I can't even remember what the format was. I think it was a Texans-based show. But I remember the first couple times I sat down and was like on a roundtable discussion with him. Rappers talking about sports, it's being in the same room with them especially. I was just blown away by his cadence and rhythm, just in having any conversation at all about just how naturally everything flowed out of him.
Yeah.
That I felt kind of like a caveman, where I felt like I could go toe to toe with him in any discussion when you break it down to the strategy of it all or anything. But I feel like he was going to win based on, man, it sounded so much better. It was like, this guy is
Seth.
This guy.
He's successful with his burger business now. He's
he's busy enough. His burgers and his
racket.
actual performing and everything.
It's funny. The other one I jotted down, if we were to go old school, would be Randy Quaid, noted Houstonian, calling up Charlie Casserly after, I don't know, almost any number of players other than David Carr with the first pick. Julius Peppers would be the obvious one because he was picked at 2. But I'm looking at the 2002 draft. There's no other quarterback you could say where there's a Lamar Jackson Darnold thing. But if Randy Quaid sat down on a podcast and said, I'm a big sports fan. In fact, I called Charlie Casserly before the Texans' first draft ever, told him to draft Dwight Freeney instead of David Carr. Like, that would be impressive. Dwight Freeney was a first-round pick. He was a really good player. Tell him to take the defensive end out of Syracuse instead of the quarterback with the first pick.
Yeah.
So
I think everybody listening has a whole lot of times where they're adamant about a guy that the Texans should have taken. Obviously, it's the Kyle Hamilton one is a very, very notable one.
That's
where there's a lot of people that are like, "What the hell? I wouldn't have done that.
Right?
Why'd you do that?
Right?
And it's true. They wouldn't have done that. Hey, Kyle Hamilton's right there. Take him. Here we go. In the moment, that's what people were thinking. Oh my gosh, the Texans are going to get Kyle Hamilton.
Someone said Beyonce calling up Nick Caserio to tell him to make a certain pick. What Beyonce would be a tough one to not cave to if I were a GM. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Larry and Stafford calling Nick to take a wide receiver instead of an offensive lineman on behalf of the barbershops, I guess. Yeah. Oh, Beyonce. Oh, is that true? Someone said Beyonce wanted Vince Young back in the day in 2006.
Oh, probably. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I could see that. Yeah, native Houstonian for sure. To answer Sean's question, I'd say it would be like Reggie Jackson calling up Jim Crane and telling him to give Jose Abreu $20 million a year and Rafael Montero $11 million a year.
that is how the operated for a while. Oh crap! What's Reggie Jackson have to say about it?
Yeah, dude, for 3 fateful months, that is how it was run. That's scary. Randy or Dennis, who's the more popular Quaid? That's from Gus and Katie. I'll let you guys debate that. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We've not talked about the Rockets. Tonight's a big night for the Rockets. We get to do something tonight we've never done before as Rocket fans. Watch a play-in game with some serious investment. Let's take a look back. Biggest developments for the Rockets. I got 3 team and 3 individual. See if you agree with me. We'll do that coming up next. But when
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, tonight should be fun, man. 9 o'clock tip. So I gotta load manage a little bit today, Seth. I want to stay up and watch, at least while it's a game. And maybe one of the two teams will do us a favor and blow the other one out. But Memphis and Golden State, this is an experience that I've never had as a sports fan. As somebody who is older than I used to be, it's rare that I can say this. I've never had the experience of sitting down and caring deeply about these play-in games since they started this format up a few years ago. And tonight, this is it, man. This is like being a boxer and you're sitting front. This is like being a boxer and you're the champ and you're sitting front row for the battle between the two number one contenders to see who gets to fight you for the right to play you in the first round of the NBA playoffs.
And the part of me that Yella says, yeah, bring on the Warriors.
Yeah.
Bring them on.
We're running
I
a
don't
promo.
give a damn who they are.
We're running a promo right now where you're putting it out there that you want all the smoke.
Yeah, I do. But then there's another side of me that's like, well, hold on a second there, cowboy.
Yeah.
Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
Yeah, that didn't make the promo. That's not as sexy.
So how does that affect us in the immediate moment or in the next 24 hours? Rationally and logically, I would want the Grizzlies to win because the Rockets they've been very good against the Grizzlies this year. The only time they lost to them was in their third game of a road trip that was compressed because of rescheduling. Yep. They've been good against the Grizzlies this year, and they match up better against. They match up way better against the Warriors than a lot of people want to give them credit for. But if the Grizzlies do win this game tonight, it's likely one that's going to keep you up past midnight.
Yeah, it'll be close.
If the Warriors win, there's a good chance that you might feel comfortable going to bed at halftime.
Well, we had a few people, when we brought up the Rockets in headlines earlier in the show, basically say, like, I don't want the Warriors because I don't want a bunch of 9:30 tip times. I don't want them being the second game in the doubleheader that tips off super, super late. I don't know. I'll deal with it if it means an easier path. I think the Warriors would be fun just because it's, you got a chance to, they're not Goliath anymore, but they kind of look like Goliath. It's like when Raquel Welch at age 65 stars in something. Like, okay, she's not Raquel Welch from the late 70s, but there's still something about her there. There's still something about these Warriors. Draymond and
Raquel Welch and Tommy Boy.
I don't remember.
Stepmom and Tommy Boy.
I think you're right about that. Was it Ben?
Yeah.
Ben's nodding his head.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Raquel Welch.
Right, yeah, Raquel Welch and Tommy Boy. That was still, and we were both young men at that point. But
pretty good.
Looking at,
yeah, still pretty good.
That was like when I saw Anne Margaret in Grumpy Old Men. I was like, who's? I think I'm changing my envelope here. I think. I think my range of possibilities is broader than I used to think it was.
Oh yeah, man! Open that window.
Yeah.
If you're looking,
so the Raquel Welch of the Warriors are the Raquel Welch of the NBA right now.
Now they're also 14-1 to win the championship, and I think a lot of that. We talked about the odds yesterday, and you brought up the key point in all this. A lot of the odds, if you're getting uptight or upset about the Rockets being way down the odds board for a team that's the number 2 seed, like logically they should be one of the top 4 or 5 teams on the odds board. They finished second in a conference of a 2-conference league. But Oklahoma City, understandable favorite. Boston, an understandable near the top of the board. They're the defending champs. The Cavaliers won 60-plus games. Sure, they should be ahead of the Rockets. The Lakers I get because they've got LeBron and Luka, and they just beat the Rockets. And they beat them. They beat them in a game that actually did matter a couple of weeks ago also. And then you start to get into the ones that are a little more murky, like Golden State, 14-1. That's publicly driven. Denver Nuggets, 22-1. Again, good team. Publicly driven. They were the champ 2 years ago. They did just fire their coach. Clippers at 28-1 ahead of the Rockets. Clippers are one of the Knicks at 33-1. I would say are probably ahead of the Rockets only because they have an easier path to actually get to the finals in that they're in the East. I'm not saying the Celtics or the Cavaliers are easy. I'm just saying there's not nearly as many good teams in the East as there are in the West. Minnesota ahead of the Rockets I've got an issue with, but that's 40-1 versus 45-1. Memphis is way down at 150-1. If Memphis is able to pull off the upset tonight, the Rockets should be in pretty good shape over the course of a 7-game series. You know, if it's a tournament with just one and done, anybody can beat anybody. But over the course of a 7-game series, I feel very confident, especially with home court advantage, that the Rockets would beat the Grizzlies in at the most 6 games. I think the Warriors, it's probably going to 7, and I don't know who wins that one. So,
if the Rockets win their first round, they would face the winner of the Lakers and the Timberwolves.
Yes.
Where are you on the give me all the smoke in that scenario?
The Lakers obviously would be the smoke on that, and I'm less inclined to want the smoke from the Lakers in the second round than I am the Warriors. I think the Warriors are more beatable than the Lakers. Lakers playing good basketball too right now. I do think that the Rockets caught a bit of a break. Not caught a break, but I'd rather play in the second round. I'd rather play the winner of Lakers Timberwolves, especially because I think the Timberwolves have a fighting chance against the Lakers, than I would the winner of the Nuggets and the Clippers. Clippers are a hot team, and I don't know, Nuggets with Jokic, I don't know how great a matchup that is for the Rockets.
Yeah.
So I'd rather get the winner of Lakers Timberwolves series. I think it lines up as best it can in this conference. This conference is so stacked. It's so stacked. So I think it lines up better for them. I think it lines up better for them getting the Lakers or Wolves than it would one of the other teams there.
If I'm going to dream a little dream and want all the smoke, give me my cake and let me eat it too.
Yeah.
It would be you beat the Warriors, you beat the Lakers, Udoka faces the Celtics in the finals.
Ooh.
And that's just a whole – that becomes – because I could see the Rockets being a team that – boy, people love the story, and hey, it's these scrappy dudes that don't look like your conventionally great NBA team, but man, they're getting it done. But then as you get further into the playoffs, people also are bored because they don't want to. They don't, for all those same reasons. It's not as enticing a TV matchup.
Yeah.
The Udoka versus the Celtics dynamic would be really fascinating.
Dude, that'd be great theater. That would be cinema, no doubt. So the smokiest path for the Rockets would be Warriors in the first round, Lakers in the second round. Then you got to get through OKC, probably. And then I'm with you. I'd rather play Boston in the finals as far as smoke goes than Cleveland, who's, Donovan Mitchell and a few other guys. This is where I talked about the biggest developments for the Rockets this season, the biggest team developments for the Rockets. I've got 3 of them, and this plays into exactly what we're talking about. The fact that this is where I think the confidence that we have in them, Seth, is just totally not in concert with what the odds say. They've beaten good teams. I know they had that stretch where they were just beating up on patsies and they lost to a few good teams on the road. That was also a stretch where there were a ton of back-to-backs. Something you're not going to. They've beaten a lot of good teams this year.
They've beaten a lot of good teams, but it's a cliche and it's annoying because it's a cliche for a reason, which is, all right, there's
playoffs.
One regular NBA season game versus seeing the same team for 7 games.
Sure.
And, with the Rockets, the old school Rockets, the annoying part would be that, hey, the mid-range jumper is overrated in the regular season. Then you get to the playoffs and you face a team like the Spurs where, man, they get a bead on your rhythm of all you do is, take shots at the rim and hit threes. Yeah. And defensively, they adapt and adjust to that.
Yeah.
With the Rockets, it's, man, if you're going to hang your hat on rebounding and defense, that's awesome, especially in the regular season when you can catch guys with dead legs.
Sure.
The big question is how far can you ride that in a 7-game series?
Yeah, no doubt.
By the way, and it was Bo Derek and Tommy Boy, not
Bo Derek. Okay.
Welch. Yeah.
Damn, Ben.
Sorry.
I blame Ben. Ben's supposed to be our fact checker on that. But Bo Derek looked pretty good in that movie too, if I recall.
She actually had a bathing suit scene back in the days before CGI. Or at least before they had I'm sure they didn't have the budget for CGI. And
Not back then, technology or the budget. So I do feel good. You bring up a valid point about the dynamic of a 7-game series, but that they've beaten, that they spent the back end of the season beating OKC and Golden State, especially Golden State when Golden State had something to play for, and that's who you might see in this first round. That sequence earlier in the year where they, and hopefully this gets put to the test, but they beat Cleveland twice and Boston within like a 5-day period. I think that's noteworthy thing. The second big development, and this will be put to the test this postseason, is there's no desperation yet for an established superstar with this team. Mm-hmm. They've got depth on this team. They've got a lot of young players. I don't feel like there's any, there's Kevin Durant is a topic, but it's not something people are clamoring for. If anything, people have been clamoring against going and getting Kevin Durant
it seems
on
that
our
way,
show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing about the Kevin Durant trade would be that you gotta you got to make the salaries, you got to displace salary and everything.
Yeah.
So that it's not going to be as simple as, hey, we've got all these draft picks, here you go. That you probably are going to have to part with somebody that you're sentimentally and also substantively attached to. A guy that's been a part of this core being as impressive as they've been.
It would probably be either Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks, if I had to guess. The only players on the team that have salaries that come even close to matching Durant are Brooks, who you'd still need to put more stuff in. You probably have to throw like Jock Lawndale and some other stuff in there. Who cares? VanVleet, who makes $40 million plus a year, and then Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün on their new deals. So yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You'd have to give up somebody that's in your starting lineup right now.
I think it was Adam Spolane I saw making the point yesterday about how just don't underrate or underestimate how much the team and the organization loves Fred VanVleet.
It was Spolane, yeah.
I think that's one that on paper or outside of Houston, it's easy to say, of course, you give up Fred VanVleet if that's what it takes to bring in Kevin Durant. But that's want to be overly sentimental about it or anything, but yeah, there is something to the culture they've built and the mixture of veterans and rookie and young players that you do have, that there's a value to Fred VanVleet way above and beyond just whatever you can put on paper about him.
Remember what it looked like without him when you had you had almost like a ball handler by committee thing going on with Amen Thompson and Jalen Green. You'd run it through Alperen Şengün. Şengün would bring the ball up sometimes, you know.
If it was just draft picks you were giving up for Kevin Durant, it would be really, really easy for me to say, like, yep, you know what? You've got a core. You've built this. This makes sense. Do it now. I feel like it gets a lot riskier when you start talking about some of the guys that have actually established the culture and the way that they play, that it's not as simple as, well, Kevin Durant's a better basketball player, so you're going to be a better team.
Yep.
I think you could take a step backwards in some degrees, that it's harder for Kevin Durant to be the guy that puts you over the top when you don't have Fred VanVleet on the team.
This postseason is a big referendum on the necessity of not just Kevin Durant, but any other stars that become available that you feel elevate your team or give you whatever was missing in losing in the playoffs, whatever that may be. You know, whatever the Achilles heel wound up being. Because here's the third big development. First one was you're beating good teams. Second one, you're not desperate for a superstar. If you were the 7 seed, you'd probably be desperate for a superstar. You're the 2 seed. But the good news is, development number 3, boy, do you have the capital to go get whatever it is you need. That's the thing. If there's a bidding war for Kevin Durant, the Rockets will win. They got more high-level draft capital than anybody that's going to be bidding on Kevin Durant. They've got more young players and they know what to do with. Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore can't get on the floor for this team. Cam Whitmore played a full game the other day, scored 39 points. You know, like these are good, solid young players with some upside that can't get on the floor for the Rockets right now.
It's like, you know, without having won a championship yet, obviously, there's an element where it feels like the Astros in the golden window there, where they were so stocked in their farm system that you could make all kinds of aggressive trades and moves because you had younger guys that you loved and you thought would go on to be good players, but you had more guys than you could keep or play. And the Rockets are feeling a little bit like an NBA version of that right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Payne and Pendergast with you. Text in. I'm curious how people are feeling about this postseason, this game tonight. We gain more. This is a text message to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We gain more from beating the Warriors. The Grizzlies are just annoying.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, it's gain. I mean, what do you gain? It's not like there's no points for cachet. I mean, I guess in terms of maybe – I'm totally putting words in the texter's mouth right now, but maybe there is a greater level of satisfaction as a fan in beating the Warriors, given that the Warriors knocked you out of the postseason a few times back in the day.
Tell me if I'm using this word correctly or not.
Yeah.
Okay, you gain more emotionally, but is it a Pyrrhic victory? Because you might end up more beat up and tired after a Warriors series. And after
like it's spelled P-Y-R.
P-Y-R-R.
I'll tell you right
H-I.
now.
I think there's an H in there at some point.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Dictionary, Oxford Languages Dictionary.com defines Pyrrhic.
Pyrrhic victory.
Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhic, won at too great a cost to have been worthwhile for the victor.
There you go. Yeah. I'm gonna ding myself for that one. I don't even know where that came from.
Give yourself 3 more dings. I didn't know the meaning of that word. That's a new word for me.
So the whole thing about that's the only downside I can see to it. Emotionally, yeah, beat the Warriors. I think that as an organization, there would be something very satisfying, and maybe in a way that stokes the confidence in the Flames more, just by beating the Warriors. That maybe that carries on. The flip side would be, all right, realistically, you could beat the Grizzlies in fewer games, and you could probably beat it's more likely that you beat the Grizzlies in 5 games than you beat the Warriors in 5 games. So that for this team that really needs energy and really needs their legs as fresh as possible to play their style of basketball, the rational side of me says, maybe the Grizzlies.
I'm just so excited to use the word Pyrrhic at home tonight. When Amy gets one of her small victories on me, I'm going to be like, well, that was a Pyrrhic victory.
That was a Pyrrhic victory.
Yeah.
In my, because ultimately, emotionally. Well, you know what? A lot of arguments are that way.
Yeah.
Like when you never win an argument, because you win the argument, but the other person ends up feeling worse about you and doesn't genuinely change their mind about something.
That's
true. It's a
true.
Pyrrhic victory winning an argument.
Give me the text message, and I'm going to blame this on, just makes me chuckle. Give me the Warriors exercise the demons, but it's EXERCI, like exercise.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing these demons like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Or just exercise the evil rebounding demons.
Yeah.
You know, exercise those guys. There's a viciousness. There's a kind of an anti-hero element to the way the Rockets play. Nobody's got more technicals than the Rockets, damn it.
Who are those furry creatures over there doing yoga? Oh, those are just exercising demons over there. That's all they are. 713-572-4610. Do you guys think Ime will shorten his rotation? I hope not. His rotation, when they're fully healthy, has kind of boiled down to like 8 guys plus a point guard that comes in and spells Fred for like 10 minutes. You know, it's the starting lineup, and then with Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, and Steven Adams off the bench, and maybe a little sprinkling of Aaron Holiday in there.
Well, but they also do have a lot of flexibility. He uses a lot of flexibility in how he uses that. So that's where it gets interesting in the playoffs, because the individual rotations end up having such an outsized impact in a playoff series that whether it's consciously or by demand or whatever, you might see a little bit of a shortening just because he wants to use guys situationally.
Yep.
But I don't think necessarily he necessarily goes that route, you know, as a plan.
Gonna be fun, man. We'll see what happens tonight. Memphis at Golden State. Winner faces the Rockets. All right, up next, ESPN has the Major League Watchability Index, ranking the most fun teams to watch. Seth and I have repeatedly declared the Astros, thus far, the B word. Boring.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they stack up compared to the rest of MLB? Could this be the most boring sport ever based on where the Astros currently rank on this? We will we'll take you through it coming up next. But first, Daily and Black.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Astros lose last night 8-3 to the Cardinals. Hopefully it's better tonight. Hopefully it's more watchable tonight. Easy segue into this article, Seth, that you sent me before the show. MLB 2025 Watchability Index, ranking the most fun teams to watch. And I would say normally, we might not dig into this article, except for the fact that the Astros seem to be, above all else, not quite watchable right now. You know, pitching's been okay. Pitching's been good, actually, but the hitting has not only been poor, there's been no pop with this lineup.
They're not hitting for power whatsoever. Just very few. Even Altuve has just been an average hitter in terms of power, and so it's led to a boring brand of baseball, and not made any better as I was looking over this list of the most boring teams. It was ranked by most watchable.
Yeah.
But almost every opponent the Astros have faced so far is in the bottom half of the watchability index.
Oh, really? Okay, so they haven't even had good opponents to get that rub off of. Yeah.
No, if you go and you look through, the Twins are the 27th most watchable team right now. Just scrolling through, the Angels 25th most watchable, the Mariners 23rd most watchable. The Cardinals 19th. It's been a lot of boring teams playing against an Astros team that's 17th most watchable right now.
Where is San Diego on this list? San Diego 5th. All right, we get San Diego this weekend at Dyken Park.
Yeah.
If you're looking for some watchable baseball, there's some coming to town this weekend. The Padres are a good baseball team. All right, so the way they do this is they do it empirically here. It's a point system, and the biggest, as far as watchability goes, the two most important categories are star power, where they're using the MLB ranked top 100 list as a guideline, the top 100 players, which the Astros actually score pretty well in. They had 7 or 8 of the top 100 players in baseball. They're among the leaders. Yeah, so star power, 10, you get a maximum of 10. Young talent, you get a maximum, it's a 10-point scale. Base running, defense, minutia, which includes mascots, uniforms, broadcasters.
I'd be interested as to why they're ranked so low defensively. They've got a number 2 defensively.
Okay, I'm just laying out the scoring system real quick, though, for the people listening. You get star power and young talent, 10-point scale, and then base running, defense, minutia, and there's a bonus for just the guy who wrote this article, David Schoenfeld, to add 5 random points if he wants to. Those are all 5-point scales. So the Astros do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around, add up the scoring, and the Astros are 17th on the watchability list, middle of the pack.
Right.
And with a total score of 19.5. Star power, they get a 7 out of 10, which I would agree with. I mean, they've got decent star power on the team. The young talent, they're not doing so hot. 3.5 out of 10. And
I feel like that's an underrating of Cam Smith. Just they would have based that on the pre-draft. I don't know that his ascension has been high enough that they haven't accounted for the fact that he makes it exciting just by virtue of his presence.
Cam Smith, Hunter Brown, I would say too. I'd throw in there in the young talent category. This is okay. Now this is where you're pointing at your frustration. They have the same score on defense for watchability as they do base running, and a 2 out of 5. They're a good defensive team, and they're a horrific base running team.
Right.
They're not good. They're slow. They don't make good decisions on the base paths. This has been a bad base running team for a long time. I think this is a pretty damn, especially in the infield, a pretty damn good defensive team.
Yeah, that's why I was curious about the defensive side of things. On the base running part of things, there is a dynamic. As long as Myers can keep hitting like an average Major League Baseball player and keep doing what he does in the field, that's just fine. That would be awesome if he was an average hitting baseball player for the rest of the season and continue to play defense. But on the base running side of things, him and Pena being on the base paths together adds some excitement because they're both fast and aggressive. Mm-hmm. So I think there's potential there. Dubon, ever since he started using the torpedo bat, has all of a sudden turned into, well, he got run out at second last night. That's neither here nor there.
Put Cam Smith in there, too.
Right.
Cam Smith has serious speed on the base paths also.
Yeah, so I think that as of right now, there's a lot about the Astros where it feels like, all right, they're certainly doing way better than they were last year at this time, but there is still upside with some of the new additions and some of the younger guys that I think they could become a more exciting baseball team.
Yeah.
It's just the promise, it's an undelivered promise at this point.
Okay, the bonus points, remember there's a category for bonus points where David Schoenfeld, the author of this article, can just give you bonus points. Again, it's a watchability index. It's not a power ranking for how good the team is. It's how watchable are they. He gives bonus points for 3 things, 1 point for each of these. Hunter Brown's changeup, Yordan Alvarez's presence, and the adventure that is Jose Altuve in left field. I will say that Altuve is not boring in left field. We're talking about watchability.
He's made a couple of really nice catches so far.
Yeah.
I'd say he's about even in terms of impressive catches versus, crap, just hold on to the ball. Don't let the ball drop out of your hand before you throw it.
The only like bad error I know he's had some mistimed jumps and things like that. Like the only bad one was that one where he's scooping up a base hit, looking to throw it either to third or home. I can't remember which. And he just flubs the ball and it rolls 10 feet to his right there, and they give up a run. Middle of the pack, though, for watchability. I'll be honest with you, just having watched these first 16 games, practically every inning of every game, over under at 17 as to where they would be on the watchability index, I would have put it below. Now, I think this is more of an overarching for the whole season thing than just how they've looked in the first 16 games or whatever.
Yeah.
No,
but it also, and I think it does include the fact that they've played some boring baseball teams themselves.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a lackluster, we're putting our toe in the water here in this season. And as we pointed out earlier on the show, they're 7-9, which is the exact same record that they've had in every season since 2020 except for last year.
Yeah.
So it's not a harbinger of doom. It's not a sign of greatness. It's a reminder that it is very early and that a lot of stuff is going to change along the way. I still feel, for all of those areas in which they didn't rank real well, I still feel pretty positive about most of them. And I feel like they're erroneously ranked defensively lower than they should be.
Defensively, I can get with you on that. I would have put them at a 4 defensively. I mean, the corner outfielders are shaky based on reputation, but Altuve and Cam Smith have not been an issue so far this year. Jake Myers is an elite defender. And then the infield, Paredes is not Alex Bregman, but he's not Rafael Devers either. Like, he's a good, and Pena has won a Gold Glove. Brandon Rogers has won a Gold Glove. Christian Walker's won 3 Gold Gloves. It's a good, and Yiner is what he is. They can't throw any runners out. That's part of defense too. They give up. I think they've given up 19 out of 20 stolen bases this year.
Yeah, they're not holding guys the way that was a point of emphasis. And like where it's easier to steal these days and it's more of an impact, that's been an issue. Yep. The nerdiest argument I got in this week or last week was when I was talking about Jose Altuve's defense, and that overall in the outfield he's been all right. It hasn't been horrible. So I got into an argument with one of our listeners about his defensive WAR, and it turns this is the problem: is he was going by Baseball Reference, I was going by Fangraphs.
Oh
yeah.
2 types of WAR.
Fangraphs incorporates the StatCast data into their defensive ratings, so I feel like it's more accurate. And by Fangraphs, at least going into the weekend, he was still he wasn't bad defensively. And his overall WAR was 20th in the league. It wasn't bad at all.
So he was better on Fangraphs than he was on.
He was better on Fangraphs.
Okay, got you. Which were you? Were you team Fangraphs in that argument?
I was team Fangraphs.
Yeah.
Well, because defense, like the nerds have had a hell of a time really figuring out exactly how to quantify defense.
It's hard.
It's been interesting.
Yeah, it's hard.
I'm not holding a grudge against them.
No, most watchable team according to this scoring system. Again, the Astros were 17th. God, I long for the days where they were a top 5 watchable team. Number 1 is the Dodgers. Number 2 is the Red Sox, which is interesting. They get a 10 for young talent on their scoring system here. The most painful part about the Red Sox finishing second on this, Seth, is in the article. It's got a picture of Alex Bregman walking through the Red Sox dugout celebrating a home run with the mascot Wally, the green monster, and he's got the wall. Looks like Oscar the Grouch, but with orange eyebrows. He's walking through the dugout celebrating a home run, and that makes me sad. Because in the years past, he would have been celebrating a home run without this silly mask on and would have walked up to the camera and stared at it.
That's you know what? It's I even hesitate to bring this up, but there is a part of this team that just feels like they lack the personality of the great Astros teams. And whether it's the dugout celebrations or whatever, and maybe they just haven't congealed as a group because they've got new faces and everything. I don't want to care about this, but I do, and I feel weird about it. But they're boring.
Hot take.
They do not have the same personality of those other teams.
Hot take alert. The ethos, the boring aspect of this team, the energy of this team would be higher. Would be better if Dusty Baker were the manager. They would be way less boring if Dusty were the manager. Joe Espada seems like a swell guy, but he does not have the personality or the presence of Dusty Baker. Mm-hmm. Not clamoring for Dusty Baker to come back as the manager. I'm just saying, as long as we're talking about the energy of the team, if Dusty were the manager of this team, because he would be salty at some of the things that would be said about a team that's 7-9 right now.
Ask me a negative question.
Exactly.
Yeah, we even had one.
He doesn't get chippy with anybody.
Yeah, we haven't gotten Espada getting chippy with Chandler Rome or anything.
In a year and a half, he hasn't gotten chippy with anything. Yeah. Listen, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Final segment coming up. We talked some NFL draft earlier. As things start to coalesce here with the draft, it's looking like some of these picks are solidified. And you can bet on the draft, man. You can gamble. I've got 6 spots right now in the top half of the first round. I feel very strongly I'm going to bet on these players going to these teams. It seems like it's shaping up that way based on all the mocks. I'll run these by Seth, see what he says about that coming up next.
Yeah, and Altuve's WAR has dropped since the last time I checked it. So apologies to anybody who's been who had that little nugget earlier on. So just so you know, I know we're deeply invested in Fangraph's WAR on this radio show. I'll tell you what you are deeply invested in.
today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, and I have a list here. It may change between now and draft day, but if someone came to me with a gun to my head and said, Sean, here's $1,000. You've got to spread this out and bet on 6 guys as to where exactly they are going to go in the NFL draft. All right? You've got to pick 6. You got to get these right, or else this gun is going to go. It's a squirt gun. Don't worry about it. There's nothing violent going on. But these are the 6 guys set just based on mock drafts, based on rumor and innuendo from the Nugget Hussies out there, based on need, based on my own feelings about these players and the needs of the teams picking in the top half of the first round of the these feel like guys that are pretty well secured for these teams, or at least trending in that direction. Number 1's an easy one. Cam Ward is going to be the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans next season.
Yeah.
Right?
And if it were Cam Ward, as far as my sphincter tightening on all of this, I think Cam Ward makes me nervous because I think the upside is obvious and it's there. I think that as a rookie, as it is with a lot of rookie quarterbacks, he's got enough special physical traits and his throwing ability and everything else, that his playmaking ability, that he could really, before you get a book on him and before you know his tendencies, and any given Sunday he could be a real nightmare. You know, he's a gunslinger, and he could hit you deep and just ruin your day. He could have an awful rookie season, but on 2 Sundays in 2025, he could ruin your day. That makes me nervous about it. I'm not nervous about him in the same way that if they had drafted a blue chip, like Trevor Lawrence.
Are you talking about a generational talent, Seth?
Yeah, generational talent, like, Trevor Lawrence. But yeah, the upside is obviously there. We know that any quarterback taken anywhere in the draft can turn into that guy who's a nightmare for the next 20 years. And there's a lot to see about him that, if he ends up being a guy and they get the most out of him, he could be a real headache. But so I've just got a normal level of concern about it, but it's something to monitor.
I got the same concern level. I mean, look, he on consensus mock draft, he's 99% to go to the Titans. So for purposes of this segment, I feel strongly Cam Ward, Titan. I'm not breaking any news there. It does look like Travis Hunter is trending heavy towards being a Cleveland Brown at number 2, to the point where I would take part of that money and put it on Travis Hunter going to the Browns at number 2 as well. That one feels like it's starting to get locked in with the Browns. They're reportedly not going to take a quarterback at 2. I've seen a lot of drafts where they trade back into the first round to take Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders or somebody. But Travis Hunter at 2, and that's one of the teams that reportedly sees him more as a receiver than a quarterback.
That's what worries me a little bit, just for the sake of Travis Hunter and being in a good situation or not. Do we trust the Browns to be the team that figures out exactly how to best use Travis Hunter, especially without a quarterback in the building?
I don't know what the rest of your question was after. Do we trust the Browns? I'm just like, nope.
The Browns.
We don't.
You know what? And the Browns are one of the most analytically heavily bent teams. They have the highest number of people in their analytics departments and whatnot. And I just feel like they'll figure out a way to screw it up. And if you want to use him as a wide receiver, good luck developing him with either Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett or whomever else.
Yeah, there's talk about them still going and getting Kirk Cousins. That ain't it either. So I feel strong about 1, Cam Ward. I feel strong about 2, Travis Hunter. The next one I feel strongly about is at 5, Mason Graham. There's a magical, magnificent Gladstone.
You know how I feel about Mason Graham. I really admire the way he plays. I think there's a twitchiness and a violence to him that is impressive, and his ability to just flat out make plays is very, very impressive. I wonder exactly what his upside is and just how good he's going to be as a pass protector. In terms of the Texans right now and some of the struggles they face, I hate Mason Graham going to the Jaguars, because if you go to the Titans, man, Titans got a couple of stud defensive tackles, and they worked the Texans last year.
Yep. So
if you don't get the interior offensive line fixed, Mason Graham's going to be a literal headache for C.J. Stroud sooner than later. Yep. So I think Mason Graham has a very high floor. I think he's going to be a good player no matter what. I don't know how great he's going to be, but you put him up against last year's Texans interior
he's
offensive
Aaron
line,
Donald.
and he's going to look like an all-pro. Right?
Yeah, he's Aaron Donald. The next one I feel strongly about, if I had to put money, this player going to this team at this spot, Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State to the Las Vegas Raiders. And the reason I feel strongly about that, a lot of the experts seem to think that's the case, but I guess my reasoning for it, if I didn't look at a single mock draft, would be the Raiders aren't conducting themselves like a team that's picking sixth in the draft. In other words, they're not doing rebuilding type of things. They just gave Max Crosby, at the time, the biggest extension for a non-quarterback. They traded for Geno Smith, then gave him big money. Like, they're acting like a team, Seth, that exploits in AFC South. That means they fit the profile of kind of the team that you were talking about earlier that would look at a running back, that would look at, that would look at it and go, okay, this is more of a finishing. It sounds weird to say because they're picking six, but I'm just talking about how they're looking at themselves. They are acting like a team that a running back feels like, okay, we put that in there. Maybe that's some of our finishing touches on what we feel can be a good offense.
No, they are 100% a team that has a 73-year-old head coach who's on a 3-year contract. Who probably accepted the job with the understanding that we're not in this for the long build. Hey, I don't want to be coaching. I don't want to be coaching a rebuild project when I'm 80 years old. Okay, this is we're going to do this now, and then I'm going to ride off into the sunset.
And whose part owner is Tom Brady, who's never been part of a losing anything ever.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Brady's wired, and who's very heavily involved in it. People always ask, like, well, why does it matter that he's a minority owner? He's been very heavily involved with the Raiders' operations.
Yep. So you agree with me on
Carroll? I don't want to overly age Pete Carroll.
He's 73, I think.
He's 73.
Yeah. When he got hired, he was. Maybe he had a birthday.
It's one of the first Google suggestions that pops up is Pete Carroll age.
Yeah. Because he doesn't.
That's how you know you're old. Yeah. Not even Pete Carroll wife or anything like that.
No.
Oh no, Pete Carroll wife pops. Oh no, not even. Yeah, age.
Wow. That's the goal, man. Stay out of that Google search with age on your name. So Ward at 1, Hunter at 2, Graham at 5, Genty at 6. The other two. Shedeur Sanders 9 to New Orleans. That seems to be where he is most off card. He's doing a workout for the Giants on Thursday this week. But
yeah, you're looking at a lot of those mock draft consensuses from before this Giants news broke that they're having a private workout with him. For Shedeur Sanders' sake, I hope he goes to New Orleans and not the Giants. I wonder how Shedeur Sanders feels about that. It's not like he shies away from the spotlight or anything.
That's a good question. Where does he want to go?
The Saints are a better landing spot, and I think he's got a better chance of being competitive sooner. I think there's less of a chance of his offensive coordinator and head coach getting fired. After this next season than there is. I think there's a very good chance you get drafted by the Giants, and in year 2, you're with a brand new GM, brand new head coach, brand new offensive coordinator.
I think that's the favorite if he goes to the Giants, because the thing about the Giants is they've signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston this offseason. Like, him going to the Giants would be a little strange,
Well, and think about, too, if what you want is a stronger organization, I think the Saints, to their credit, is that a lot of their trouble right now is because they did a brilliant job of managing the salary cap for a long, long time to try to extend their window with Drew Brees. And they knew that they were going to have to pay the piper at some point. They're still in the middle of paying the piper. But ultimately, I think you come out the other end of that, and it's still a good organization.
Yeah.
The Giants are a disaster.
Yes.
And they're playing in a division where you've got 2 of the best teams in the conference that you're going to be going up against in your rookie year. For Shedeur Sanders, I would want him from a football standpoint to go to the Saints.
And yet I feel like he probably wants to go to the Giants in New York. It feels, it's
and he feels, I think, to his credit, I think he's got a level of confidence that he feels like he can be part of turning it around. And
no doubt.
So what is he thinking? He's thinking, I'm Shedeur Sanders. I turn around programs. Yeah, I'll go turn around the Giants.
Shedeur at 9. And the last one for me, although he's getting mocked less and less there, but boy, through the first month of draft season, you could not find a mock draft where the Colts were taking anybody except Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State. So I'm still going to now the reason he's not getting mocked to them lately is because it sounds like there's teams ahead of the Colts that really may like Tyler Warren. But if I got to put it on the rest of that hypothetical money I had on a 6th player, I'll go Tyler Warren to Indianapolis. And plus, it's the other AFC South team. Since we mentioned the other two, Tennessee, Cam Ward, Mason Graham, Jacksonville. How would you feel about Tyler Warren to the Indianapolis Colts, Seth?
It's is he more Kobe Fleener or Dwayne Allen? Which is he?
He's Mo Alley Cox.
Both those guys.
Dallas
Yeah,
Clark.
Mo Alley Cox. Yeah.
Jack Doyle.
I don't know what they're going to do with him. I like him a lot, but who knows what the Colts are going to do with him?
Well, you got Daniel Jones.
As long as Anthony Richardson is his quarterback,
yeah.
He's not going to do much.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. They are in studio. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. I'm getting better and better every day, man. How you fellas doing?
Awesome.
How
a
we
lot
feeling?
better that I got to break out my limited fake Andrew Luck with the glandular problem saying Jack Doyle.
Jack Doyle. Yeah, that was a Jack Doyle action. Are you guys excited to do something we've never gotten to do before? Care about a play-in game tonight?
Yes.
I'm very amped for this.
But from the best way that you can care about a play-in game, which is not participating.
Yes. Even better, I said before, you're the boxer sitting at ringside watching the two contenders duke it out.
Yeah, you're next up.
Yeah, man.
I like that you said boxer when I know that you were thinking you're the man holding the title, waiting for the contenders in wrestling.
Yeah,
I know that's really where
that would be scripted.
That's where your heart was.
We know
Then the music plays.
We all know the NBA's not scripted. Yeah, exactly. So what's the question of the day today?
We got a good one for you today.
Okay.
As opposed to the other days.
Yeah, the other ones suck. But either way, no, they're good. Who is a near-miss player you wish your squad would have gotten, but
Kyle Hamilton
did not?
Seth's looking at my okay. I was going to say, funny you should say that.
Based on Nolan Arenado.
I have one based on Nolan Arenado, the near miss for the Astros at third base. Funny you should ask.
You wrote them down.
Funny you should ask me that off the cuff. I happen to have three in front of me here, and I had one for each sport, and Kyle Hamilton was mine.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard the question.
No,
yet,
you hadn't.
So,
That's what makes it crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had Kyle Hamilton for mine for obvious reasons. You know, for me, even more obvious reasons. I'm a big Kyle Hamilton guy, going back to college with him. Plus, I'd been clamoring for Kyle Hamilton.
What could be the reason for that?
All the Casario appearances on here, I kept bringing him up. My basketball one is an interesting one, and John, you'll probably remember this in Reggie or Seth, because Seth wasn't in Houston and Reggie was probably a toddler. There was a point, the second year Charles Barkley was here with the Rockets.
Yes,
they'd lost in the previous year to the Jazz in the Western Conference Finals, and the thought was that the weak link was Matt Maloney, a point guard.
Right.
They had three future Hall of Famers. They had Kevin Willis. They had Eddie Johnson. They had all, and they were this close to getting Damon Stoudemire from Toronto.
I had him on my list.
Did you? Yeah. Like, I think that would have put them over the top. Damon Stoudemire at the time was one of the top young guards in the league. Yeah, he's Mighty Mouse. Yeah.
Mouse.
And the reason I remember that one is the trade rumor, the near trade popped up on the day that my older two were born. And I keep a copy of the newspaper from significant days in our family's history. And so I had the USA Today from the day that James and Judy were born. And the sports story in the upper left corner, the tease, was the Rockets possibly trading for Damon Stoudemire. The main story that day was Monica Lewinsky's blue dress. So that's the story.
Right.
Yeah, that was a big story in January of '98. My baseball one doesn't have to do with the Astros. It has to do with the Red Sox, who I used to root for until the time I moved back to Houston in 2007. They had a trade agreed to with the Rangers for Alex Rodriguez back in 2003, and it fell through. And I'm fine now. The Red Sox went on to win a World Series, ironically, by beating the Yankees in the ALCS in 2004. I would have just been fascinated to see how the world changes if Alex Rodriguez 2003 instead of the Yankees.
That's a good one.
Still playing shortstop and everything.
Yeah. Well, Woody wasn't a no. Yeah, it was no. Nomar wasn't. I don't think Nomar was on the team at that.
I thought he was. Was he not?
Nomar. Yeah, he might have been. He got traded to the Cubs the next year, but whatever the case may be. So those are mine right there. Seth, do you have any near misses? Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, Kyle. Dang it. No, I'm blanking on the name, and I don't want to subtract another ding from me.
I feel like you already won with Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a good one. That's a good
I mean,
one.
considering that the guy that you took in his stead, you've already sent away. Now you did bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but that wouldn't have been necessary if you had Kyle Hamilton and like the versatility that Kyle Hamilton shows as well.
Kyle Hamilton in the second.
Oh my goodness.
J.D. Martinez.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Side note, I also collected the front page of the newspaper the day each of my children were born. I gave it to them when they graduated college.
Oh, that's cool.
I framed it and gave it to them.
Printed it up and framed it?
Yeah.
Okay.
How did their faces look?
They loved it. Jacob has his in his
love
office.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, I know, but that's either goes over incredibly or is just kind of one of those thanks and avocado moments, right? You know what I mean? Like where it's just, yeah, thank you.
And it was the paper where I was working. So Jacob was the San Antonio Light, and the other two were the Chronicle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, where you were working at the time they were born.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Reagan did something the day Jacob was born. I forget what it was. So it's just bashed across the headline.
Oh, okay. Oh, you did something really
really bad. Really good, really bad. I don't know. It was one or the other.
Gotcha. All right. Well, fellas, here
we got some good ones.
Near misses. Yeah,
we got some good ones.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Seth, we are done. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a long and disappointing career to Anthony Richardson to you.
Thank you. Okay. If he's disappointing, the career ain't going to be that long.
No, I hope they stick with him for 5 more years. They're waiting for him to turn that corner, Daniel Jones style. Okay?
I hope he does just enough to tease them into getting a contract extension, but not enough to beat the Texans.
Exactly.
Kind of like Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. All right, fellas, we will make way for you guys. You are listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. You've been listening to Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. I see you, Reggie. Thank you.
Let's go.
We're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You can't see this on the YouTube, or obviously you can't see this listening on the radio, which is notably not a visual medium. In addition to remembering both of those sponsor hits, he also sunk the shot into the wastebasket on the other side of it too. Just, my goodness, what a pro Sean Pendergast is, and then he hit the D-Generation X. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. Happy tax day to you. Make sure that you get that done, or else you don't want the IRS on your back, and we don't want the IRS on your back.
Wait till you get a load of my confession as it pertains to taxes.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Don't get out here, Wesley Snipes. All right, and then also, happy Jackie Robinson Day. To all headed about that, I'm wearing my Negro League shirt in celebration of such. And then also, it reminds me of the fact that I'm going to really have to look at faces tonight when I watch baseball, because it gets me every time where I'm just like, all right, so who is that? Number 42. Damn it. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no names on the back either.
Number 42 ground out to number 42.
Yeah, I appreciate that we're doing this in celebration of one of the greats of the game. Obviously, celebrates a situation in which our society decided to stop being so damn stupid and accept the best of the best into their sport. However, man, it could be a little bit more convenient for me. I'll tell you that for damn sure. But yes, excited for that. Also, but at the same time, are you excited to watch Astros baseball tonight, considering how yesterday went?
Well, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Sean said 2 words, 2 names that brought it back around to me. Hunter Brown. That's right.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown has been shoving when he gets up there.
Well, so was Fromber.
Well, Fromber has had, shout out to our guy Houston Stresses, who is now keeping what I'm gonna watch very closely, which is a Fromber count, which is how many times do you get good Fromber versus how many times do you get bad Fromber, and we're split at 50%. It's two outings apiece for good and bad Frombers.
I call them rum and Coke players. You're up, you're down. You're up, you're down. Because Coke is sugar heavy. It's kind of it lifts you up, and rum is a downer.
I never think to get rum and Coke. I always get a Jack and Coke.
I don't drink rum and Coke, but they're rum and Coke players is what I call them. You don't know if you're up or you're down. That's you're in, you're out. Let me ask, I got a question for you.
I don't think I'm going to use that, but that's interesting. Rum and Coke players. Sorry, you got a question.
Rum and Coke
yes.
players.
And by the way, get involved on the program, in the program rather, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim, 713-572-4610. Or also check in on the live streams brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
That's on YouTube and on Twitch. Sorry, you were saying?
Did you miss Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker last night?
Oh, boy.
Biggie, did you miss Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker last night?
I did.
I did too.
I kind of missed them for a little bit.
Well,
I ain't gonna lie.
That's another level.
Yeah, just kind of taking my eyes off of my own paper. I'm like, damn, they actually balling.
And the reason I say that, I was texting with you guys last night because this was a very frustrating game to watch. Not and really very little to do with Fromber.
Did you text last night?
I did. I did.
My bad on not responding.
You don't
I don't
read my
think
texts anymore. I see what's happening.
My bad, dog.
Blocked. Anyway, so I was saying it had something to do with Fromber because he wasn't pitching well, but not the big majority of it, because I call them hidden errors, plays that are significantly bad for the team you're cheering for, but they're not necessarily scored errors. There were so many of them, and there were particular ones at third base and right field. Nothing against those guys. Are
you talking about the hot shot down the third base line?
That's an out in a lot of places. That's an out. You know it is.
Nah, that one feels a little aggressive here, dog.
It was like 95 mile an hour off the bat. Bregman makes that play. I'll put it that way. That's the play to Paredes down the third base line, and then
I need to go and look at the Baseball Savant page because maybe I was not watching intently enough in that moment. It didn't strike me as, hey, this is a 95. Like that looked like a very hot shot towards the hot corner.
It hit the web of his glove and bounced out. I'll put it this way. Bregman makes that play. Gold Glove Bregman makes that play. What is one of the criticisms of Paredes at third base? Defense. And that led indirectly to a run. Now, you might say, well, that's you're asking a lot there.
That one feels like one of those borderline ones that we can let go. And I don't disagree with you that, okay, that's probably one that Bregman makes. I think that we're dealing with an Astros team overall. Can I expand this out a little bit?
Well,
we're dealing with an Astros team overall where the things that you would typically be okay with feel a lot worse because there's all these other things. Like, there's so many, and I think you're going to talk more about the ones that are a little bit more undeniable.
Yeah.
Some of the other defensive, I guess, lapses, for lack of a better term. That's one of the ones where I'd be like, okay, that happens. And then, but that feels worse because there's other ones that you go, that doesn't happen.
Right.
That then also join in with it to add to a really bad problem.
But that's one of five. That's one of five hidden errors. One of them ultimately was scored a hit and then became an error.
Who hit that double again?
I forgot who it was.
Was that Nolan?
I don't know. And then there was a play similar at second base that bounced off of Dubon's glove.
Yeah. Does
Brendan Rodgers make that play? Or does Altuve make that play? Who knows? That's two. And that led to a run. So there's two runs right there that weren't errors. The third one, there was a double clutch from Yanir Diaz on a stolen base where he flat out, if he didn't double clutch, would have gotten the guy out at second. That led to a run. That's three runs right there. And then there was a similar one, on the Nolan Arenado double to left field, where Jeremy Pena got an error for throwing the ball over Yanir Diaz. Fromber Valdez was standing on the mound watching the play instead of backing up Diaz.
Yeah.
That ball was on the fly over Yanir Diaz's head. If he backed him up, he would have caught it on the fly.
Right.
And the runner wouldn't have advanced. That's a run. That's four runs right there. That you potentially, now the next guy might have hit a home run, but I'm just saying that's four runs right there that you could have protected. And then the one that was an error, but originally scored a triple, ended up being a double and an error, was the ball to right field that bounced off the wall, and Cam Smith dropped the ball, had to pick it up. The runner advanced to third base. That's five. That's five defensive plays.
Yeah.
That I was just looking at it like the 2022, 2024 Astros maybe would have made all five of those plays. And that's why it was so frustrating. They're not errors. And you can argue, and you did, that maybe this one was just going to be a hit no matter what.
And I'll continue because there's multiple people that were clearly watching the broadcast, and not the same number, mind you. So I do believe this that they said that it was 107 off the bat. It's a different space. Like that's a very hard hit ball. But I mean, I think while I disagree with you on that singular point, I don't want it to be missed. I agree with you on the larger point that the edges around the defense, the places where the defense, you need to be stout, especially considering that your defense is probably needing to play a level of complementary baseball, considering that the bats aren't there right now. it's not there. And it's the type of stuff that makes me wonder, is this going to persist through the season? And it's weird because it's in direct contrast with some of the defensive metrics that you look at that would point to the idea that the defense has actually been pretty damn good to this point. And all of that is frustrating because you need to have a good defense with the just even the expected kind of drop that you were going to have in offense, understanding that on paper, Christian Walker's going to come in and replace some of your production. Isaac Paredes with that pull hitting, ability to get to the Crawford boxes is going to replace some hitting. As he comes along, Cam Smith is going to bring something you did not anticipate a large drop off offensively, but I think it was fair to expect this is not going to be the exact same offensive team.
Right.
You are going to need your defense to be stout, and it doesn't look that right now. And the question I'm going to levy back to you is how permanent do you, or like how long lasting do you see these kind of rough edges to the defense being for the Astros?
Well, I'm glad you asked because that's the second part of this, and then I'm gonna get to the third part that Figgy alluded to.
It's a trilogy.
It's a trilogy here on the Astros defense. The second part is this: even if you say, okay, Johnny, the third base, I think that would have been a hit. I don't. I think Bregman would have gotten that. All right, but even if you say that, instead of 5, that's 4 plays. Instead of 5, that's 4 plays. That still led to 4 runs ultimately. Okay, and here's the second part. On the double clutch, that made for 19 out of 20 stolen base attempts that have been successful against the Astros. Not all against Yainer Diaz, but successful, most of them against Yainer Diaz. So to your point of how long-lasting is it, do you think teams are going to stop challenging him? You think teams are going to stop testing him?
It might get worse.
It might get worse. So that's one part of the second part.
And, of course, I do want to, again, acknowledge not to put it all on Yainer Diaz, although he absolutely has his load to carry within this. It's also the pitching that needs to, to come to the plate quicker, or, we need to find some level of, balance there, because it can't be that this is just happening with the entirety of the rotation.
Yeah, and then the other part of that, in terms of how long do you think this can be, can this last? Do you think teams are not going to test Cam Smith in right field? Altuve didn't play left, but do you think they're not going to? Do you think they're going to stop testing Altuve on plays at home plate, even though that wasn't his throw? It was Jeremy Pena's on the relay. But yes, it's going to continue, and it's going to keep going because of those two reasons. The catcher is going to be tested. Outfielders, especially corner outfielders, are going to be tested. Now, for the trilogy part of that, which Figgy alluded to, how many times this year are we going to end up missing Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker?
This is tough because there's a reason why they're really great players, and there's a reason why you wanted to keep them, and there's a reason why they left. And for both of them, it is monetary reasons. It's not because they could not play. Clearly, they are still out there performing at a pretty damn high level. You just could not, or were unwilling to pay what it was going to cost for them to remain. Now you can do whatever judgment that you want on that willingness or lack thereof. I don't think we need to get into that in this very moment, but the fact of the matter is that you were unwilling as an organization to foot that cost. It's going to come up.
Yeah.
I think the question is probably more accurately to what degree will you miss them? Will it just be damn, they were really, really good?
Yeah.
Or will it be, damn, this is an entirely different look without them?
Right.
And I really hope it's not the latter, because early on, it's been kind of the latter, with the understanding that, hey, man, slow starts happen, right? Some of these guys are hitting the ball pretty hard and just not finding grass. Various other situations, guys are in a new position and they will get up to speed. Adjustments will be made. All of those things are fair, but even within those, it's been a lot of, damn, this looks like an entirely different team without those guys. And I really and truly hope, and this is all I got for you is hope. I can't really lean on any level of analytics or any level of insight to say that it is definitely going to be the former, where it's more just, okay, it looks a little different, but the job is still getting done. But I really hope it's that more than the latter.
And Figgy, like you said, it's unfair, but I'm always going to kind of have one eye on Bregman and Tucker, especially after nights like last night, where, it was only, it was 2. One of them could have been avoided, perhaps, if Fromber backed up the catcher, and the other one was a right fielder that they're going to test all along.
Yeah, it's really tough, too, especially if your offense not really doing as much, and then you look over at what they're doing over at their respective teams, and you're just like, dang, wish we could have had that here because it's one like I was fine with let go Bregman and doing the trade with Tucker, but we got to get our guys to produce.
Yeah.
If I knew they wouldn't be producing like this on offense or even defense, I probably would have been like, let's not trade them yet.
And you mentioned analytics, Reggie. I
often do.
Yeah, you do. We are aware. But even the analytics are confused about this Astros defense. You referenced it. Like outs above average, I looked it up. I think they're second right now in all of baseball.
If they're not second or first, like they're up there for sure.
But in defensive, is it run saved, DRS?
Yes, sir.
They're like 15th. So even analytics doesn't quite know what to make of this defense, you know?
No, for sure. And I think that some of that, to be fair, is that in all these major sports, like defense is the toughest to quantify analytically. I think football probably has a decent grasp on it because we can kind of look at, I guess, opponents' metrics and get a little bit of a good look at it. But especially if we're trying to look for an all-encompassing defensive metric, you don't really have very good ones out there. And then especially if you're trying to get also individual metrics, it gets really, really tough. Analytics have had a tough time. We've had a tough time quantifying defense in a lot of spaces for a long time. So even if you do find defense metrics, they're either not great or incomplete. And so that's going to be natural within those to kind of have that. But it's frustrating also then that you have the few things that you can maybe try and hang your hat on to say, hey, there's a level of improvement. You can also, on the other side, come back with another metric and go, yeah,
maybe not.
Right?
Maybe not.
And a fair point comes in on the text line from the 832. But, John, every play you mention, out of all the players you mentioned, only two that you pointed out connects with Tucker and Bregman. And I think that's really the thing that's weird for me is that there's a lot of places, like it's a lot of little holes that show up. And I do believe that, as an organization, over the length of a full MLB season, you will try and address those things. But there's a lot of things to address right now, or a lot of little things, right? Because I don't want to make it seem like the entire boat is sinking per se, but there's a lot of little things. And some of it seems to get to the mental aspects of this, where I don't know if it's frustration or being locked in pops up. And that's the thing that I'm kind of concerned about because I'm going to ask this as a question because I'm not certain. Can you draw some of those things back to the leadership type qualities that we talked about with Bregman and the ways that you could kind of rally the clubhouse?
Maybe, but I will answer the texter, and it is a good point, but I'll answer it this way. Because of the transition from Bregman and Tucker, all these things are happening. Like Altuve largely in left field. Maybe that was going to happen, probably was going to happen no matter what, but they're going to test him. Cam Smith, going to test him. Obviously, we mentioned Paredes at third base and, Dubon at second base last night. Those are going to be tested. Those are all part of the transition from the Tucker and Bregman era, So, yes, two specifically for them, but the Astros are a new Astros, and as a result, the defense is not as good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the most frustrating things is that outside of all those things, it becomes less fun to watch the baseball game. Yeah. I would like it if they were a fun team that maybe was a little scrappy and sometimes had. It just becomes less entertaining to watch these baseball games right now, which is that's probably the most egregious portion of this for me personally. They're back at it tonight, and hopefully the two words that Sean Pendergast gave us before he left the room bring a level of excitement back to this game in particular versus the Cardinals. Hunter Brown on the mound for your Astros in this one as they try and get one back and give themselves an opportunity to still win a series on the road in St. Louis. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we have reached postseason basketball. Not quite playoff basketball because it's play-in basketball, and it is a game that you care about because it's going to determine who the Rockets will face off against starting Sunday in the first round of the playoffs. Do you want Warriors? Do you want Grizzlies? Who would you rather see and why? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
You mentioned it. Basketball playoffs are here starting tonight. The underdog.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Yeah, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Hope that your Tuesday's going pretty well thus far. It'll get better here in a little bit. In 11 o'clock hour, we'll be joined, as we often are on a Tuesday, by Brandon K. Scott. You know him as B. Scott from Hiram Clark. He'll join us, as he typically does, at 11 on a Tuesday. But we'll talk about some postseason basketball that's going on tonight. Starting at 6:30, you got Magic and who was the other team that they playing? I forget. Oh, Magic Hawks. Yeah, 6:30.
Who gives a damn
I
about
don't.
that, man?
I tell you, I don't. Because I'm waiting for the game that I really want to see. I think that we all are interested in. 9 p.m. TNT. Grizzlies at Warriors from the Chase Center in San Francisco to determine which of those teams come to Houston on Sunday to face off against the Rockets in the first round of the playoffs. The first time the Rockets have been to the playoffs since James Harden was on the team. Like, this is such a monumental opportunity. Who you got? Who you want in this one? 713-572-4610.
Well, you heard the promo just a second ago. You know, Seth talking about, I want the Warriors. I don't. I really don't. To me, it's not even close. Memphis, man. I want Memphis. They've owned them this year. The Warriors, no matter what you think, they got that experience. They know how to win long series, and it figures to be, obviously 4 or 5 minimum, but maybe longer series than that. They've got the closer. I don't want the Warriors. No,
they got Derek Stingley.
They got Derek, the closer. Yeah, they got the closer.
See how that doesn't work?
It's in your head.
No, I wanted to point out how it doesn't make no sense. But yeah, I think it goes without saying that I'd rather see the Memphis Grizzlies than the Golden State Warriors. There's a couple of notes that I thought. Well, first and foremost, like when you talk about the major defensive player, right, like that defensive stalwart, Draymond Green is at the orchestrator than Jaren Jackson Jr. Like maybe you could say Jaren is a better individual defender, possibly, but Draymond, one of the things that he does really well defensively is he orchestrates, he calls things out, like he pre-switches, and he is on the floor as a floor general of sorts, at the very least defensively, but also sometimes offensively. Like the thing that he does so well, the reason why he's able to play at like 6'6" or what have you, or 6'7" as a big with the wingspan or whatever, is his IQ, right? At least when it comes to basketball, because sometimes the other IQ I'd be calling into question out here, kicking people in the manhood and stuff. But he does all of those things, and I like over the course of a series you're talking about, like those defensive adjustments, being able to do those things, take away a possession here or there because you were able to suss out what was happening over there and find some level of adjustment. I think that's bigger. Secondly, and we might get into some audio here. His name is Tomas Isalo. Do you know who that is?
Who is Tomas Isalo?
I didn't know who this was until yesterday. This is the interim head coach for the Memphis Grizzlies.
That's the other part of it. It's a mess right now.
Dude, it is absolutely a mess. But then also, I don't know that dude has the coaching acumen that Steve Kerr has. And I think Steve Kerr, I always view him as a dude who set up a system, and then within the system, those guys going to run it. I'll never forget the image of one of those instances of them out there, or actually, I don't even have to talk about an image. There's been games where he's just kind of let his guys on the bench, kind of coach themselves. This thing runs, not to like undercut what Steve Kerr does, but he's still got so much more experiential knowledge in how to do things in the playoffs and just in the NBA compared to this interim head coach who is stepping in to this role on very short notice to try and figure it out versus these guys. Plus, and to put it very simply, Ja Morant can hurt you. Steph Curry can nuke you.
He can kill you. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think to add on to that, Steph Curry had such a bad game against the Rockets. You know that's in his brain right now.
And it
Like,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it's like I'm not. I'm about to show off now.
Yeah.
Y'all held me to how many points? Nah, it's over with now. I'm about to go crazy now.
You know, the argument
that could be a little scary.
The argument of, well, they really played good defense against him last time. They did. How many players have? And still got smoked by him later. You know?
And I think ultimately the thing is that's one game versus a longer series is I think the question. But ultimately, it feels like, I mean, as much as I would rather see the Grizzlies, you're going to get the Warriors here, right? Like, I think it feels very evident that the Warriors are a better situation. Man, the Memphis Grizzlies are not a good basketball team right now.
No, they're not. I think you're going to get the Warriors. You mentioned Steve Kerr, and you know it's more prevalent in baseball where the manager is more of a leader of men than an actual X's and O's guys. But it applies to Steve Kerr. He just knows how to. You kind of touched on it in a roundabout way. Like he knows how to handle personalities, how to keep guys on the same. Remember, I guess it was about 2 weeks ago, Buddy Hield didn't hit Steph Curry on a wide open look, and in the timeout. Let me introduce you to this guy. His name's Steph. He's our best shooter. You remember that? I mean, that's brilliant. And then he's like, I love you, man. I love you. And he's hugging him and all that. But that's the leader of men quality that Steve Kerr has. You know, he knows his players. He knows what buttons to push and how to do it. And that is something I don't want to face. You know, I don't want to face that.
I'm still okay with the matchup, though. But, I guess talking about this game in particular, I think there's kind of some big questions that I think you could use to look at it. And the first one is what we're talking about. Can the Grizzlies contain Steph Curry? Right? Like, Memphis has done a pretty good job in the first couple of times that they faced him. But then just, when he gets going aggressively, they can't do a lot with him. They've got like Scottie Pippen Jr., Vince Williams Jr., and not names that I think the average fan would know necessarily of their own volition. I think obviously you know who Scottie Pippen Jr. is, just in a roundabout way. But those guys, you have guys that you can throw at him. I just don't know that you've got guys that are actually going to stop him. And then Jalen Wells is probably the best defender that you throw out there. However, he's been dealing with some injuries, so I don't know if he's going to make his return in this one. So just starting there. Steph Curry that is unencumbered feels like that's probably not a good thing, but it is a one-game situation, so maybe they can get that right. I would ask you this: who do you think is the most important Grizzlies player in this game?
Well, Ja, obviously,
certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be it. I mean, what is he going to do? It's kind of a make or break series for him in a sense to be able to produce and keep his head and not throw grenades and guns and everything else. I think it would absolutely be him.
I think that there's some other answers that you could get to. Interestingly enough, I saw this as given as an answer to this question. Zach Edey, right? Zach, one of the things that you think about with the Golden State Warriors, and it's one of the things I'm excited about as a possible when in a possible matchup with the Rockets, is that they are a horizontal team, not a vertical team. I heard Zach Lowe mention that in his latest podcast, in that they don't get a lot of verticality. They're not going up and dunking. They don't have necessarily all that size.
They're not running to the rim.
But they've got a lot of that movement around the court and that type of thing. The Rockets match up well with that, but they have that verticality, right? Zach Edey is a big guy that can really kind of make that difficult, especially when you talk about rebounding and stopping extra possessions. That's one of the places where you might be able to see the Grizzlies do a little something against the Warriors, is actually being able to rebound the basketball, not allow them to get second opportunities, and maybe limit possessions.
And he's been pretty hot lately.
If he can stay on the floor.
Yeah, if he can stay on the floor, he fouls a lot. But I also feel like the Warriors, they have the perfect, attack to combat that, with the way they're more of a horizontal team. And hey, there's a Jimmy Butler factor in here as well.
A man that we did not even mention.
Haven't even mentioned him yet.
And Jimmy Butler matters because you get to the playoffs and
he's playoff Jimmy.
There's something about him. Like, there's not anything that I could point to that Jimmy, I go, man, he is excellent at that. He just does it. He just gets the job done, especially in the playoffs.
That it factor.
I don't know about that, but the numbers don't lie about him.
Can't really drive it. So, yeah, man, it feels like they're going to get the victory. Of course, we have an opportunity to watch, and it'll be interesting, right? You get a little bit of an idea of what the Warriors are looking like as they head into the postseason. Like, what are they trying to accomplish? What are they trying to do? Of course, against a very particular matchup in the Grizzlies, but I'll be locked in 9 p.m. tonight. And I appreciate the people texting in saying, like, they want the Warriors. Like, they want to be like, what is it, Lady Olenna in Game of Thrones? Tell Cersei it was me, right? They went. I want to kill the dynasty, is what the Rockets fans are saying. Which I kind of like the idea of that.
Hey, it's cool if it happened, but that's in the past, man. Let's focus on the best way to get to the NBA Finals.
I look at it like the NCAA tournament. When your team is in there, you want the 1 seed to get beat by the 8. You know? Yeah, they're great. But I'd rather face the 8 seed or the 9 seed, you know.
Yeah, I ain't scared of nobody, but I ain't about to work hard.
Exactly.
Work smarter,
good
not
way to
harder.
put it.
Remember that?
That's a good way to put it.
He said the paycheck's the same if I lift this heavy box or if I press these buttons. I feel like that's the way that I should operate this. And somebody said also everyone has Warriors PTSD from the Harden years. And I think this is a different team, but again, we mentioned it. Like they've got some real barbs. But it feels like if my prediction is right, which you know what, I really should not lean too heavily because anything can happen in a 1-game set of stuff. But it does feel like the Warriors win this game. But we'll ultimately see what it looks like.
They the Astros, man. Like people, the Warriors are the Astros. Like
that's not a bad.
We still a little worried about them a little bit.
They may not be what they once were, but they're still.
We
Astros.
still think about them as the Astros.
We'll see what they get done. I imagine after that we'll get closer to figuring out what Sunday will look like. Obviously, it'll be at home, Toyota Center versus the winner of this game on Sunday. But I don't know when that game is. It's still TBD on what the timing is of that game that would be on Sunday, the game 1 of the first round for the Rockets. There's a lot of thought that it'll probably be like that 2:30 time slot, but we'll see what it ultimately looks like. But yeah, tonight, an opportunity to see which of those, will it be Ja, will it be Steph that comes to Houston for the first round of the playoffs? We'll see after tonight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's head over to our question of the day. In honor of Nolan Arenado, who gave us a little bit of insight into why he did not become an Astro. Who is a near-miss player that you wish your squad would have gotten? No matter which squad that you wanted to talk about. 713-572-4610. Let us know. We'll talk about it next.
All right, guys. You're over 40. You just turned 40.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time for the question of the day. And I was about to say a wrong thing. Who is a near-miss player that you wish your squad would have gotten? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. And funny enough, as we were during the break, I was kind of trying to think of, because I mean the Rockets were my favorite team growing up.
Yeah.
Basketball was my first love, and so like I was trying to think, and I was like, I'm not coming up with great answers for myself on players, and that took us to like a Daryl Morey discussion in the break that us having, which started with just how does he keep his job?
How does he keep his job? It's amazing. That guy. He could teach an entire course, like for an entire semester, on how to stay alive and how to keep people fooled, basically. He builds these relationships with the media, so everybody in the media loves him. I've been in there myself, and I like Daryl Morey, but he builds these great relationships with the media. He builds great relationships with owners, and then doesn't do what is promised, and still gets hailed as a great general manager.
I think he's good. He's good at setting the parameters under which he'll be judged.
Yeah.
But yeah, the criticism that I always levy at him is I just feel like he does a good job at asset management, things of that nature. He just does not do a good job of remembering that it's a human business and considering those aspects of it. So yeah, maybe we'll circle back around to that. That feels like something that B. Scott would definitely want to talk about. We'll talk to him here in a little bit. But yeah, question of the day, who is a near-miss player that you wish your squad would have gotten? Inspired by Nolan Arenado, who made it very evident that you would have liked him. Although the Astros were in on Nolan Arenado during this offseason. That was well reported upon. I know Chandler Rome of The Athletic had a lot in that regard. But Nolan Arenado went 3 of 4 yesterday against the Astros, including a homer.
Is that all? Is that all he did?
And a partridge. Anyways, he also explained after, finally, why he vetoed the opportunity to trade when the Astros were on his list of teams and eagerly pursuing him when they were still trying to find a third base answer. And that would have been a good one, right? He was a Gold Glove for like a solid 7 years successively in the NL. He's a very good defensive third baseman still, while also having the bat. Maybe not in the same degree as he once did in his prime, but he still swings the bat fairly well. Ultimately, he came down to talking about how he respected that the Astros weren't going to wait for him, because they made the Kyle Tucker trade when they just weren't getting any leeway, weren't finding any answers. But yeah, apparently Nolan Arenado basically got to a point where he was like, yeah, I'm still need to see some stuff. But he said, quote, "When you see a team trade Tucker, 99 out of 100 players would probably be wondering, what does that mean? That's the question I asked myself." And he ultimately, again, he came back to the idea. He knew that he respected the Astros were not going to wait for him to make his decision, but he felt like, it was a reasonable question to ask himself about where the Astros were trying to go.
Could have had him. So got me thinking about could have hads over the course of the year for teams that we follow. And I go to Peyton Manning, but I go to Peyton Manning.
That's where a lot of people wanted.
As the free agent in 2012.
832 with you. Peyton Manning wanted to come here in 2012. We would have won a Super Bowl that year with him.
That was the best team the Texans have ever had, including the most recent ones. And I understand how good this team is, obviously. We talk about it a lot. But they would have won a Super Bowl. Somewhere in that stretch, Gary Kubiak would have kept his job. Gary Kubiak, I believe, hold on, I might have this backwards. I believe Gary Kubiak ultimately, he vetoed the trade. I believe Kubiak wanted him in 2012, and somehow that didn't happen. Peyton Manning in 2012 as a free agent, that's one. And I'm interested in you guys' answer, 713-572-4610.
Sorry, I'm stuck on Peyton Manning.
I think 2012, Kubiak wanted him, and then the trade was ultimately vetoed because he thought his game was slipping in 2015 or 14, whatever it was. But either way, Saquon Barkley, we love Joe Mixon, but we also know what Saquon Barkley did last year, and it just makes your mind wander a little bit. Imagine that dude with the Texans. Mike Evans, more recently, as well, might be one on some people.
Sorry, I keep getting stuck on the name that you just – because I'm like, Peyton Manning, the thing I immediately thought of is, what is that offense – like, how does that go to a different level? Because Peyton Manning, he notoriously his own offensive coordinator, how does that offense then look? And then you mentioned Saquon, and the tough thing is that when you bring in a running back of any caliber, you go, what does it look like considering that the offensive line that you had?
Well, they bid on him.
Yeah?
I mean, they made an offer.
No, I understand. I'm not saying that, still sign me up. Don't get me wrong. It's just, what does it look like? Because it clearly doesn't look like what it looked like in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Because that is a crazy good offensive line that obviously helped to some degree. And understanding that Joe Mixon did pretty damn well behind an offensive line that was inconsistent at best here in Houston. But I'm like, what does it actually look like? I don't know why I had not considered that to this point, but what does it actually look like behind this offensive line last year?
You can argue there's certain running backs like Saquon that you can say, well, is he better in a gap scheme or a zone scheme? Doesn't matter.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Doesn't matter.
I love that everybody, we got 7 Peyton Mannings here. On the text line. Someone mentioned, especially just because of how good defensively he has been, how versatile he's been in the secondary, and you ultimately trade Kenyon Green for a safety, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kyle Hamilton very clearly would have been incredible, particularly in a D'Amico Ryans defense as well.
Do any come to mind for you, Figgy?
Kyle Hamilton was the one I was thinking about because I thought about, damn, they had Kenyon Green, man.
Yeah.
So that's the one I felt like they really missed.
Mm-hmm. And then when I go back and look at the college squad that you follow, the Aggies had Kyler Murray as a true freshman. He started 2 or 3 games, but they had to appease Kyle Allen, and ultimately Kyler Murray said, "Nah, I'm out." But they had him.
Yeah,
I mean, he was they had him in uniform.
I kind of think about Joe Burrow with Ohio State.
Yeah,
man, that dude went on to LSU, and the rest is history.
Yeah,
put up one of the best, if not the best, offensive season all the way around for college football with that 2019 LSU squad. Yeah. Really tough. What's funny is it's not a team that I like. It's a team that I followed, but I wouldn't call it my team necessarily. And you mentioned the Aggies, they had one of these guys too. Can I get a Johnny Manziel and RG3 for the University of Texas?
Yeah.
And the reason why those guys stick out so strong for me is that I continue to think about the fact that was the canary in the coal mine that Mac Brown was done in these streets. Not just done in these streets as he shouldn't be the coach. Well, yeah, he shouldn't be the coach anymore. But that his recruiting strategy was not going to work anymore because with both those guys, he recruited them to play safe, and then both of them went to opponents in state and cooked you. Just looked incredible.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, so you thought they couldn't play quarterback, but you wanted to get David Ash here, my boy? All right, it's time for you to go somewhere else, man. Like, so yeah, that one, those ones I think are ones that stood out for me. And in true me fashion, the other answer actually has to, if you're going to talk about my team, one of the few teams in sports that I really like looking at, and I go, this is like a team
My squad.
that makes me, that ruins my weekends, right? Manchester United.
Oh, yeah.
Erling Haaland is a incredibly talented striker for Manchester City. And United.
They've been all right, haven't they?
They've been pretty damn good. Thankfully, they're finally slowing down. God bless. But yeah, man, Erling Haaland, they had an opportunity, and they have been struggling to find a striker they can close. Talk less of one of the dudes who's been just mechanical in his finishing. So yeah, that one came up.
I'll go in the Wayback Machine a little bit too. Some of our older listeners will relate. The Rockets traded successfully for what's call it?
Who are you talking about?
Who was it? I'm drawing a blank on the name right now. But that would have been one. And then back in the Wayback Machine, Eric Dickerson. Sean Elliott is who I was thinking.
Yes. Yeah.
They traded for Sean Elliott, and the trade was rescinded. But the other one, Eric Dickerson, committed, took money from the Aggies. God bless them for giving him money. And then took more money from SMU and drove in the Z28, the black and gold Z28 that they got him to SMU for signing day.
Cost him a bit.
What about some other stuff that was kind of rescinded? Because I think about the Chris Paul trade.
I thought about that one, but I was like,
I know that ain't my squad, but that could have changed his career. He still got a Hall of Fame career. Don't get me wrong, but it was a possibility he could have won a championship, man. And right now, it's not looking like it.
Yeah.
The only championship that I wanted Chris Paul to win is the one that he had the opportunity to
With
in
the
Houston,
Rockets.
where he, where that leg acted up. And the reason why I'll say this, and I understand, like I have a great respect for Chris Paul as a player, but I also feel like this is his cosmic punishment for being a serial nut puncher, and nut punchers shall not prosper. Like I believe that to the depth of my bones. And he is constantly one of them dudes that's always like nitpicking the rules. He's the tattletale going into, ooh, you see, he ain't tucking his shirt, miss. Like that's Chris Paul. And then on top of that, he's the dude, he be punch people in the nuts.
That's somebody I would not want to play basketball with.
No.
Like he would be the irritating dude at the wreck. That always crying, always whining and playing dirty too.
Yeah. How about Chris Bosh? They had reportedly a deal in place for Chris Bosh.
I remember that.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that would have been a good one right there.
And Chris Bosh, I think, is a player that, especially now that his tenure with Miami went that way, that I don't think the people remember just how much of a monster he was.
Oh, God, he was always one of my favorite players.
He was so good.
He was one of my absolute favorite players.
He was
Bosh.
and people are pointing out, it's Trans Am, wasn't it?
I thought it was a Z28, but
I always thought it was the Trans Am.
That's like the same vehicle, just different names, how the companies do. Yeah,
the Bosch people were pointing to could have had Parsons, Howard, Harden, and Bosch in that time period. Ooh, yeah, that would have been crazy.
Yeah.
Can you substantiate this for me? Because I actually don't recall this from the 832. Didn't Andre Ware want to play at UT, but they didn't recruit him as a quarterback?
I cannot. I don't remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll have to do some digging on that. Someone just was like, here's a whole bunch of names. Tyler Smith, I believe the guard. Tyler Linderbaum, the interior. I believe.
I thought about Linderbaum too.
Jordan Davis, which that's just a fun one because anytime you just get a big old boy that's athletic, that's always fun. And then of course Kyle Hamilton over Kenyon Green. So they just went with all these dudes that you missed.
That was right there.
Yep. And then how about this one? Somebody said, anyone remember when Jeff Luhnow traded for Bryce Harper and the Phillies approved it, but last second the owner stepped in and vetoed it?
That was a I don't know if that was a report or a rumor or whatever, but I do remember.
Even if it was a rumor, it should have happened. Like Bryce Harper, can you imagine? Although, like we're they paid Bryce Harper. Like I hate to do that. However, like would they have paid?
No, they wouldn't have paid Bryce Harper. Yeah,
that's the only thing that I worry about. All right. And yes, somebody said way back, Derek Johnson from Texas at linebacker for the Texans. I liked Derek Johnson.
I did too.
Didn't Derek Johnson get out here doing he really elevated the punching out the football because he went to Kansas City, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like obviously Peanut Punch was the one that we all, but then Derek Johnson loved getting that like punching the football out.
Yeah.
And I think he made a name for himself in that way. And I could say that he is one of the people that helped popularize the idea of, hey, punch at the football. Try and let that thing loose. Pau Gasol was Chris Paul. That's right.
Yeah.
So I make the argument, and maybe this is too spicy of a take, that Pau Gasol, at least during stretches, was the best player during one of those runs.
I don't disagree.
That was
run.
a squad.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah.
Somebody tried to post a picture like Kobe won with this. I'm like, that's Pau Gasol.
Yeah.
That's all you need at that moment.
That's how you know you're getting older, is when people disrespect people that you saw. They're like, no, I know.
Yeah.
And I'm one of these guys. I disrespect people that I know, John, that you watch, and you're just like, what the hell are you talking about?
Pau Gasol, that's all he needed.
Yeah.
You got Pau Gasol and Kobe. That was it right there.
Yeah. Dominique Wilkins is the one I always defend like that.
Oh, man. Yeah.
People are like, Dominique, he was all right. What?
That organization, even that organization doesn't treat Neek well enough. And I mean, they did trade him. They did trade him. All right. Didn't we pick Phil Nevin over Derek Jeter? Don't remind me.
Yeah.
Don't do that to me.
Yeah.
Julius Peppers instead of David Carr.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's a good one.
That is a great one.
That's a really good one.
Because not only was Pep incredible, Pep played for a long-ass time.
Played like till last year.
Hall of Famer.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Got in with who? Andre Johnson.
That's right. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's welcome in the man Brandon Scott to spend an hour with us. And we'll start by going around the NFL next.
All right. Let's go to D&M right now and get you that Z28. I'm kidding.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 and on a Tuesday. We're about to go around the NFL, but as is customary on a Tuesday. K. Scott, what's happening, B. Scott?
Man, living good. Good to go around the NFL. Good to go around the NBA tonight and watch these play-in suckers try to play their way into an opportunity to play against your number 2 seed, Houston Rockets.
Yeah, they suckers because they didn't get it done. You should have been a top 6 seed.
Oh, and especially the teams that we're looking at tonight, the ones that we're looking at squarely. I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies as we go around the NFL. Those two teams absolutely had an opportunity to make sure that they were in the playoffs. The Golden State Warriors, namely at the end, did not do it. They ain't got nobody to blame but themselves.
That's right. Already talking that talk. And as is also customary, did you want to get in your question of the day answer? Because I know that you like doing that.
Well, so I actually loved hearing Sean talk about Damon Stoudemire because I'm just old enough to remember that era of basketball, Damon Stoudemire, how good he was at the time, but not quite old enough at the time to have been like reading the newspaper or following transactions or near misses. And so that's one that I completely forgot about, Damon Stoudemire. That absolutely would have changed the Houston Rockets. So I loved hearing him talk about that in 1998. But then for me, it would have definitely been Chris Bosh.
So you weren't a Matt Maloney fan?
I like Matt Maloney.
Why?
Wait a minute.
Why?
I was one of those who was like attached to the players that were already here. My mom called him Matt Baloney.
Yes.
And I got a kick out of that.
Listen to your mom.
Well, I liked hearing her say Baloney, knowing damn well the man's name was Maloney. But, I mean, I'm not no fool. I would have got him up out of here for Damon Stoudemire. That's what I'm saying. That's a near miss. But Chris Bosh is also that era between, like, before James Harden, really. And so that's that sort of that 08, 09, 2010, 2011 era of Rockets that was kind of just treading water a little bit.
Yeah.
And you're trying to figure out, okay, what are they doing here? And Chris Bosh would have been the guy that it felt like could have gotten them over the top, especially if they were able to pull off the James Harden move after that.
Right. All right. Let's now go around the NFL. And Albert Breer levied just a really good dispatch of just various things when it comes to NFL and, interestingly enough, college football related stuff. But one of the things that he threw out there is that the Browns and the Giants supposedly look less likely to take quarterbacks in the top 3. Obviously, talking about the situation that the Giants have, where they have three quarterbacks in their situation, and then you talk about the Browns and the fact that they obviously they signed Joe Flacco, but then they also kind of have the stipulations within his contract that kind of escalate his payment should he start a certain number of games, which probably makes them a little bit less palatable or a little bit less willing to necessarily go get a quarterback, especially also like a Kirk Cousins as another kind of veteran guy. But then you juxtapose that with the report that Shedeur Sanders is planning a private workout with the team that will be drafted number 3 overall, the New York Giants. Who are you more inclined to believe in this situation, or what are you more inclined to believe rather?
Not that
he will get selected in those in one of those second or third spots, or that he won't.
He won't.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising and maybe a little shocking to say, but it does seem like the Browns NFL is a little too smart to draft Shedeur Sanders in the top 5 or 10 picks in the draft.
Yeah. Well, 10 is an interesting cutoff number, ain't it?
Yeah, well, 10 is probably an interesting cut, but certainly 5.
Yeah.
Certainly 5. Yeah. And 10 is an interesting cutoff number. I think other things start to come into play, and then the factor of why you might be desperate to go get him.
Yeah.
But just as he projects the type of player he is, he's probably a late first-round pick at best and probably a second-round quarterback. You're really reaching if you take him, say if you're the Giants and you're talking about this private workout that they got, if you take him at 3rd overall, certainly the Browns at 2nd overall, that has always really seemed to me to be like a reach or a stretch. And it feels more like reality that we've come down to earth over time and we're not going to draft Shedeur Sanders.
A lot of times as you get closer to the draft, you can believe a lot more, but don't believe everything. Because this has
what does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
Because this has all the markings of, you know what, let's bring him in. And maybe there's going to be some deal out there that somebody's going to make that's just too good to pass up, and we can maybe bolster that deal by acting like we're going to draft him at number 3.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
But could this be a thing where they thinking about trading back up to get him maybe around 15-ish or something like that?
Well, yeah, trade the 3 and then go back and then come back maybe.
I'm not sure if he gets to 15. Obviously, and this is something else that Albert Breer talked about, is the possibility of the Derek Carr shoulder injury that could, put his entire 2025 season in danger. I always thought that kind of framework and this is my Albert Breer making mention that this, Derek Carr's team is pointing this back to like a 2023 injury that he's been dealing with. So maybe this is some level of like elevating the supposed level of injury to express his disdain with what the organization is doing, especially getting rid of Dennis Allen, which, I don't know what you expect, a big dog. Like, Dennis Allen ain't do nothing to cover himself in glory as the head coach, but maybe this is a level of displeasure with that and the fact that the organization took their right that they held within his contract to just go ahead and switch some of his money to signing bonus and maybe make him stretch some of that money out, which makes him a little bit less easy to move on from if you were to move on from him. But just doing things without necessarily his blessing as, I guess, the quarterback one on the roster. So he seems to be upset a little bit.
It looked like the Giants are trying to rob the Saints. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're trying to set them up.
They're like, hey, you know what? Maybe
meet me over in the store real quick.
Yeah.
They're trying to rob them.
Yeah, but even when it comes back to like all of this, everything that we just laid out makes sense, right? It's not even like big galaxy brain stuff. All of it is logic. But even when I come back down to them, like, man, Shedeur Sanders, is he basically Geno Smith? Is this all a bunch to do about nothing?
Wow, this is Geno Smith disrespect. That's crazy.
But would you be having a conversation about Geno Smith at second or third overall, or be trying to move, using him as a piece to manipulate another team, or trying to move mountains to get him? No, it just wouldn't be the case. And he projects to be probably at best, I don't see him being any better than Geno Smith.
Well, he got his jersey retired out of college.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Point Sanders.
I'm just saying.
Sanders.
We'll get to that.
My bad. Put some respect on the name.
Yeah, who is Eugene Cyril Smith II? Because that person probably, if he was coaching a team, I imagine the Geno might have his jersey retired somewhere. Maybe that's how that would work. No, I agree with you. Like, honestly, as much as I do respect Geno Smith, probably more than most people.
I do too. I do too. I hate that I had to take that side swipe out of him.
No, but I think you're right. Like, I think that's been, we've talked about this. Yeah. I think, in fact, when you guys were hosting together in my absence, and I was listening and texting in, probably a little too much, distracting y'all from y'all work. It was one of the things is that this is a quarterback class that isn't as strong, but because the position matters so much, it's of such a high value that this gets elevated, and it seems like maybe as we get closer, this is starting to level out a little bit, where Cam Ward is probably like the clearest, guy that you're willing to take a shot at. I'm also still worried, or not worried, but interested in what his ceiling ultimately is, because I don't know. I think his ceiling might be possibly a borderline top 12, 10 quarterback, and that's his height, right? Like, is his ceiling like Dak Prescott?
Well, he's got the. I think that's his floor, probably.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing: if you're skeptical, period, then you're going to obviously disagree with that.
Fair enough.
But if you're going into it looking at it like from a positive standpoint, like I like this guy's game. What could he be? Obviously, the physical traits give you the feel like, hey, what if he could be Josh Allen? Oh, if he can't, can I at least get Dak Prescott out of him? Very well, his floor could be much lower than that. I don't want to disrespect Dak Prescott. Obviously, an MVP candidate. A dude that's got multiple contracts. I understand all that.
A legend at the bank is what I was going to add.
Legend at the bank. So, Cam Ward would be glad to be Dak Prescott, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, I think that the bet on what he could be makes a lot more sense than the bet on what Shedeur Sanders could be.
Right. 100%. That's what you and I were talking about.
Shedeur seems to be like a high floor guy, and Cam seems to be like the high ceiling guy, and the floor could very well be low, but you're betting on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Whereas it's not as much ceiling that you're betting on with Shedeur.
I like that our text line is just a name that came in from the 832, Jackson Dart. And I get exactly what you're saying. It's like he probably has more upside than Shedeur Sanders. The question that keeps coming up that I've seen is just how much of that was the offense at Ole Miss when you talk about a Lane Kiffin offense. How much of that was that? How much of it is just the ability that he can show and the upside that he has? That remains to be seen 9 or 10 days from now when the NFL draft gets going. I say or 10 days because I think that the second round obviously can be in play with some of these guys. All right, let's continue around the NFL, and I would love to just give you more news and notes, but I really just I kind of want to make this into a impromptu mock draft check-in because Mel Kiper and Field Yates put together a mock draft. And, I mean, there's some things happening with this, but I just saw something that I found to be wildly interesting, which is the Houston Texans at 25. Field Yates has them picking a wide receiver. Can you guess which number that is a wide receiver that would make me change what I was doing in order to bring it up to you guys?
Oh, Golden. It's Golden.
It is not Matthew Golden. Would you like to guess?
Well, it's not Igbuka.
It is not Emeka Egbuka. It is Teteroya McMillan.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
Out of Arizona.
That's right. That's right.
So you surmised the question right off.
Yes.
If McMillan, T-Mac as people are taking to calling him, which that's going to get uncomfortable. Would you take the wide receiver out of Arizona at 25?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even hesitate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I am on the record of wanting them to go offensive line or feeling like that is more than anything disappointed that feels like it's still as big of a need as it was when you went into free agency and into the trade season and all of that. And so I don't want to feel this way, but I do feel like, hey, that should be a higher priority. But I'm not going to pass up clear and obvious talent, again, at positions of need, right?
Sure.
It's not like you don't need no receivers.
Right. Yeah.
So, you need receivers. This is a good one. I wouldn't even hesitate.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can make you shake a little bit on that, not hesitating. One, how the hell does Ted McMillan fall to 25?
Well, that's the thing about the mocks this year, and I guess this happens to some degree every year, but especially this year, where they're not being clear-cut blue chips. I mean, you got some great players. Travis Hunter, obviously, Abdul Carter. There are a few players that are
there. You got all the blue chips. That's him. That's it.
That really is
That's it.
And so what you've seen with the mocks is how much and the morning shows covered this a lot with their mock draft injections daily. It's just so top 10 and he's out of the top 20, and then it's well, where is he? It's really hard to figure out and to try to get a feel for when you're picking all the way at 25th or you're a fan of a team that's picking at 25th, what exactly is going to be available to you.
This draft has a lot of people have described this draft as it's a starters draft, but not a superstar draft.
Meat and potatoes is what I've heard it was
It's a
described
starters
as.
draft. So how could he fall?
Could work for the Texans.
I was going to say, how could he fall? The teams above them see other people as starters, that they could draft in, let's say, 4 to 24,
Yeah. But that is always also the beauty of the draft. You pick at 25, it's usually probably 35 players that can help you.
And by the way, if
you're picking at 25,
if they think he's going to be available at 25, I think the Texans take him at 19 or 20.
You think they move up?
You think they don't wait?
Yeah, once he falls to that area,
that wouldn't shock me at all.
They're going to say, "Oh, let's get."
I had not thought about it, but that would not shock me at all.
All right, so this is where I was going to try and see if I could shake you, and maybe this is not a good chance. The way that I've heard you guys talk and the excitement that you guys brought up with Teteroya McMillan, who is not blazing speed, especially after the testing, big dude, sure hands, all those types of things. Rather than trading up, could I interest you in, considering how highly regarded he has been, and if he gets that far, I feel like there'd be someone who'd be interested in coming up and getting him. Could I interest you in trading back and getting some more picks and an opportunity to dig deeper into some more of these?
Not only no, but hell no, because you need him more, and you might want him more. Somebody's really, and we'll dig into this at noon.
I was that actually leans into the question we're going to ask at noon.
At noon, we'll lean into this a little more. But I don't see anybody who would need him more or want him more.
Yeah, I'm almost at even more of a
they don't need
the
him.
Bills, the Ravens. But look,
I mean,
and it'd always be somebody like that.
And mind you, in this mock draft, and of course it is just a mock draft, which you cannot take to mean the end all be all. But in this mock draft, Gray Zabel has been taken, and obviously Matthew Golden's been taken. Kelvin Banks has been taken. But outside of that,
well, look, I've got
the other guys that we've talked about, the Tyler Bookers, the Josh Connerleys, some of those other folks, still available. So, in theory, you trade back, you give yourself more draft capital, and you can still get some of these guys that we've talked about very heavily towards.
But see, mine is a philosophical no. I don't even need it to be attached to the specific player that we're talking about. I would say, just from a philosophical standpoint, no, because I need players, not picks at this point.
Yeah,
right. I'm not I'm not in a rebuilding stage. I'm in the second straight year of trying to go after it with a Super Bowl. Like, I'm out here trying to get impact players right now. I want the best player available.
Totally agree.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I just found that to be interesting. I was like, wait, McMillan?
If he's available,
Here?
let's go. Let's get him at 19.
That also, but that does make me wonder, what are Kuiper and Yates hearing? Like, was that just like a thought process experiment that got them to this place, or are they maybe thinking that McMillan, like, I understood that there was some level of like conversation around the testing not being good to, maybe turning heads to some degree, but I was like, it's 25?
I know we're getting out, but trading back feels like galaxy brain. Like, trade overthinking it at that point.
Fair enough.
Just go ahead and do your job, pick the pick. Trade up if you really got conviction, but trading back feels like galaxy brain.
I don't disagree. I just wanted to see if I could maybe get you to jump off sides with the galaxy brain hard count. And apparently you guys are on your grind. I see you. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I really should have gotten out earlier because I'm really interested in seeing what B. Scott's thoughts are today on this day where we're going to get some play-in basketball. We'll get to that next.
All right, Franklin team, let's get your house sold, man. Seriously, it's that.
right here.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, the man is here. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. I've already taken up too much of his time. We spent the whole break arguing that 25 Teteroa McMillan situation. We'll wipe that away. Maybe we circle back around to that. Actually, I think it'll come back up at 12. But I got to get to B. Scott's thoughts because I'm super excited for where he's going.
Are we ready to talk about the Houston Rockets as a team that can make the NBA Finals?
Let's do it. It's funny because I've been crafting an opportunity to talk about, to kind of judge them on the scale of what makes a championship NBA team. And I have that on a week. But I'm interested that you got to this place before we even see who their first round opponent is.
Look, I've just already had a fun enough time doing the coronation, doing the waving the pom-poms, the congratulations. Hey, what a season. What a turnaround. Credit Ime Udoka. Credit Rafael Stone. Look at Jalen Green develop. Look at Amin Thompson and the revelation. Like, this feel-good story, I have enjoyed it. I have enjoyed help tell it and all of that. But, like, now it's time to tell the next day story. And the next day story is that this is a team that has just as good of a chance as any, I really believe, right? Like, and they're the number 2 seed. So they quite literally have just as good of a chance as almost any other team to make the finals or to at least make the conference finals. And I'm ready to start talking about them seriously as a team that can do that. And I don't remember if I talked about this last week or not, but rarely do you find such a difference between 1 and 2 seeds where, or really between all the 1 and 2 seeds. Take the top 4 seeds respectively in each conference, right? The 1 and 2 in each conference, and really nobody think that exactly only one of them can't go to the finals. Like, I think everybody thinks that the Cleveland Cavaliers could go to the finals.
Sure.
Thinks that the Boston Celtics obviously could win the finals.
Correct.
That the Oklahoma City Thunder not only will go to the finals, but could also win it.
Sure.
Nobody thinks that the Rockets can do it.
Can I, and not, I hear your point, and I think you're right. Can I also point out that the Thunder between first and second seed in NBA history? Like, I feel like that also helps some of this out.
Yeah, and so you can't ignore the regular season record. I think that's where a lot of the narrative, and I don't want to take away from the Thunder either. There's a lot of parts of the Thunder that are historic. Like, I mean, like as a team, and obviously SGA and what he's doing individually. It's like a Jordan type year. Like, we only do the LeBron Jordan stuff, but like SGA is having a Jordan-esque type of year as a shooting guard, and maybe that's not something that I'm considering enough here. But for me, it's more so about a few things, okay? The Rockets have 3 stars that have emerged but have just not have done it on this stage yet, right? Like, between Alperen Sengun, Jalen Green, and Amin Thompson, these are the stars that people think that the Rockets are lacking. They're like, who's the guy? Who are their guys? They're doing it by committee. Who are their stars? They've got them. They just haven't done it on this stage yet. And so I feel like there's this little bit of bias of I haven't seen it yet, and so it doesn't exist or it can't exist. Whereas it's like, hey, look, I know they got to prove it to you, but these guys have done it through the course of a season, have shown you that they are just as good of a front 3, top 3 as most teams have and can offer you. And I think the main thing for the Rockets, and this is not to take away from the Rockets, but has a lot to do with the parity around the NBA and the Western Conference in general, and what made the last week and even up to the last day of the regular season as exciting as it was. It seems like a hot take to be like, hey, the Rockets could go to the NBA Finals. But once you think about it, anybody can go to the NBA Finals. Like, nobody thinks that the Mavs or the Kings, whoever survives out of that, is going to go to the finals. But once you go 1 through 8 or 1 through 6 and the Rockets fall within that, 1 through 7, the Rockets fall within that, obviously, at 2, any of those teams can go to the finals. It's one of those years where there's not a clear 1, clear 2, clear 3. Most years we can do that. Hey, these 1, 2, 3 teams can win the finals. That's not the case this year. It's these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams can go to the finals, and the Rockets just happen to be one of them.
What you're saying is you're not saying they are going to the finals. You're saying they can go to the finals.
I'm saying they can go to the finals because quite frankly, anybody can.
And that's factually, I mean, that's correct.
But more so this year than I think any other.
And also
most
factually correct. If you have if you're one of the top 1 or 2 seeds in the league, you're also going to have a home court advantage, predictably, or probably, or potentially, I should say, because you've got 4 of the best records right there. I think where the pushback's going to come is obviously the Celtics have been there, done that. Oklahoma City seems more than ready. The Cavaliers made it to the conference semifinals last year. They paid their playoff dues, which is always something people talk about. You have to get there and lose before you can get there and win. Those 3 teams have, and the Rockets have.
Yeah, I was like, I'm willing to be the pushback guy here because you talked about the stars that they have, right? And I think that the particular prototypes that they have are a little atypical for people to see them. And I think that's one of the things that kind of keeps people from to what you're talking about. It's not even just that, going there and figuring out playoff basketball is just a different style of basketball. And we know that. Now, I think that in the recent years, it's come a little closer to what regular season basketball looks like to some degree, elevated in want to and like in energy and effort, right? But or intensity is the word that I was probably looking for there. But it is still a different style of basketball where it becomes a chess match over multiple games, and you see the team over and over. And I think that is the element that, in addition to the other question marks that exist with this Rockets team, not saying that they're not good or not good enough, just that the margins become very thin, and you wonder if those numerous things end up being things that kind of trip them up on that path to a championship. And you would need to do that multiple times, in specific 3 times to get to the finals, 4 times to win it.
No, it's a fair point, and I think it's an X's and O's kind of specific point, and this will be my rebuttal to it. I think they got a couple of things going for them. The defense that they play, I think, travels from the regular season to the postseason because they're good in transition, they're good in the half court, they're multi-layered in what they can throw at you. The lineups that have been revelations over the last few weeks and we've talked about this over the last few weeks.
They can take away your best player.
They can take away your best player. They can go double big. They can go small ball 5.
Yeah.
Like they've got versatility and flexibility within their lineup that I think will translate from regular season success to postseason success. When you start talking about strategizing and whatever the chess match is going to be between his part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that part is, I think, one thing. The other one is just the flat out matchup part of it. I think they just match up well against the various teams that are positive. Now, the only team that they worry me in terms of matchup would be like the Clippers, which is a team that I think people are talking about, especially basketball heads, but they're not the 2 seed or the 3 seed. You know what I mean? They had to fight their way to not be in the play. They had to beat the Golden State Warriors at the end of the season to not be in the play in themselves.
And the nice thing about that is, as the tournament is situated, if you were to face them, it would be in the Western Conference Finals.
Exactly. So there you go. So the way it's situated, you could find yourself in a Western Conference Finals against the Clippers. And now, if you're a basketball head, you're like, well, wait a minute.
They're here.
They're here because they've been playing. But also, if you're kind of more into the narrative, you're like, well, they still the Clippers. And so you like your chances against the
that's
you know
true.
what I'm saying? If you tell me a year ago, hey, man, a year from now, the Rockets are going to be in the conference finals against the Clippers.
Yeah.
Like, man, let's go. The Rockets can go to the finals, right? You would feel that way, even if you say that Kawhi is vintage Kawhi and James Harden is still doing some similar things that he used to do.
I think the other thing they have going for them is, as much as, I'm making the argument, I think it's a fair argument. You got to go there first and then, learn how to do it. Ime Udoka has been there. He's done it, and I think that's a big advantage the Rockets have, just not only because of the defense, because he knows how to play that playoff game.
Yeah, man. I'm ready to go to the finals. And also, side note, just because y'all did this segment earlier, am I crazy that I'm not scared of the Warriors?
No.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, what should we prefer?
The answer is obvious. It's Memphis.
Okay.
But
that's the main thing.
And so I don't want to like argue with it, but I'm like, man, I just saw them dog walk the Warriors. I just saw the Warriors wet the bed with an opportunity to not be in the play-in, not just against the Rockets, but against the San Antonio Spurs, against their own Harrison Barnes, and then against the Clippers to end the season. Like, I ain't scared of that team.
No, and I don't think you should be. I think the point that I ultimately wanted to point out is just this is not a toothless Warriors team, even if it is a less toothy Warriors team than previous iterations have been. And I think that you're very capable of getting them out of here, which I think is evidence of some of what you're saying, which is the Rockets are probably of a higher caliber than I think people have given them credit for, in that I think you get to a certain point and you are a top 4 team if people are like, hey, we expect you to win in the first round and then we'll figure out what's happening in the second round, which I think the Rockets are probably around that space.
Man, let's throw the ball up in the air. Let's get the tip off going.
That's the thing, man. I can't wait.
Let's toss that ball in the air, man. Let's go.
Like if you wanted to get me right in this moment, you were like, I want to get rid of the play-in. You might be able to get me to that place just because I'm ready to see playoff basketball right now.
Well,
like I don't want to wait anymore.
They shouldn't do the Eastern Conference play-in.
That's a good point.
They should skip that.
You know what?
We don't have enough time to do that segment.
Let's talk about that a little bit and what's popping.
Just saying.
Right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including let's make the case for not seeing no Hawks magic tonight. We'll talk about that and more next.
Jalen Peach. sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's
Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club, May 2nd through 4th.
Here's the give, and they blow the play dead. Looks like a false start.
Big voice man he's gonna beat me up one of these days.
Say, let the big voice man do his thing. You see him trying to get his shine on.
Offense.
I just keep getting them. They're gonna get me out of here like Laramie, man.
All right, Laramie.
Every week.
I know.
Target on your back.
Excuse for
Target on your back. Remember that?
Target on my back.
Target on your back.
Yeah.
That actually hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. I feel he feels so disappointed, man. I hate it.
Andre's all about it right now.
All right, let's get into what's popping on a tax day, April 15th. Make sure you get that done so the IRS isn't on your back.
All right, filed my extension.
Oh, you filed an extension?
Yeah, man, I got the back taxes and things from previous years.
You don't got to talk. Well, I don't need to get into your personal
you know
business.
what I'm saying? I had to handle up.
My bad, dog. I was just trying
You
to
brought it up. You struck a nerve.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But also,
I got a what?
Jackie Robinson Day, baby. Shout out to all who celebrate. And again, by the way, B. Scott, we were talking about this at the start of the show. Does this also annoy you? Obviously, you want to celebrate Jackie Robinson, and it's good that there's still a place in this world where we're going to stop and appreciate this moment of inclusion that mattered and acknowledge how it actually benefited our society. And yet and still, that does not stop me from being annoyed when I see everybody wearing 42 with no names on the back.
Yeah, and the big thing is, because I love the 42 part, I don't like the no names. And I get what we're trying to do. We're all Jackie Robinson today, right? Like, we're honoring Jackie Robinson. We're all one, I think, is what I didn't read this, but it feels like feels like what the ethos is. We're all one in the spirit of Jackie Robinson. But go ahead and put them names on the back of the jersey so I know. It's specifically with baseball, though, right? Because you want to know who's pitching. I know they put it up on the graphic, and you normally see both who's pitching and who's hitting at the current time, right? We got technology to do that. But I like to see the name on the know exactly who's pitching. And if somebody's on second base, right? Like, you specifically with baseball, you get a shot of exactly behind the particular player, right? To where you read their jersey, right? So, like, that is a part of a standard shot in baseball, is reading the back of somebody's jersey. So I'd like to know who I'm looking at.
I kind of like it. Am I the only one?
I like the 42.
No, I
think it looks cool.
But if it's a Ramirez out there, I want to know it.
No, you're right. It is, and we sound like people yelling at the clouds. Like, I get it. It's like it's not frequent. It does not happen. Well, I mean, it happens every year, but it's not something that's happens over a large stretch of the 162. You deal with it and you keep it going. But also, like, as you mentioned, there's a lot of different identifiers, but there's a reason why we have these identifiers in the sport. It's that, like, I can see that number, I can see that name, and I know who it is. And I mean, in this way that we choose to celebrate Jackie Robinson, I'm very happy that we do it. I just want to acknowledge it's a little annoying. Just a little bit.
My favorite part, not to get too dicey, my favorite part is when I have to watch one of the players that I don't suspect necessarily aligns with the message.
That is true, yeah.
And I'm out there like, look at you having to wear 42 today with your name off your jersey.
I wouldn't say, the funny thing about it is I don't think that you're going to get that level of, schadenfreude is the right word there, in that moment, because I feel like we have beaten it into everybody's heads that, no, Jackie Robinson good. Like, we have all gotten to the place we can acknowledge this and hold hands about this one in particular.
I think there are even some people like that, though, that can acknowledge Jackie Robinson good. That are like, but do I got to wear this jersey,
exactly, though? Yeah.
And why I can't have my family name on my
John Rocker.
If the shoe was on the other foot.
You don't ever have to shout out John Rocker. I just want to make that abundantly clear. That never has to happen.
Not necessary.
It doesn't have to happen. All right. So playing games happening today. Of course, the one of note here in Houston, 9 p.m. In San Francisco, it is Warriors, it is Grizzlies. The other one that is not of note, 6:30. Both of these on TNT, mind you. Hawks, Orlando Magic. We should not be playing this basketball game, should we be, Scott?
Man, so just like the simplest way to put it is that there are only probably two teams in the Eastern Conference. I just did this in the last segment where I kind of lambasted the idea of just saying how many teams could win the championship. But legitimately in the Eastern Conference, there are probably two, and there are certainly no more than six, and it is the top 6 seeds, right? Like, after that, from 7 8, 9, and 10, none of them teams can beat any of those top 6 teams in any scenario in a 7-game series.
Y'all are driving me nuts.
So it should not happen.
Y'all are driving me nuts.
I'm gonna watch it because I enjoy basketball, and I'll watch almost literally anybody play basketball. So much less NBA players. But this is not necessary at all. Whereas in the Western Conference, you've got, I think, no less than, and I laid this out pretty well, I think, 7 teams that could, and maybe even 8 if you, how much you believe in the Grizzlies, 8 teams that could go to the conference finals. So while the play-in in the Western Conference is 100% necessary, the one in the Eastern Conference is 0% necessary.
Nuts.
All right, why?
How quickly you forget.
Forget what?
If the Rockets had made the play-in game last year, you'd be doing backflips.
No, hold on.
This ain't last year, Lopez.
No, man, no. That's like.
Hold on.
But I would not have pretended like they would have had a chance to win the championship.
You don't have to pretend they're going to win championship. I mean, it's like that's the reason they do it. Like we were talking about, are they going to make the play-in? Are they going to make the play-in? And what a great step that would be. Dude, that was last year.
Man, we talking about the Hawks and the Magic.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And this is the good one, right? Like, this is the 7-8.
Yeah.
This is the 7-8 matchup. Here in
Bulls.
Here in a couple of days, you're going to get treated, I say, to Heat Bulls.
Yeah.
Listen.
But again, I mean.
Well, Lopez, I don't disagree. Like, if I lived in Orlando, I'd probably be stoked.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Would you? Because they have a lot of talent. They've been right in that same spot. For a little while
I would be doing all kind of rationalization and talking myself into scenarios and wish they could get out of this play-in and give a team some fits and all that kind of stuff. Like how they could make it hard on the do you believe in Donovan Mitchell or the Cavaliers for real? I'd be doing all kind of mental gymnastics if I lived in Orlando. But I don't. I live in Houston. I'm able to see it from far enough to say they ain't got a shot. They ain't got a shot.
But didn't they have to be within a certain distance in order for the play-in to kick in? Right? Can we bring those rules back of if
500 or better?
Yeah. If this is worth our time, then we can do this.
The Orlando Magic. I kid you not, notoriously struggle to score 100 points on a given night.
Man, they.
Like seriously, 95, from a long time ago. They are a team from yesteryear.
They average 86 points a game, man.
I don't disagree, but we were just talking about, hey, there's really only 4 teams that can maybe win this thing, or anybody in the West, if it's top 5 or whatever. And here we are, I don't even want to see that. Oh man, we'd be doing backflips last year.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't doing. I ain't doing them now.
Yeah,
that's right. The Magic were the 4 seed last year. That just spoke to how nasty the East was in general. To be fair,
I ain't even doing cartwheels for this one. I'm not. I ain't even rolling on the ground. I mean, I can, but I won't be able to get up off the ground after I collapse.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just gonna look. Ultimately, I like what the play-in tournament has done just in general. It keeps teams more interested in trying to compete for longer. It does not fix the tanking thing in general, but it does make it a little bit better. I also am just going to take this as an opportunity to appreciate. I got 6:30 to 9 to myself. I don't really got to tap in. On Thursday, I think the other playing game, I'm not really playing games, right? I'm not really all that or Wednesday rather. I'm not super worried about either. And so I think I'm going to get to a place where I'm just going to look up and go, we're about to be in that time period where every damn night is going to be basketball on. And I will get tired. I know this about myself. I'm excited for the first couple of weeks, and I'm like, man, I'm tired. So for the time being, I'm just going to enjoy this week where I have a little time down.
And see, I love how you're on one end of the ledger and I'm on the other, where I'm like, man, I got to build up my stamina and endurance. I know this is an earlier game.
Got to run some laps.
Yeah.
You're talking about just staying up till midnight.
I'm like, hey, I'm watching basketball.
Some toe touches, some jumping jacks.
I'm going to be watching basketball from 6:30 to 12:30. And I got to get my kids up at 6:30 to get to school. So and probably even before that, 6:30 usually is after I've hit the snooze button a couple of times. So I got to get ready for that kind of that flow, that muscle memory.
That is a great point. This time of year does really test it, because you still got baseball on as well, but then
baseball's on.
You'll get playoff basketball.
And the Astros had the nerve to go to the American League West on us.
That's right.
In the last decade plus.
That's right.
To make the NBA playoffs harder on us.
Do you know how bad I felt when I was like, all right, they're going to Seattle, and then I was like, oh, that's right, it starts at 8 something.
Yeah.
Right.
Or 9 something.
Do y'all be taking naps?
Man, hey, thank God for those rewatches, for those re-airs.
Yes.
Because sometimes I get up in the middle of the night. Sometimes I just run it back in the morning.
Yeah.
Thank God for the record button.
That's right.
Got that record on food. It is my argument in my case for Fubo.
Yeah.
For the Fubo TV, because I can record the game. Hey, sometimes I'm just not going to make it.
Yeah.
I ain't going to make it.
Did you see this Braves reporter?
This is fantastic.
Mackin.
Yeah.
Mackin on the broadcast and at the behest of the people, the dudes in the booth. This is the Braves broadcast right here.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
All right, here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way. Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers. Come on it. Get us some more Braves fans. All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move. This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. You just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
And then they show her.
Speechless. I got the number. We're good.
I've seen this clip.
Putting a number in his phone. And this.
Am I a caveman for not having a problem with this at all?
Well,
I don't know if you're a caveman.
Well, then I'm a caveman too, because they
I will be civilized here. This is weird, dog.
No,
it's weird. It's weird that it played out on television.
It is weird.
It is weird.
But here's the thing, and there is a lot of pushback, a lot of controversy around this all of a sudden, and I'm just slapping my forehead. I understand the pushback and the controversy if this was a serious, interview, and by the way, can I get your number? And I'm looking at some of the comments right now. If a female reporter ever tried this, that'd be the last job she ever had. Hey, another one. Hey, if you
they would be on her head top though. If it wasn't women, they would be on her head top.
Maybe, but she'd definitely get work again.
That's of course.
If you think this is cool, imagine the reaction if the roles reversed. And I get it. I get it. Okay, there is a double standard, and you're not wrong, Reggie. But my thing and we've all gone to journalism school. And we understand that this would be a problem in another environment, another situation. But the guy's job is to work the stands, and for fun, offbeat, sort of change of pace type moments. And that's what it was.
I don't think old girl was signed up to give her number up on TV. That's one of those, hey, man, the world is watching, so you better give me your number. I think that there's a level of discomfort there.
All I'm saying is, if you're pushing back, this journalistic ethics and all that. Come on.
I don't think anybody's talking. I don't know if it's the ethics of it particularly.
I can show you some more.
Okay.
I can show you
That's
some more. Like setting the standard. It's an incredibly low, unprofessional standard to set. On and on and on. People are pushing back. Get over it. Get over yourself.
I think it's deeply uncomfortable. And the one thing I will say, that's deeply unserious compared to the serious nature that we could take this in. Hey, man, if that was Vince Scully would have put in there the count is 2-1, something in there. Can we make sure that we still talk about some baseball in here as well?
This is really, to me, though, the difference of how we used to catch a vibe back in the day and be like, hey, is she flirting with me? Does she like me? Does she look at me? And now we're not allowed to guess or assume anymore.
Yeah,
but that kind of felt organic to me. It did. It did. I watched the video.
Yeah, it was absolutely organic.
And it felt like he felt something there.
I will say,
hey, this could work.
I'm not was those you need to holler when the camera cut away. When the camera cut away, we can holler.
And that's where dude being wingman does make it a little weird and uncomfortable.
He pressed him.
He goes, hey, you got 5 innings to get the numbers. Yeah. And then he kind of hurries up and corrects himself. Let's get us some new Braves fans. Oh, yeah, get the numbers to get us new Braves fans.
That's right, yeah.
And that made it a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
also, did you notice that they ain't Braves? They were just there. They were just there.
It's like a company outing.
I think that was this felt like it was set up for that in particular, which made it uncomfortable for me. I'm going to be completely honest. Like they was trying to watch the baseball or just trying to be outside.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they were invested in watching the baseball. It seems like.
It seemed like the way they was talking too. I thought the Braves was getting their ass whooped.
They were up 5-0.
Yeah. They was just like, I don't know how long I'm gonna be here.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, they winning.
They weren't paying attention.
No.
They were just there with
that's
the company.
That's why I kind of think it might be a little bit of a setup, little stage.
This is why all sideline or like reporters need to be married, so they're not in these situations. That's why Julia Morales is a saint because she's married. That's how that works. I don't believe any of that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Salute to our guy B. Scott, always jumping in with us on a Tuesday. I love the energy and excitement that you have brought for Rockets basketball as of right now. Championship bound Rockets basketball. Let him tell it.
Very excited, man. Can't wait to see it, man. Got championship aspirations. Start taking them seriously. Put some respect on the Rockets name right here, right now.
That is an edict from B. Scott. All right, from Hiram Clark, mind you. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. All right, so the Texans defense is championship ready. If you could only have one piece, what would that piece be? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
In the loop.
Nick Caserio and the Texans.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Happy Tuesday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. April 15th, tax day. Make sure you get that done if you haven't. Like, I cannot stress this enough.
Might be important.
Please get that done if you haven't. Get them papers together.
What happened if you don't?
I don't know, because I personally never play them games. I'll be done by March at the latest. Sometimes February. All right. And shout out also to Marcus, who
that's our guy that was going to Arizona.
He drove to Phoenix, and now he done drove back. He's back in Houston. So shout out to him.
I lied to you, Martin.
Dude, that's a week on the road, man. Oh yeah.
That is, man, he made that 17-hour drive twice in how many weeks? In like a week or two? That's crazy, man. Salute to you though. All right, Texas defense is stocked, right? I think the only thing
ready.
Only thing you could possibly add is D10 tackle, right? Like, is there any other place where you could?
No, you got depth everywhere. You got linebacker depth, secondary depth, edge depth. You know, maybe
somebody asked if the Texans go defensive tackle 125, do people riot? And maybe not quite riot, but it'd be uncomfortable. We might circle back around to that. But I think the ultimate question we want to ask, all right, so with the offense, if you could just one piece, one major piece, drop it in to the offense to make it championship or to give it a level of like complimentary football, what have you, what would you add?
If you're one piece away.
Okay, one piece away is the way that we want to term this.
Well, I'm just saying that the way I would say it is if you're one piece away on offense, what's that piece? I think it's obvious.
And I don't think I agree with you. Let's do it.
I really do. Like, if it's sometimes like when you look at a squad trying to go into a draft or going into a draft and you're like, okay, what do they really need? What they really need is a wide receiver. Now, I don't necessarily agree that the offensive line is ready, but they've allocated resources to get that offensive line, in their view, at least going into the draft, ready enough. You know, left tackle, right tackle. You know, obviously, the interior. They seem to, to be, now they might bolster it, but I'm saying they've said it. They've said it. Oh, those guys all have starting experience. That was my Nick Casario, by the way. And it wasn't very good.
I didn't catch it. I'm not going to be honest.
They've all started in this league, et cetera, et cetera. Tight end. We can argue tight end, and we have argued tight end. But we've talked about, what if Stover is this? He looks like he might be able to make a jump. They have tight ends. They have offensive linemen. As much as I want a running back, they have running backs. They've sung the praises of Damian Pierce as the number 2 guy. Right? If you're listening, on the surface, what they're saying, they're pretty good there. They haven't said that about wide receiver.
We haven't really heard anything about wide receiver.
Not once have they said, we feel good about the wide receiver group.
And it is interesting to hear. It will be interesting to hear from Nick Casario and the Texans. We'll hear from them tomorrow around this time. They'll be addressing the media, and so we'll have that for you. Tomorrow. But yeah, you're right. Like, they have not spoken to any of those things, and clearly there is a need when it comes to your wide receiver, your Z wide receiver. I was going to say wide receiver 2, but that can be a little bit of a fraught conversation.
Yeah.
Especially bringing in Christian Kirk, who is an apt wide receiver who just plays in the slot. But having a Z wide receiver is something that it does feel like is necessary in this league. You very frequently see 3 wide receiver sets from teams. And unless you feel strongly about the likes of John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, maybe even, I don't know how far you're willing to go on Braxton Berrios, who, mind you, was at, was it Coachella with the H-Town, the H out there? That was fun.
Yeah.
But unless you feel strongly about any of those guys stepping into that role, and I don't think any of us necessarily do, it does feel like that's still a place where you have an opportunity to add. So I feel you on that. However, I'm going to disagree with you on the idea that, hey, man, that is the one spot you drop in and you're off to the races. And this, you do have guys that you can put there. And again, I just acknowledge I don't feel great about them. There's a possibility of going 12-man or going 12 personnel, right, where you use a couple of tight ends. Like, you have 2 wide receivers that you feel strong about. Where maybe your 3rd wide receiver isn't one that you feel incredibly strong about.
Yeah.
What's really hard is finding an offense where you can do really great things with an offensive line that is subpar. And we saw the worst of that last year with an inconsistent offensive line. I think you still need to drop in some more talent on that offensive line. I still think that doing something of that caliber is huge, because having targets does not work if you're unable to get the ball to them.
Well, I just say, if you look at this logically, you're right. Are they going to draft an offensive lineman? I would say absolutely.
Certainly, yeah.
Are they going to draft a tight end? I would say absolutely. Are they going to draft a running back? I would also say absolutely. Maybe not in the first round at 25. They're going to draft all three of those positions on the offensive side of the ball.
It does sure feel like it, yeah.
But what do they have to draft? Like, what do they – it's non-negotiable. They have to draft a wide receiver. So if you look at it logically, I'm like, well,
they have to draft one in the first round or period?
Well, no. The way I'm saying it is like if you're saying they will draft one at some point on these other three positions, but they got to have a wide receiver to go into a game. Well, because right now Tank Dell's out. You just mentioned the other receivers. I don't think there's a lot of confidence in them, and you often play with three wide receivers. Often play with four wide receivers. But you often play with three wide receivers. You have to draft a wide receiver. So if that's your sort of thought process, then I think they do draft a wide receiver in the first round.
But that, to me, I feel like that's a little different than the question. Is that the one piece away?
Well, the one piece away from being a team that can say, all right, we're set. We like this squad enough that we can play a game. They don't have a wide receiver.
Because I felt like last year I felt like they loaded up on wide receiver, and even before old boy got hurt, Stephon Diggs. I felt like the offense was so underwhelming. So I don't know if getting that receiver right now, that's the one piece away type of deal.
Yeah. Right. And I hear you because you were in lockstep with seems like Ocho on the text line pointing out the offensive line for the Bengals. That has notoriously not been all that good. And the Bengals offense still finds a way to do stuff because of the weapons that are there. And I hear you on that, and I understand that thought process, but yeah, man, I'm looking at what you're talking about, Figgy, and of course we cannot ignore last year that also like the scheme did not help any of this, right? Like having a poor scheme definitely didn't help that. And if you want to levy that, I can understand. You still have some of the question marks that you had even last year with the offensive line. Like you're still depending on your centers that had some questions still going on. Like you're still depending on Titus Howard to find either be a better version of himself at right tackle than he was last year, or to even move into guard and do that at a high. There's still some questions in here, and I understand that you have guys that you feel like can be starter quality. How good is this offensive line going to be, and how stable are they going to be in order to help you get the ball to all these talented players that you're trying to get?
I'm right there with you. I have my doubts. We've talked about them. At all three of those positions. You know how I feel about running back. I want him to draft a running back, at least in this, maybe third. But I don't know. But I want him to draft a running back. I think they really need one. But what I'm saying is, can you play with these five guys? Are they confident enough to do it in the offensive line? I think their answer would be, if we had to, yes. And maybe even not if we had to. Can you play with the tight ends? Yes. Running backs? Yes. Wide receiver? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And somebody's 832 said they cussed when I said Mechie is the Z wide receiver. But I think you could probably get them to say that they would have. The level of optimism that they have about their guys. I think you could get them to say that about Mechie or Hutchinson.
Oh boy, I don't know about that.
Well, hopefully someone.
But would they mean it? Would they mean it?
Well,
they're not going to throw players under the bus.
No, no. And of course, 281. We have not forgotten about Christian Kirk. All of that is within the idea that you have Nico Collins and Christian Kirk as the two wide receivers that you feel confident about, and who is that third, especially considering that very frequently you can see teams utilizing three wide receiver sets. Yeah. That was kind of the perspective that we came to the conversation with. But with how strong you are in your assertion that wide receiver is that spot that you're like, hey, this is the one. If I'm willing to go with you here, does that not then mean that absolutely becomes the one that you look more strongly for first in the
That's
in the
where
first
I'm
round?
going with it. That's where I'm going with it. Like as much as I disagree, because I do, I think it could easily be. I would prefer an offensive lineman there, and I think a lot of people would. But what I'm saying is like if we could argue who's going to start at every position here, and not have a name for the other wide receiver,
for the Z wide receiver.
We could argue Nick. What's starting on lineup? We can Kirk, Cam Robinson, Titus Howard maybe at guard, or Laken Tomlinson. Jarrett Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at guard, or maybe Ed Ingram if they like him. Blake Fisher at tackle, or maybe Trent Brown. We could argue Dalton Schultz, right? We could come up with a name at every starting position, but when we get to that other wide receiver, we're like, I don't know. There's a blank. There's a blank at the other wide receiver, and that's why I'm like, if you look at this logically, I think they're going to draft a wide receiver at 25. It might not be what I prefer, but I think they are.
How surprised would you be if they not even draft? I'm sure they're going to draft a wide receiver. I don't know when, but when if they sign some type of wide receiver that's not better than Christian Kirk, that's kind of an okay guy?
It feels like you're talking about like Keenan Allen, someone said.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, somebody like that's kind of over the hill a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know that I would love that, especially like as much as I'd prefer, as you've talked about, like, hey, offensive line, I think that I'd still prefer even more than that, getting a wide receiver of this class that seems like there's a lot of quality wide receivers that probably top out as a wide receiver too. Like, get one of these quality wide receivers who is young as well, again, considering the idea that, you know, the organizational structure that you've kind of built for yourself with the way that you're spending, and allow that person to kind of find their role opposite a couple of guys that you feel very confident and that have veteran experience in this league, in Christian Kirk and, of course, Nico Collins. So, like, I hear you on that. I you know what? It might be back around to the way that the board lays, and it's unlikely, even though I think Field Yates and Mel Kiper have Teteroa McMillan from Arizona sliding to 25. It feels unlikely that you'll have a lot of those wide receivers available to you in that space. It feels like maybe the way that the board lays out might be the thing that ultimately pushes them towards offensive line first, as opposed to maybe what you're saying, which is the way that they've set themselves up, where wide receiver might be the priority more than offensive line.
Yeah, because and you make a good point, because like if McMillan is there, then I think it's a no-brainer. I think they run up the card, so to speak. But if he's not, or whomever else, that is, you might want to consider as a first-round wide receiver, then the board might tell him, maybe they like Trey Harris in the second round, the kid that I like out of Ole Miss. And then they're like, well, we can't take him at 25. We think he'll be our starter, but we can't take him at 25. Well, then things change.
Yeah, and I mean, it does feel like they've talked to some Trey Harris, Savion Williams, TCU. They've talked to what's my guy, or Savion? Of course, I forgot.
No, Williams is TCU.
Okay, and then is it Williams though? Because I know it's Savion, but I also remember it's Kyle Williams out of South Carolina. So I'm like, am I mixing names? Which of course happens at this time of year when you have all these dudes in the spaces. But there's some guys that they've looked at in those kind of day two levels as well, wide receiver wise. But yeah, that is an interesting thought process going through that experiment of it does feel like there's a bigger hole at wide receiver. I just don't know that. I don't know that, like, if you're talking about, hey, drop one in and maybe still looking at the big itch that was created last year with this offensive line, and I don't think they've scratched it yet for me. That's ultimately what still comes up for me.
Mine was tight end. If they could just drop one good tight end, because I'm not really I don't want to say I'm done with Dalton Schultz, but I think they need a really good, like, legit tight end.
No, I don't disagree.
I think that can help as much as the receiver.
But they got to have a receiver.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And then the tight end one is just kind of fraud, although the 2A1 says if you have Kelvin Banks Jr., Matthew Golden, or Tyler Warren there at 25, who do you select? And I think that's just stacking a board. If you're going best player available, the best player in that instance of those three would be Tyler Warren. Like, you would just be like, hey, he got here, you take him.
That's how he ain't going. I don't think he's going to be there at 25.
He may not be out of the top 10. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic.
The Rockets are headed in. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I cheated on my taxes. Just kidding. What? Kidding.
All right, so that came from the man who hates April Fool's Day? I don't understand that one bit.
Kidding.
In fact, you know what? I hope the IRS honors you just for that joke.
Just because I was listening.
Just for that joke.
They should check in on you just because.
Exactly.
Did you say we have it on audio?
Yeah, I want you to have to. In fact, can you cut that up for me? I'm sending that to somebody. I don't know who I'm sending to, but I'm going to make sure that you get that.
Here's the confession, because I came across this morning because we did file today. We put it off. I know you guys filed a little early.
That money is spent. That return.
It's already spent?
It is spent, brother.
Biggie?
It's gone.
It's gone. But I came across this morning, and it just blew me away. You know, everybody else maybe, let's say, fudges or gets creative. I'll put it that way in terms of some deductions.
Don't say everybody. I stick to the rules, IRS.
Remember you said that.
Mm-hmm.
When I said everybody. Because I just came across this morning. Every year, according to the IRS, the difference between taxes paid and taxes owed is estimated to be $600 billion. $600 billion.
That's crazy.
People fudge, let's say.
Oh, is that on fudge or is that
on fudge?
Or is that just people not?
In terms of returns, what they estimate, the difference between what people pay and what they owe is $600 billion a year.
And what's funny is I know
a year.
Like I know academically, they don't really have the heft to be able to go out here and audit everybody.
Yeah.
But I don't need them to audit everybody. All I need would be them to audit me, and that'd be enough to ruin my day. So I'm very much.
Knock on wood, I've never been audited all these years.
We'll change that soon. Don't worry about that. But yeah, I'm very much trying to be a rule follower, because the last thing I need. Look, anybody comes talking to me, I got the paperwork, brother. It's all paid.
Yeah, I go through one of those. I forget which one it is because my wife does them. One of those automated, things. It makes it a lot easier.
Like Jackson Hewitt or something.
One of those, yeah.
Of all the
TurboTax.
I ain't heard of Jackson Hewitt in a minute. I'm being honest.
I think it is TurboTax.
TurboTax. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So earlier today, I don't even know how Payne and Pendergast got on. It's because Albert Breer in his dispatch was talking about Patrick Peterson, who this weekend retired as a Cardinal, and was highlighting how the 2011 draft class has a ton of dudes that are like Hall of Fame worthy, or consider deserving of consideration. And so they were kind of, Sean and Seth were both kind of bouncing around the guys in that class and talking about, which ones would go in the Hall of Fame and everything. And then talking about that, I think Tyron Smith, and I was like, they didn't think he would go in. I was like, I think he'd go in. He's, obviously only a 2-time All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler if memory serves me, but he was on an All-Decades team. And I was like, All-Decades team, you go into the Pro Bowl or into the Hall of Fame. And I think Sean made a good point, is that since they changed the way that they vote on Hall of Fame, right? They've narrowed the pool, and obviously you need 80% in order to go in. Maybe that makes it a little bit more difficult. And it remains to be seen what that ultimately, the trickle down of that and how that affects. But it just got me thinking. When it comes to Hall of Fames, my confession is I'm a permissible Hall of Famer. Like I am on the more permissible side. I actually like the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. Like I like that there's more people than more people getting in. I'm very much of the mindset. And again, I came to sports earliest because of basketball. So I mean, I love football, love baseball, like all these things, and I respect the way that their Hall of Fames do it.
Yeah.
To be completely honest, but I do kind of like the idea of, if they were great, let's celebrate them.
No, I agree. And I think I mentioned this to you and Sean before the show. At its core, by definition, any Hall of Fame is a museum. It's a museum. So it doesn't have to be about like just the top 1% of 1%, and all that. It's like celebrate people that really affected things and had successful careers, because you want to see that. It's part of, telling part of the history. So yeah, it's a museum. So put stuff in the museum.
That said, I acknowledge that it's a lot easier to do that in basketball, where there's like, it's a smaller pool of people. So I imagine you get permissible. You got a whole bunch of dudes that we're talking about in this circumstance. But yeah, I recognize it's like, I don't want to use the word elitist or less elitist or what have you, because I don't think that that's the right way of viewing this, but I think that I'm just a lot more permissible than I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people are like actually making more exclusionary, and that increases the honor. And I don't necessarily subscribe to that portion.
I do agree.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I watched the WNBA draft last night, or some of it.
Okay.
I watched some of it, and just to kind of see who's getting drafted and all that stuff. And it's a young lady by the name of Dominique Malonga, who the Seattle. I'm blanking on Storm. Yes, I almost said the Sounders, but
I almost said the Sonics. So we were in the same place, brother.
So they drafted her with the 2nd overall pick, and she's 6'6" from France. And they said they was comparing her. They were saying she was the female Wemby.
Okay.
And so I'm like, wow. I'm like, okay, let me get out of this WNBA draft and let me go to YouTube and let me see what this girl looking like. I gotta confess, man. I think that's a little bit disrespectful.
That is
to Wemby.
What the youths will call cap. Yeah, man. I was just talking about this
I'm like,
with a group of
man,
friends
she
earlier.
looks nothing. The only thing they got in common is they both from France.
Yeah. And tall.
And tall.
Uh-huh. Now, she got post moves. And not to say that Wemby don't have post moves, but Wemby got guard moves. That's one of the reasons that makes this crazy.
If this was really the female Wemby, she would have went first.
Yes, that too.
She went second, man. So I was that's the only comparison y'all got, and I ain't sitting there saying she's sorry or nothing like that. She's
not.
No, she looked like she can play.
Yeah,
but the female Wemby,
that stuff's already happening. Huh?
Yeah, I was expecting her to look like Chris Paul out there, a tall ass Chris Paul handling the ball and all that. I ain't see that in them highlights
without the
man.
nut punching, obviously.
Yeah, she can dunk. She can dunk.
But I hope.
But I thought that was crazy that they said the female Wemby.
And this is the reason why I really dislike comps. And like the tough part about it is comparison is how we learn, right? How do you learn? What is the color red? All right, so red is like an apple. Red is like a fire truck, right? That's how we learn things. Except the problem is, you got to do it very particularly with comps because it either sets unfair standards or it ends up being really wide in a way that you don't want it to be.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to talk about this very specific thing that this reminds me of in this other player. But unless you do that in a very particular way, you go, that person is basically this other player. And now you go, so they're going to have all of these things. It's like, no, not quite.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I'd never even heard of her until that moment.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's one thing. If she was really the Wemby, we would know. She would come across the timeline, man.
Yeah, at some point.
She have not came across my timeline, man. So I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, let me see this. And I watched her game. I was just like, she cool, she good.
Yeah.
Nah, she ain't no Wemby, man. That's a bad comparison.
The thing about comps though is they have to smack you in the face. Like when someone says, "Who does he remind you of?" or "She remind you of?" Ain't gonna be a good comp. But if it's like, that looks exactly like so-and-so, then, that's a good one.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are getting their numbers retired.
By University of Colorado.
Give it up for them. Yeah.
No, don't give it up for them. Please don't give it up. Okay, a two-part confession here. My first confession is, are you kidding me? I don't know if that's a confession or not.
I don't know if it is, but I'll allow it.
They had a 13-12 record. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
My real confession is, this is Deion Sanders doing this, right? 100%, 100%.
Get out of town.
I don't actually know that second part is the case.
100%.
I could easily see, I could see the school doing this because the school basically laid them whole selves down in order to be like, yo, please, Deion, come here and make this your ground. Colorado has a good amount of history when it comes to college football.
Yes.
But not recent history.
That are not numbers retired.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But not a lot of recent history. And you got to acknowledge, opening up the doors, be like, yes, Deion, come and do all of your experiment. They basically took the University of Colorado and tried to make it a pseudo HBCU. Colorado was just like, we do not care. Come in and do whatever the hell that you want. We just want to be relevant. And in doing that, they became relevant. And so this does feel like some level of acknowledgement of, the people that came through and made this relevant, shout out to y'all. We appreciate y'all. Do I think it's misguided? Absolutely.
But I disagree. What they did is maybe what you're talking about, but they also said, hey, Deion, whatever you want, we'll give you. Well, I want their numbers retired. God, Deion. It's Deion not retiring their numbers. We'll give you whatever you want, Deion. New contract, done. This and that, done. You want all these things at the games, done. You want their numbers retired? Done. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm not willing to lay that at the feet of Dion in particular. I feel like that's the school is there to like maintain and like support the history of the organization or what have you, and they haven't done that. And the one that is egregious is obviously Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Travis Hunter did win a Heisman, right? Like, I understand that that's not necessarily the precedent that the organization has set because that's not the first Heisman that they've had, and that those previous Heisman did not necessarily go in immediately. And when it comes to retiring their numbers in this way, where they're retiring their number immediately after they leave. It's the Shedeur one that makes you look up and go, okay, so I understand what this is.
It's the Shedeur
I know
one
who you are.
It's the Shedeur one that convinces me it was Dion.
Right. But I do wonder if they were just got to a point they were like, we would like to retire Travis' number. But what does it look like if we don't also put Shedeur in there? Like, I do wonder how much of this is just like the politics of human beings, not even just
participation.
Travis Hunter, absolutely, you can make the argument that his number deserves to be retired. And then you go, can we do that alone? Can we do it by itself?
Yes, you can.
And yeah, that's the reasonable answer.
Yeah.
But the unreasonable answer is like, all right, but we doing this whole thing. We probably should, put Shedeur in there.
It should have been a sign for the simple fact that Travis Hunter is getting probably drafted number 2 overall.
Yeah.
And we have no idea where Shedeur is going to get drafted. That to me, that sets it apart alone.
That's not what we retire numbers based on. Especially in the college.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't retire Shedeur number because Travis Hunter, we about to retire his number, and I want to be fair. Nah, man, you ain't in the same class. I mean, y'all played on the same team at the same damn time, but y'all ain't in the same class.
Yeah, but I saw this and I was like, all right.
I was like, oh Lord.
How far Colorado has fallen to some degree, and I got to be careful saying that because, like, obviously, as a program, this decision they've made has been largely good for them, right? They went from having, I think they had been cycling through coaches like nothing in previous years.
And they were bad.
And they are finding some level of stability. We'll see how far that continues as Dion has to like do more recruiting and such. But it does feel like they've altered their course in some ways. But they have really just like, hey man, we are giving you the program. They have really just given this
That's
thing
my
over
point.
in a whole way.
How would y'all feel if Jackson State retired Shedeur Sanders' number? Like, would that make more sense if let's say Shedeur stayed there and he went on?
It probably would.
Yeah, to me that
would
would make a little more sense because it's like, all right, like once you got here, we turned up a little bit and all eyes was on us, so we kind of appreciate you. But that Colorado, man, this has some history. They ain't no chump school.
I mean, Jackson State has some history too. This is the thing that I guess is kind of funny because it counters in some ways what I had about the Hall of Fame. But I'm like, we only got so many numbers, dog.
Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion. Retiring numbers.
We only got so many of these. I feel like we're not giving back out particularly. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But there you go. Those are our lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. All right, coming up next, a little bit of news that happened this week. Raiders star defensive end Max Crosby made history as he became the assistant general manager of his college team. And he's doing this while still playing and hoping to kind of, in some ways, grease the wheels of getting more talented players to his program. Who would you want in a similar role for the University of Houston or your favorite college team? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
881-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Something interesting happening in the world of college sports in a different space. I was about to say, there's a lot of things interesting happening in the world of college sports, to be completely honest. But Raiders star defensive end, Max Crosby, made history in a way, landing this particular college football job. He went to Eastern Michigan. In fact, it was the only place that offered him a what's the right word? Scholarship. There we go. They offered him out of high school. And so that's where he went, did what he needed to do, and became the defensive end, the pass rushing menace that he actually is now. Just recently got a really nice extension, big money. But in becoming the assistant general manager, he does something that is the noteworthiness of it is that he's an active NFL player holding this position, compared to like Andrew Luck, former obviously quarterback in the NFL, who is the general manager at Stanford. And then you look at like maybe Adrian Wojnarowski, who is the general manager for St. Bonaventure, things of that nature. But he goes to EMU, and now he is actively going to be the AGM. And he put out a statement about this, kind of, talking about the way, real offers and going there and working his butt off and making this. And so he seems to want to have a path for similar type players, especially pass rushers. And he opened up his email. He had to put out his email and was like, hey, it's open. Send me, your tape or what have you, if you, feel like you're a similar type player or what have you.
Right.
And so I could easily see Eastern Michigan opening up a different level of recruiting, particularly when you talk about like pass rushers that have a certain respect for Max Crosby and his game, that maybe they would not have previously had available to them, just because he's using his particular platform in this role to hopefully kind of recruit and add to their coffers. And that made me think, like, who would be that guy for UH in particular locally, but then also for other programs that are near and dear to the hearts of our listeners?
Well, first on Max Crosby, and however it plays out, and the other guys that have been doing it, it's really brilliant. But it's also sort of like, people always talk about the Wild West in college football. People are just still trying to figure out how to go about doing these things the right way. To be able to use their resources as best they can to bring in players and ultimately money for NIL, et cetera. I do like it. Just first of all, I do like what he's doing. As far as like,
I like that you said they're using their resources, whatever, because I did think, considering especially the money that he got, I was like, is this a paid position? How does that work?
That's an interesting question.
I was like, is this a position that, he doesn't need the money, and it seems like in what he is doing, he is not trying to like.
He loves his school like everybody.
Exactly, he's doing this to
edge rusher you
is what he's trying to make it.
That's what he's trying to make it.
I did wonder if is he getting this money? And yes, that is fair to note from the 832. Steph Curry does have a similar, if not the same, role at Davidson College where he went to school. So this is not entirely new in that general sense, but of course for an NFL player it is. But yeah, you were saying.
No, I think UH needs it. Just to speak locally more in football. I would say, and then that's where it gets a little bit dicey because who would fill that role in football?
And then who would be able to bring that in? Because I also, and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, I thought about this and I was like, I feel like this is absolutely, as I was kind of laying this out, I feel like this would absolutely help try and bring in defensive line in general, but probably edge rushers in particular because of that particular level of crossover. I was like, does that bring in other potential players that are like, well, this is just another way to get in, and I'll just throw it into his inbox to see if he likes it? Because I was like, if you have to go particularly position-wise as well, I do wonder if that changes any of this. Because for UH, I was like, all right, the things that I'm thinking is potential criteria is just like, can you get a great player? Like a great player that has the reach that would, get people's attention. But then on top of that, could it be like, in a way, almost like the draft, position of need, like a guy that plays a certain position that you would like to be able to get? Because if you're talking about great players, especially recently, I'm like, does Ed Oliver come to mind here?
So Ed Oliver's the one that I thought of as well, but he didn't exactly leave on the best of terms. Remember the whole thing about taking his jacket active in the game, and then it was kind of, I don't know what the terms are right now with Ed Oliver and the University of Houston. So, but he's the first one I thought of as well.
Especially it would be great to just be like, hey, do you have a pipeline to pass rushers?
Yes,
that'd be great.
Defensive lineman. Each school is trying to figure this thing out, and I think each school probably has an advantage in certain positions over others.
Yeah, and also it feels like U of H, as you mentioned, football wise, like they do, like they're not so high of a program where they could not use a little help in trying to bolster some positions. Like obviously the important ones.
Dell.
Tank Dell, great wide receiver. I would kind of love that.
Yeah, that would be good.
Like I kind of love that. Although like it feels like University of Houston's doing solid, getting pass catchers to some degree. I was like, do you have a path to quarterback? Like, can you Case Keenum this? Does Case Keenum even move the needle in the way that you want?
I think some.
That might be a good one,
I
because I feel like he'd take this job serious because he really do love his school.
It seems like he wants to coach too.
He tapped into the quarterback scene, so I can see that.
And I appreciate this because this man literally won a Heisman Trophy. They threw to Andre Ware.
You know, I thought of Andre Ware too. It was 1989.
I wasn't gonna do it, but I was like, I do wonder, does that what does that do for the youth? And I feel like that happens with a lot of players, even great players. That the time comes for all of us where it becomes a little bit harder to have that same level of reach that you have. I don't know, So of those ones that we mentioned, right? I guess we'll go with Keenum.
I would say Keenum and Oliver. I'm curious on Ed Oliver's relationship now with the school. I'd say probably water under the bridge, and he's probably good. But I would go with those. And then of course you personalize it, and I think obviously the thing about like Johnny Manziel,
buddy,
and Vince Young. No, it would work just because of the name recognition. But you're already keep in mind Johnny Manziel wasn't that 2013? 12 years ago?
Wait, are you positing that maybe the youths do not know about no Johnny Manziel, especially because he doesn't have that pro level?
And even like this sounds blasphemous to even imagine, but I think there are recruits that go onto the University of Texas campus and say, "Oh, that's right, VY did play here."
No, that makes sense.
That was 2005.
That definitely makes sense.
That was 2000. Some of these guys were barely being born.
What do you mean barely? Some of these guys were not born. What are we doing? Yeah. But you went to Texas A&M and Texas, mind you, and someone on the text line was like Von Miller, right? Go ahead and keep getting
that one might work.
But I also
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is a good one. But
Myles Garrett.
Ooh, yeah, my bad. We were skipping the easy answer. Myles Garrett is absolutely that. But I do wonder, do they need that? Because it feels like those programs, I don't know, would they benefit from that? Like, obviously, it'd just be a cool thing to have a player tapped in with your organization.
Yeah.
I do wonder, does that move the needle? Does that like make the level of dent that I imagine that this one would absolutely make, this Max Crosby move would make for Eastern Michigan? Like, it just feels like they already have enough money and status, and then they're in the SEC, which if we're talking about the competition and the opportunity there as a draw for players, it feels like that would already be there for players. I do wonder how much, Myles Garrett told us in there how much that would matter.
I think the easy answer is you always need players and you always need that connection. But you're right. I mean, I was thinking of schools like Stephen F. Austin, Sam Houston, something like that. They could really, it would be apples to apples with Eastern Washington.
That was the ones, and this is a good one from the 281. Our guy ND Kalu for Rice, and
I said that earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and I think with Rice, I do wonder: is it possible that you have a school that is too small for this to work at? Because I feel like there's a sweet spot for obviously getting like a really great player at a small school, which is what we're talking about. Max Crosby, Eastern Michigan. Is it possible to have a school that's too small for this to work at?
I don't. My instinct is no. Because players are looking for an opportunity to be seen, and schools like Rice, SFA, Sam, they put players in the NFL. Actually, SFA and Sam more so than Rice.
Right.
So I think they're always looking for a chance to be seen.
Well, to be seen, but I think the scene is one part, is the actual landing players is the other part. Because and again, circle back to this Eastern Michigan, I do think that this will work. Like, I do think that you'll get some players that maybe would not have considered Eastern Michigan as the place that they could try and get somewhere. Look at the story that is Max Crosby and say, all right, I don't know that I have a better option than this as to try and make my NFL dreams come true or what have you.
But I think what you're going to get is more eyes on the program, more FaceTime. Max Crosby, I'm going to reach out. And so maybe you're going to get that 3-star player that wasn't even going to be on your radar previously. And we all know, as J.J. Watt has often reminded people, I think he was a 3-star player when he came out.
Yep,
Yeah.
and he went to Central.
Or a 1-star. Was he a 1-star? I think it was a 1-star.
Was he?
Yeah.
I just remember the story of him, going to Central Michigan, putting the tape on the table for them to look at and that type of thing. And so, yeah, somebody said Greg Ward Jr. won the Peach Bowl. Who was, what was, I don't know. Is it fair to call this sad when I saw that Greg Ward is in the UFL?
Sure.
Because I was like,
yeah.
I kind of liked him as a wide receiver even in the NFL. Like, I kind of liked him there, what was it, in Philadelphia at that point?
Yeah.
281 to work to land a player to a small school, but if they're really good, they're going to get into the portal a year later and be gone. And I feel like that's just the acknowledgement that you have to understand is, and that might be the way that you have to sell it, in fact. It's like, hey, come here, we can develop you, and we'll push you on to, greener pastures, but at least for the time period, we'll get a great player, and then you continue to bolster that reputation so that the next generation, the next class of guys that want to find a way to increase their lot in life come through your program, and hopefully you better themselves as well, and you can constantly have a good player in there in a place that it's not necessarily a given that you would.
Well, see, I think that's the hidden value of players like Max Crosby at small schools. Because with that name recognition, I think the more important thing is rather than opening your email and trying to find edge rushers is go into, because every university, every single one has a good number of really rich people that went there. Like everyone. Like there are people who become immense successes from every school. I think the bigger thing that these guys should be doing is accumulating those dollars, and let's just get into the real game.
My man went straight capitalism.
Yeah,
what are we doing selling stories? Give them money.
No, absolutely.
Put the check on the table.
Yeah, like Max Crosby has this big whatever, meeting or, gala, some sort of, dinner or luncheon or whatever with the richest people in Eastern Washington University history. And let's organize those funds and let's start getting some players.
I like the idea that you was just like, nah. Max Crosby.
Eastern what?
Eastern Washington.
Eastern Michigan.
Oh, Eastern Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, I messed up earlier by calling Kyle Williams of Eastern Washington.
Yeah.
Kyle Williams of South Carolina.
Maybe that's why I said
and
that.
There ain't no wide receivers in this draft from South Carolina of particular repute. So, yeah, that was a weird misstep by me. But, yeah, 713, you're right. SFA alum, they said, a football alum. They said this is the out-of-box thinking that schools like SFA need to implement. Yeah, especially if you have that that alumni base, especially like guys that have played in your program that can reach back. That's always been something that programs have wanted to do. This is just an interesting way of implementing it. And 713 said Matthew Golden. And I don't know if he seems to really love Houston though. Like he is a Houston kid, and I know he went on to Texas to go and ply his trade. You think he'd be able to make that happen at Houston? Like if he was like, I want to do this for Houston, even though I graduated from Texas. You think that?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Eastern Michigan, I looked up some of their rich people. John Harvey Kellogg, as in Kellogg's cornflakes.
He's not still with us, is he?
Well, the family is.
Okay. I was just wondering if I was like, he's not still with us.
You think he going to show up?
Yeah. Jack Roush Racing in NASCAR.
Okay.
That's what Max Crosby needs to be doing.
Yeah, so
get these people in
Lopez
the room
is like, this is all cute.
Yeah.
But how about you sign a check, brother?
Yes.
How about that?
Yeah, that's how you play the game. That's how you play the game these days. Yeah.
Lopez, I don't care about your emails. Send me a check. What's the Venmo,
Ron
man? What
Campbell,
you mean?
owner of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Come on now.
The man got his own money.
Max wants to have a meeting. We'll get you some edge rusher. Hell, we'll get you some quarterbacks too.
Oh, that's hilarious. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Max, cut the check, dog. Quit playing around with me.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next. All right, how about this? What's been put together, the NFL draft, we are, 9 days away from the first round now? We are in single digits, ladies and gentlemen.
How about that?
What has been ranked is the 11 best position groups in this draft from strongest to weakest. Let's break that down to see where the Texans are going to be pulling from. We'll do that next.
Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access equals 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Let's talk about this draft a little bit. But before we go there, from 832 on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line, anyone with crazy thoughts of getting Cheetah, or is that way over the hill thinking? And what's the cost of Tyreek Hill? That is a very good question. I don't really have.
Outside the box thinking? Is that what he's saying? Over the hill thinking?
Yeah, I imagine they were trying to do the Tyreek thing there. I think that's what was happening.
Over the hill. I get it.
But I'm not interested in one bit in Tyreek Hill.
Not in the least bit.
Don't you need a receiver?
Yes.
Gotta get a receiver, man. Come on.
Separate conversation. Separate conversation.
Come on, he out there.
Yes and no.
Even if you wanted to get yourself into a place of like trying to acquire Tyreek Hill, this organization wouldn't do it, would they? Like,
they would do a lot, but I don't think they would do that. I think they would do a lot more than they used to, but not that.
Like they've really leaned into the swarm mentality and all of that. Like, am I wrong in saying that Tyreek Hill feels like he deviates kind of greatly from that, especially? And I'm not even talking about all of the off-field situations.
Yeah.
Just the idea that, he could walk out of there in, week 18, be like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Right. That type of situation, having that. Yeah.
I think both things are true. They don't need the headache, and I'm not sure he's the swarmy.
Yeah, and I do wonder if, when you talk about how much to get him, do you think it'd be anything near what like the Devontae Adams trade?
I think it'd be pretty cheap, to be honest.
You think so?
Yeah, in terms of compensation, yeah.
So you don't think a first round pick would have to be attached to that?
No. I don't think a first round pick is at all going to be attached to Tyreek Hill.
Second round, then something like that.
Second, third maybe.
You wouldn't do that?
That feels cheap. I don't know.
Cheap.
I don't know that'd be that cheap.
You wouldn't do it for a third?
No, I wouldn't do
a third round pick.
No.
Again, the cultural fit is just is not one where I think it would work. However, if you talk about a third round pick,
I bet it's going to be no more than a second. Nobody's going to give up first round pick for Tyreek Hill.
Nah,
nobody.
You think they would for Jalen Ramsey, who just signed his deal? Like what's happening with the Dolphins, man?
Yeah,
man, they made some weird extensions, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have no idea.
Both of them probably leaving.
How good is Jalen Ramsey right now?
Still feels like he plays a really good corner.
Nah, I think the name is better than the actual play on the field at this point, man.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but he's still pretty solid. They gave him they
that money.
Overpaid him though. Like they did overpay him, but he's still.
I can
decent
see
at coverage, and obviously he brings like a lot more than just that.
He's smart.
Yeah,
Very
I
smart.
can see him fitting in with like Washington or something like that that can afford this contract or something like that.
Hey, we keep saying they can afford that. They keep adding people.
Well, because they can afford it.
Hey, they going all in, man.
Yeah, Ramsey just signed a 3-year extension with the Dolphins before this past season, and then the new money of that starts with
and now he's on the move.
2026. Well, could be NFL.
They're looking for a trade.
NFL Network reports that they've mutually agreed to explore a trade. So I guess it depends on if they actually find one. That's wild. All right.
Yeah.
Let me take you here. Especially speaking of NFL.com, they put together a ranking of the 11 position groups going into the 2025 NFL draft from strongest to weakest, and this kind of speaks to where these position groups are and the criteria used. Identified star caliber players, future starters, and overall depth, and then concentrated on prospects who are most likely to be drafted in 1 through 5. Obviously, you talk about 6 and 7, and that's really fly arounds. Weighted it, and they stacked the groups based off of that. What would you guess is the strongest group?
I was just wondering that. I was hoping
in this NFL draft.
I was hoping we were going to play this game. I like playing these games.
Figgy, please jump in there as well if you have your list.
I'm going to say, well, one of two, and both could be wrong. I'm going to say edge rusher and running back.
1 and 2. Edge
Really?
rusher and running back. Right, when you talk about the strength here, right? Obviously, and I think that some of this you talk about the high end helping, right? Abdul Carter being one of the few blue chips in this is up there, but then you also add, Donovan Iziraku. Right? I definitely didn't say that right. Out of Boston College, but then Mike Green, Shamar Stewart, your guy, Mike Williams. That's your guy. He went to your school. He's your guy.
Yeah, but he's underachieved.
But he went to your school.
Yes, he did.
That's
your
what I
man.
meant. That's your man.
I hope he goes high.
But you have
not here.
You have a lot of high end talent, at least when it comes to this draft. So it makes sense there. But then running back was interesting to me because obviously Ash Genty hits the high end, but of late you've seen a lot of love for Omarion Hampton out of UNC, who if we're talking about comps again, when compared to Joe Mixon, that's one of those ones.
Yeah.
He's been talked about in the first round. I've seen people talking about maybe 3 running backs going in the first round. But Travion Henderson getting some love. Quinshon Judkins obviously coming through as well. Running back, it's interesting that this is considered such a strong draft class, and it's one of those positions that you want to get a hold of. I saw Cody Stoops kind of putting out there that maybe he'd be good with you drafting a running back at 1 as well.
Well, you know how I feel about it. Now, if you get somebody to fall, and I've been saying it for a while, I want a running back. I need a running back on this team, and I wouldn't be opposed to a first round if you can get somebody of that level that you feel can help you.
That feels wild. Just positional value wise, that just seems like that is too far.
But 25. I mean, if you'd be okay with it in the second round, but not 25.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just saying 25 is not exactly premium first round.
I think it depends who it is too. I don't think this is going to happen, but let's say Genty fall, he's at 25. Are you just passing him up because
you're not passing?
No, you got to get the best player available.
Well, so how far do you go with that?
I would say
if it falls to where you are or near where you are, you're good there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you got the first two, the two strongest, according to NFL Network. I believe actually this is Erline, that put this together. Who do you think? What do you think is the third strongest group?
See if I can continue this streak. I'm going to say,
and this is going to be interesting because this can help us circle back around.
I'm going to say offensive line.
It is not offensive line.
Ooh, interior defensive tackle.
It is interior defensive line. And this is another really strong, a little strong piece. I think what's written here is there hasn't been a draft with more than 11 defensive tackles taken inside the first 100 since 2016. But you could get that here. Obviously, you know some of the names: Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan are a couple of the names that could be there at 1. And I think I will use this to circle back around. If it's one of those guys at 25, you upset? If it's a defensive tackle,
a little bit.
Why is that?
Because they have other. Well, we just talked about it. They need a wide receiver just to fill a a starting spot. So there's one why I would be upset. The other where's your offensive lineman? Where's your running back? So yeah, I know they could use a defensive tackle,
and I think
they don't need a defensive tackle.
I do wonder if the fan base would look up and be like, all right,
what are we doing?
Yes, clearly, but I think you could sense that there's a little bit of a feeling like, all right, D'Amico Ryan's defensive head coach, we might be leaning a little too much into that defense, not enough into that head coach part.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of talent accumulated for the defense, and rightfully so. Like, it's an incredible defense, and it's going to be a strength on the team. Like, I bridge too far to then also go to the defense in this first opportunity to add some high-end talent to the team on an offensive side where all your additions were relatively middling, to be completely honest. Without actually Christian Kirk, that's disrespectful to that man, because I don't know that I'd call that a middling addition. But outside of Christian Kirk, I don't know that there's been one that I go, yeah, that one really scratches an itch or moves a large needle for me. And so to go interior defensive line, even understanding that there's some strength here, would be a weird one. And especially because there are some guys that this team has talked to in TJ Sanders and Joshua Farmer. TJ Sanders, I believe, another South Carolina guy. What am I doing? That you could possibly get with a little bit of second round or later into the second.
I do think if they go defensive tackle with the first round pick, I do think you're right that there's going to be sort of an uprising of, or at least some people wondering, hey, D'Amico, you ever look at the other side of the ball? That kind of thing,
right?
And probably fairly. And so, somewhat.
But these are the stronger positions, right? These are the ones where there's a lot of strength here, and maybe you can mess around. As you get lower, right? Fourth strongest, tight end, and that seems to be evident, especially when you talk about the two tight ends at the very top. But then also they showed some enticing upside with Mason Taylor, Elijah Arroyo, right? Those guys. Offensive tackle comes in at 5. Notice that we're still 6 is finally where you hit wide receiver. 7. Cornerback and interior offensive line. So, like, you're talking about not the worst when it comes to talent-wise in this class, but you're also talking worse than these other positions. And I think this is why I still come back around to it's got to be one of these offensive line or wide receiver, because if you don't get it at 25, when do you get it? And wide receiver is interesting, though, because, like, there are some players that, again, we've seen the Texans have some conversations with, have some association with the likes of Kyle Williams, with the likes of Savion Williams, with the likes of who's the other one that I was thinking of recently. But yeah, some of those guys in those spaces that you look at and you go, maybe they could be attached to Trey Harris. There we go. Thank you. In some of those later spaces, offensive line, it gets a little dicey.
It's funny, we've talked about it today, a lot, but because of the wide receiver, and it's not thin, but it's the thinner of these positions. It almost prioritizes a first-round pick even more, or your second-round pick, with one of these other guys that you just mentioned.
Right. So I don't know. I found that to be interesting, and how that could possibly affect the way the Texans go about things. All right.
So DB is at the bottom.
Well, a cornerback I mentioned was cornerback is tied for 7th with interior offensive line. But then if you go safety is literally the lightest, which honestly is probably
kind of year in, year out thing.
It is, but it's kind of a great reason why you also have you're set safety wise. Like you have Kalen Bullock, but then you add C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then I guess depending on how you want to view him, Jalen Petrie, and then Jimmy Ward as a depth, right? You will have a lot of strength there, and then Stewart as well involved in there as well. Like you were good at safety. That's not something that you particularly have to look at first 5 rounds probably. Like maybe you get later on and you want to take a flyer later on some players, sure. But thankfully, I think this also goes to situate or point to the idea that the Texans have kind of situated themselves in a way where the places where they're going to be selecting from, there should be some guys. Like they have situated themselves well to possibly address some of these things that they need to address in this offensive or in this in this NFL draft that's coming up.
And that
in
factors in. That factors in. You know, you look at the draft, and then you play your free agent. You know, your free agency. To kind of accommodate what's missing in the draft, where you think you might not be able to get help in the draft. So it makes sense, and it's a good deal.
281, pull a stunt like you did for CJ and Will and get wide receiver and offensive line. Somebody did text in the possibility, like, what do you think about them doing something like trading up from the second round pick? Keep it 25, but also like trading up in that second round pick to get into that same kind of band or tier of players to get the wide receiver caliber that you want.
Yeah.
And then also the offensive line or one of the offensive linemen that you want as well.
No, I think that's fair because especially those second tier wide receivers, if the top ones are gone, by 25, well, then you kind of get the itchy trigger finger there, to maybe move up and get the guy higher. And you got 2 third-round picks.
You do?
Yeah.
You do have 2, and you have a little bit of future capital too if you want to try and utilize that in your treasure chest in order to do some stuff there. So yeah, I think that's the beauty is that as much as I think the level of anxiety can set in on will they do this, will they do that, it does feel like Nick Caserio and the organization with a lot of the tools to be able to go out and do it. We're just at this point going through all the permutations of what it could look like before the actual real run of this, before it's no longer a mock draft but an actual draft on April 24th on that night when we get going with the first round. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, man, we got a stat mixtape today. We got a guy who broke down something interesting in a video, and I want y'all to kind of figure out what that is. Plus, Coachella Festival traffic. How long would you stay in some traffic to see a performer? 713-572-4610.
I have a feeling that your number is going to be basically non-existent. We'll find that out next.
The Rockets are headed. at 6 on Texans All Access. We have the latest on all things draft right here.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. I want to ask y'all something real quick. If y'all could break down something in depth, anything you want, anything, what would be your go-to? Like, could you break
fishing?
Yeah, you could break down fishing.
Yeah, which lures to toss in certain situations, etc. I could break that down pretty good.
Reggie, what you breaking down?
Ooh, maybe I'm thinking either like a movie or like a particular album.
Okay.
Like if I get a certain album, like maybe
Could you break down The Wire?
Oh, yep, there it is. See, you knew my answer.
Yeah,
you knew my answer for me. It would be The Wire, 100%.
Okay.
You already sick of hearing me talk about it.
No, I love. Hey, we should talk about it a little more, man. I wish Lopez watched the whole series so he could kind of get in on it too.
You jumped out on the series?
I jumped out on the series, and
when?
It wasn't because I necessarily didn't like it. But sometimes when
I'm a Sopranos guy.
No. Sometimes when your significant other doesn't like it, you automatically.
That's fair.
See, all you got to do is you got to educate her on what's happening. You know what? I'll come over and I'm sure that'll help.
You can sit between us.
See, now, Jan, what's happening here is
she'll make you some popcorn.
See, and then you ruined it. You went and ruined it now, didn't you?
I want y'all to guess what this guy is breaking down here, because this video went kind of viral, and he was giving details on why this person is the top 10, why this person is
right.
I want y'all to figure out
like what it is.
Yeah, what it is.
My top 10 will be ranked on longevity, who they faced in their prime, and of course, who I had the most of in my collection. Number 1, my GOAT, Cherokee. She faced everyone in their prime: Charlie Mack, Wesley Pipes, Brian Pumper, and she had chemistry with all-time great performances, plenty of classics. It is undeniable that she is the GOAT. She faced a young, hungry, up-and-coming future legend in J-Mac. Put her up against the best of the best today, and she still will dominate. Number 2, I'm going to admit now I wasn't a big fan, but she faced the greats and collaborated with my GOAT Cherokee plenty of times. Pinky. Pinky was a true pioneer of her time. She's one of the first women to be fully independent with her own website. She gave other women exposure through her website. She gave back to the game. Her decline was steep. It was like watching Shaq on the Celtics towards the end. If you look at the old Vlad TV interviews, you will see what she was going through, and you will give respect for the performances that she put on while she was going through all of that. Number 3, Jada Fire, straight killer. She made scenes better with just her presence, went up against the best of the best, collaborated with the best of the best, no debate. Number 4, one of the veterans in the game. She was more than a pretty face. She did all the dirty work. Olivia O'Lovely.
That's insane.
She went up against all the greats, collaborated with the greats.
All right, what is this?
About those double-sided DVDs.
You haven't got that context yet? Good for you.
My man is breaking down porn stars.
I'm proud of you.
Oh,
not
really?
Knowing. Yeah.
You knew that right away.
He went top 10.
Yeah.
I had to cut the audio, but my man went top 10 porn stars.
Yeah, from the 7.3. Can't understand the names that were being said. Can y'all run down the list of the names being said?
What are the names?
Oh, you want me to replay them for you?
No,
you can write these down?
Just the names. This guy.
His number 1, he said Cherokee.
I'm not familiar with her work.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like you're going to go familiarize yourself?
Hey, check it out whenever you get a chance.
Hey, don't do that.
But it's early.
Google it right now. Hey, just Google it right now on that work computer.
No.
Right there on that work one, right there. That is wild. That
who were the names? Yeah, you have a list of the names?
I don't. But just from this clip, he said Cherokee. He said Pinky. He said Jada Fire. That's all. I'm not really familiar.
And I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be a prude. None of those 3 really rang a bell, so to speak.
No, that feels like
he started getting in the sticks.
He really did.
Because the first couple ones he named, I'm familiar with, not because I'm, like this.
Look, you don't got to defend yourself, my boy. Like just
some of them people just be out there already, like just by name.
Yeah.
But he started getting in the sticks. I'm like, when he started naming who they faced,
that was the thing for me.
I'm like,
who they faced?
Yes.
Well, yes, he was intentionally, I think, trying to obscure this, but at the same time, that was very weird for him to like.
He's talking about their prime.
Yeah.
Who they went against. I'm like,
you know what I thought it was? And this is so silly. I thought it was like comic book characters.
From the 713, raise your hand if you think Lopez is lying. He knows these names.
Actually, Lopez is dead serious.
I am dead serious.
He would have made some type of joke or something.
Yes, I would have.
There's enough diversity and variety when it comes to that particular world where I feel like you can find yourself not getting into certain buckets. The thing that got me, though, that I was surprised why you didn't end up with it, is some of the names are just comically...
Sure.
Adult actor names.
He said Wesley Pipes.
Yes. That's the one where I was like, oh, okay, I know what this is, because that is aggressively adult.
My man mentioned the double disc DVD or something. I'm like, all right, man, you
all
really
right,
in the
brother.
sticks.
You got DVDs. That's a dead giveaway.
Somebody said, damn, the only women's sport I watch and still don't know the names.
Yeah.
That guy also does speed rounds. That is
speed rounds.
Like, the question that I have, in addition to many other ones, who is this for?
Yeah, well, hey, man, there's an audience.
Yeah, so
I know, and that's the thing is, I acknowledge there's an audience, and there's a lot of things that I'll watch, and I'll be like, wait, who is this for?
Yeah.
And in this instance, who is this particular content for? We're like, let's do the top 10.
So I think he started ranking them too, because I don't know if people were saying, oh, Cherokee was overrated or this person is better. So he was just like, enough is enough. I'm gonna give y'all my top 10 because y'all ain't gonna keep disrespecting Cherokee like that. Cherokee is number 1. Pinky is number 2.
Man, you're gonna make me do
It's making you do anything, Lopez. Just admit that you want to do that. Ain't no problem with it.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, that's I guess I had not considered the idea that every single medium has the opportunity for like
debate anything,
debates
man.
and arguments. Now that just took me to the place. Is there a first take of this? Like, is there someone that's like, this isn't possible?
Yeah.
I cannot believe that you would not put Pinky. No, I was playing. Yeah.
Now we're getting people arguing about who should be number 1.
What is the Jordan LeBron debate when it comes to the porn stars?
I guess
don't got it
Cherokee
for you, brother.
And Pinky. I guess it's Cherokee and Pinky.
I don't have that for you, my
apparently,
boy.
Pinky.
I have not had nearly the conversation to know what the popular
Pinky
conversation.
is 3-8 in the NBA fights. She folded when the breaks were light.
No performance enhancers either.
Cherokee's got 6. She never lost.
6-0.
I guess everything can be a sport if you try hard enough, right?
It's the world's oldest.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I was going to talk about Coachella traffic real quick, but you said anything can be a sport, right?
I guess so.
So how you feel about the SRL, which is launching a league?
The SRL.
What is SRL?
The Sperm Racing League.
Wait, what is happening right now?
So a startup in LA is launching the first Sperm Racing League. They built a microscopic track so guy swimmers can go head to head and see who swims. And the best part about this is you can actually bet on it.
Of course you can.
See, that's the worst part about it. I feel like I have never had a better indication that maybe our legalized gambling was a problem than the fact that dudes were like, I would like to bet on these swimmers. What is wrong with us as a society?
Oh,
also, if you are interested in this, they are live streaming the first event on April 25th.
What?
Give me the teenager.
What? When you said live stream, somebody said I got 5 on it. Please don't.
I wonder if Sean Pendergast would put a bet on this.
Of course.
Would you put a bet on this?
Sure.
It's like horse racing, except not.
Yeah.
Somebody said Figgy must be betting on AJ Blue Ball is what they said. When you said streaming, my brain immediately went to, what all is entailed in the stream?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what all factors into the stream? Because I feel like we're in a place that we already were in a place.
Well, it's got to be just a micro. You don't see any actual, anything. It's just the like you see the Petri dish, I guess.
That is
yeah.
I don't know, but hey, they making sports out of everything, man.
I want them to fail. I'm gonna be honest. Like I want them to fail. This should not be a thing.
God bless. All right, let's get the Coachella traffic, man. So, what's the longest you'll stay in traffic to see somebody in concert?
You're asking the wrong person. I'll drive as long as I've said this. As long as
if you got your favorite artist perform,
Christina.
Yeah,
Aguilera.
Or the Stones.
I didn't realize you was that. Well, I guess I knew that you liked Christina.
Diehard.
I didn't know that you were deep into the sticks like that.
Yes. Would you wait 3 hours in line or in traffic?
Ooh, 3 hours might be about the limit, right?
How cheap are the tickets? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is
you have your
free tickets.
You have your
somebody gave you some good tickets.
Yeah.
Maybe meet and greet.
Yeah. 3 hours. I'll
3 hours.
I'll go 3 hours.
You want to do 4?
That'd be a reach, man. That'd be a big ask.
Yeah, it's like at that point you have 4 hours. You have what? Tripled the length of the show.
And just the frustration level.
Yeah, just sitting in traffic.
Every hour after one, it multiplies by 10 or 20.
Yeah,
your frustration level.
So Coachella was this weekend, and some festival goers were stuck in traffic for 12 hours before getting into the Coachella grounds.
Ain't no way. No way.
So they didn't have no access to bathrooms, water, or gas while they waited in traffic.
Well, how long was the show? It's an all weekend thing, right? But does it go continuously?
Well, it's a festival, so yeah.
It's like a good 3 days.
Like you're going to see something. You just maybe not see what you want to see.
So, yeah, maybe. And it's funny because I actually saw a story about Coachella that was in a different vein, which is, well, actually, 2 other stories. One, that the festival concerts are becoming so expensive that people are like they're selling them as like, this is your $20 down payment up front and then paying it in intervals, which that's crazy. But then secondarily, I've seen that people watching Coachella on stream is people actually going out there, and that's kind of wild to consider because people are still waiting 12 hours to get in. Like these things have become so large that it's huge. But I think I'd go like 3 hours are probably what I wait.
That's about it.
Especially, but I feel like it's a I don't know if zero sum's the right thing. It's a whole balance thing because if I had to pay a whole bunch of money, I also don't know. Like I feel like my tolerance level for how long I'd have to wait would then go down in a way where I'm like, man, if I paid all this money, what the hell am I sitting out here waiting?
That's
for?
the thing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, 12 hours. That is crazy. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, the former Vols QB, Nico, what's his name, Reggie?
Iamaleava.
He got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to get it, so I ain't even going to try. So, he was the topic all weekend when it came to the college NILs. So, I got to play the fake presser.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got the AI?
Yeah, man.
You know it's going to make me mad, right?
Yeah, here's the fake Nico AI version on him leaving Tennessee.
I look like I sell cologne and mixtapes outside of a gas station. I don't know if you saw that Ohio State game last year, but I was definitely like the 37th best player on the field. So, yeah, I deserve $4 million a year. I don't know why anyone's surprised that I'm going to leave Tennessee. My name is literally I am leaving. I'm the first ever college football holdout. Everyone probably thought it would be someone that was actually good at football, though. Nope, it's a guy that looks like a f***ing Rottweiler. I mean, I may play for the Vols, but I ain't volunteering for
the Vols, but I ain't volunteering for you know what.
That's a good joke.
These things come across my timeline every day, and every day I want to forward one to you.
The funny part about it is I was playing this audio as I was getting ready for the show, and Jordan, one of our producers, he came around the corner looking like, is that him? I'm like, nah, this is fake.
Wait, good for Jordan knowing what Nico Iamaleava sounds like, because I was like, you didn't need to AI this. You just needed to get out here and get on the microphone, because I wouldn't have known, with all due respect to Nico.
No, I wouldn't have known either. But he came around the corner and like, did he really say that?
Well,
and I'm like, nah, this is fake. This is fake.
Yeah, we should have never gave the AI, the generative AI is like, I'm sure that there's good uses for them. Haven't seen very many of it. It's just like we out
it
here.
Just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
By the way, Sean is in. He's
in on the racing.
I knew he'd be in. I knew he'd be in.
I feel like we need to give him homework. Just like see him bet on. I want to see if he's good at this. Like, just I don't know how you would be good at it. Like, how do you? Because just like I guess horse racing, everybody has their their particular strategies on how you identify a good horse. I don't know how you identify a good
swimmer.
There we go.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's a good way.
What is the euphemism I'll use here to try and get away from saying that one thing? Yeah, I don't know how you identify the good
check out the
swimmer there.
live stream.
I'm telling you, just go with the teenager.
Curiosity is going to kill me because I shouldn't go look at this, but I kind of want to go see what this is.
Yeah, you are. God, you're going to do it.
This might have been my least favorite mixtape. Not because it wasn't good, but because I feel
look at this top 10 list porn stars.
Cherokee, baby.
Yep. The GOAT. You heard it. You heard it from the man.
I'll
that's
be the judge of that.
All right, Lopez, come back with your top 10 list next tomorrow. I need that from you.
I'm a Jada Fire guy.
Sasha Grey.
Sasha Grey. Okay. Yeah. I'm a Jada Fire
So we know
guy.
what you're into because that was not on the list.
Yeah.
My man came and he was like, I got one for you. Boom. Put that on the table.
Yeah.
Filthy.
That probably ain't. All
right, that we need to stop.
Yeah,
now. I have a
turn
feeling
this car around.
We will have a visit from the boss here in a second. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive.
All right, Mill Creek Custom Homes, baby. Good people. Lance.
Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, that was an engaging Figgy's mixtape we just got done with. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig. If you see some mixtape worthy, and let me find out one of y'all sent that to Figgy. Let me find out. But yeah, from the 346 on the text line, y'all about to have more HR videos. That's right. I have a feeling that an HR visit or conversation or email is coming to us soon. And probably. I really, considering that we're coming off the heels of that, I really hope that this information is not tied to it. Joining us now on the phone is on the phone line, Larry in Stafford. Larry, what's happening, man?
You know it's gonna be tied to it, Reggie. Look here, man. Everybody, if you're a man, has fallen in love with a stripper a time or two, man. Look, if you don't have cinnamon, sugar, peanut butter, or juicy booty in your phone, something is wrong with you, man. So we could Google all them names, and Reggie, I'll just come scoop you, man, and take you over there to Treasure and let you fall in love a couple of times. Look here, man. We need to talk about something, Lopez. And I'm a big proponent of being real about stuff. Here's the thing. This whole offensive lineman that everybody keep trying to just put to the Texans makes absolutely no sense. Now, if I had Nick on speed dial, I would call Nick and tell him, did you not watch Dalton Schultz play football in 2023? Did you not watch us have to go to Kansas City with Nico and the Jackson Fives of no names? Going to Kansas City to try to win some games. The National Football League is about excitement and scoring points and having some talent at wide receiver, i.e., go look at Kansas City with Saint, whatever his name, and Williams up there, and watch how them boys play football at a dynamic level. If this draft has not told y'all anything, it should have told y'all ass that we need another wide receiver. Now, if I need to go get me another slit-footed ass lineman to go replace Kenyon Green, I'm going to look at the 13 of them that I got in the building over there right now and decide on which one of them dudes over there can play some damn guard for me so that we can keep making sure our quarterback don't get hit no more, because I really don't want another rookie guard, my prized possession that I'm about to give $70 million in a year. Fellas, it's not that complicated. We're not that far away. We already stacked up on defense. Why your ass ain't trying to stack up on playmakers on offense is a mystery to me. And for all you haters that ain't trying to click in on my poll, I know why y'all hating, because you know your boy Stafford is right in our holler.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if he falls directly in line with what I say, but if you just look at the squad, where's the biggest hole?
I mean, I can see it. I see what you're talking about wide receiver-wise. Tough part is when you start making the case and look at Kansas City. Yeah, Kansas City learned a lesson when they had when they didn't have a good enough offensive line. They immediately went and added talent there. And Kansas City been out here making it shake with, I mean, at least a wide receiver core, obviously understanding that Travis Kelce, very good tight end, right? Likely a future Hall of Famer. And, but the wide receiver core that wasn't all that, didn't have a lot to write home about necessarily. So, yeah, I mean, I hear you. I understand why you want to get talented players, but I think more than anything, you see how a house without, and it felt like the offensive line foundation wasn't very good last year, and I don't know that you've necessarily done a ton to help that out. Plus, it's tough because you got to be of two minds. You got to play for now to some degrees. Like you are. I mean, if you ultimately end this upcoming season without having done something, I don't know, special, however you want to term that, you would have eaten up a majority of that rookie contract, that vaunted rookie contract that we talk about when you get a quarterback in this league, where you get an opportunity to really utilize the cost effectiveness of a rookie quarterback or a rookie contract quarterback in those other spaces. You would have wasted that in some way. So you want to play for this year, but also you want to make sure that you have something established in years to come. And I feel like this offensive line, even if you feel like it's sufficient for the time being, I would like to get somebody in who starts to solidify that for the future. And I feel like the first round is where you have more opportunity to get hit for that, especially in a meat and potatoes draft.
Look, I don't disagree with you on you'd like to bolster the line. I don't think, speaking for Larry, maybe I shouldn't, but I don't think he's saying that they should just not look at the offensive line and bolster it.
Yeah.
What we're saying is the gaping hole
playmakers
is right there.
I hear you.
And speaking of the Chiefs, like they had a gaping hole at wide receiver that they had to continually try to bolster. And so it was it's kind of a testament to just how great Patrick Mahomes is, because they had some holes in line and receiver. But you got to fill that gap, and I'm starting to believe, again, it might not be my first preference, but it's up there. I'm starting to believe that the Texans are going to look heavy at wide receiver there.
Getting closer and closer, and I think one thing that'll be helpful in determining where they're looking, or maybe we're not going to get a good idea, because this Texans team does a good job of like remaining mum on these things, but Nick Caserio will talk tomorrow, and we'll have that audio on In the Loop tomorrow, because at noon we'll be talking to the assembled media. So I'm interested in just getting. Yeah, maybe we can do and try and read between the lines. I'll get you to be your Nick Caserio whisperer and see if we can understand what they're trying to give us, and maybe try and suss out what their plan is, or what their kind of thought process is on the draft as we near it.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation. Right?
That is fair, right? Because we will need some level of intelligence to try and figure out what's happening there. But yeah, I'm still in a place where, man, having a strong offensive lineman. Because also, man, you talk about the pass game, man. What about the run game?
Yeah.
The run game was one of those things where you just depended on individual brilliance a lot. I don't want to do that again either. So, I don't know. I like the idea of adding a strong offensive lineman. And are we doing the thing, let me ask you this. Are we doing the thing where we make a distinction without a difference?
How so?
Between first and second round, where in a draft where it feels like after, especially late first round, you're talking about a large pool of like talent that feels somewhat similar between those spaces where you're probably having your first two picks?
That's kind of what I was referencing when we were talking about, a running back at 25. To me, a running back at 25 it's not a second rounder, obviously, but it's not as premium a first round pick as, let's say, top 10, top 15. So yeah, that's the distinction without a difference. Good with a running back in the second round, but not at 25 overall. I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm saying I would be good with a running back at 25 if that's the case.
I feel you'd be hard pressed to sell me on that, but I guess the place that you would ultimately have to sell me is once we get to the season, right? Like that's the tough thing about the draft, is that you can win the draft, you can lose the draft. How many years do we come back around and do these draft grades or whatever? Ultimately, you make it work. Like the team that really did that to a big degree was the Detroit Lions, where they got out here and drafted an off-ball linebacker in the first round a few years back, and then we all looked up and were like, oh, they figured out, like, they got the players that they needed ultimately.
Yeah.
I don't know, but again, you have to get to that place. Like, you have to get to that place where you prove it. I would much rather like feel confident about it on the front end if they can make that happen in that way. And yeah, I see you on the text line from the 832. Tuned out during the top 10 porn star convo to take a call. Tuned back in, and the first words that they heard was they had a gaping hole at wide receiver. That's right. Yep. And I believe that Lopez did that intentionally. I will not take any level of you had to. Don't shake your head like you did not do that intentionally, because you used the word gaping about 3 times there, and I'm not fond of you doing that. But there you go. All right. So what are you watching tonight? Obviously, we're watching the playing game at 9, and then Astros Hunter Brown going. Which of those has more of your attention? I mean, really, when it comes
to... It'll be Astros. I mean, look.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm obviously going to be plugged into both, but...
You're not going to be doing some advanced scouting on the potential Rockets matchup?
No, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely be looking at it. But the Astros are just intriguing right now, how they've been up and down. As I started this show, they just... It's not the number that we're used to in the previous game, but then the previous game before that, he struggled. So, Hunter Brown, let's get it going.
Somebody said 832, I trade both thirds for another high second-round pick. I mean, that's a possibility that they could get themselves into that space, but it'll be interesting. And like I said, we'll hear from Nick Caserio tomorrow. All right, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, we welcome in the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron.
Well,
fellas,
how y'all get to a top 10 porn star?
That's
the beauty of the Figgy's mixtape.
Somebody was breaking it down, man. I thought it was a good breakdown.
Did we get the top 10? I'm just wondering, like, did we hear?
Nah, we got to like 3.
Yeah,
we got the 3. What was
I did.
Did
3
Ava Adams make it?
Who?
I don't believe so.
I did retweet the video.
H-Town gal.
Is she really?
You
did not you in the sticks to where we know colleges, we know
No, I don't think she made it to college. I don't.
Junior college.
I mean, if she made it,
Ava Adams out of Houston, 5'5".
If she made it to college,
she might have been dressed like she was going to school.
Hey, look, if she made it to campus, it wasn't in a classroom.
She went to Texas A&M Corpus.
I don't believe she did.
I want to get the break.
H-Town gal.
I want to get the scouting reports that y'all got. Like, all right, really solid base. Work, good with their hands. Maybe not as much enough quickness.
Well, I mean, look, you ask,
straight line speed.
Depending on who you ask, but if I brought her up, I imagine she checks most of those boxes.
Yeah, I just wonder, did we go current? Did we give respect to the elders?
It sounds like it was OG.
A lot of receipts.
Yeah, Vanessa Del Rio is
he started with Cherokee, Pinky.
It seems like
the Fire.
Pinky's solid.
It seems like he was in a particular category.
Yeah, I feel like the guy that sold porn in high school for a living.
That's right.
I feel like that guy should be excluded from the debate.
Yeah. Well, I think you should make a list.
He's an expert at that point, right?
Yeah, he should have his own list.
I think you should make a list.
Coffee, Tea, or Me, a great one.
Yeah.
Great one.
Chrissy Canyon, starring her. It's a great one. Some good action out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just curious at the top 10. I was wondering.
I'm curious in your list now.
I'd have to give it some thought.
All right, well, I expect.
I expect nothing less from you.
And I'd have to two-tier it,
Two-tier it.
I don't even know what that
Pre-merger.
Yeah. Impact Gentleman in there.
Yeah.
Herschel Savage.
Unbelievable.
Wesley Pipes, those guys out there.
Oh, he was on the list.
Yeah, Wesley? Yeah. Wesley's
No, he was acknowledged as a contributor.
Contributor. It's the one dude that got the two pistols tattooed to his waist.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
He cracks me up.
You are way over my head. Shout out to Sean Pendergast, who has
he's an aggressive talk.
Supporting text to you there, Clint, who says Ava Adams is a big sports fan. So
absolutely. Fantastic. Yeah. Good work.
Big sports fan from Houston.
Well, the girl who ruined Zion's life, Zion Williamson's life, Mariah
Mills, is that what it was? Okay, very good. All right, that is way more. Yeah, you want to. Speaking of things that are a damn shame, did y'all see this retirement of the jerseys at Colorado?
Shout out to Sarah J. Yeah, it's interesting.
She don't need a shout out.
Yeah, the retiring of jerseys in college. It has to be like somebody really, really, really special. Like, I think Arkansas has 2
retired numbers. Yes,
retired numbers, and one of them is a really old gentleman, and then it's Brandon Brolesworth. And like you can you understand it, but it's just because college, there's so many. Yeah, there's so many people who come back, right? Like Wilt Chamberlain's jersey is not retired at Kansas. I mean, it's up in the rafters, but nobody's uniform numbers are retired.
That's crazy. I agree with you. Well, I really agree on this, that this was Dion just saying, hey, can you do this for me? Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Look, let's be honest. The Shador thing is plum-ass silly.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, if you win a Heisman at a university, I mean, there's only a handful of those. If you play more snaps per game than anybody's ever played, you do things that somebody's never done.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I get it. But, you give it 6 months, I thought you meant he was there for 6 months.
Yeah, you give it 6 months.
Yeah, no, I agree there. But like the Travis Hunter deal, I get it.
Yeah.
Shador, it shouldn't even be a conversation.
I don't get Travis either. I guess.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, retiring nobody else is ever going to wear the number again.
They went 13 and 12.
You know what I mean? Tennessee, like Peyton Manning and Reggie White, their jerseys are retired. Those guys were there 4 years, did so much for the university. I'm not saying hell, you want to retire, but Deion's whistle like that, Deion Deion can get something built already.
He would.
Right? They could right now, if they said we're gonna make this Deion Sanders Field right now.
Sure.
I get that. With everything that he has done, he's completely changed the program. But good God, man. It ain't been 3 months.
Shador. What was your favorite Shador moment?
In the vaunted Colorado tenure?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
When he won a Heisman.
Yeah, I look forward to you guys breaking that down. And I'm seeing names that I have never heard of. Shout out to all of the folks listeing and the various proclivities.
Yeah, that is Wesley Pipes. You're right. You're right, text line. You're right. That is, man. He is an aggressive talker.
Hey, man. Shout out to y'all that can point out adult stars out of a lineup. That is a talent that I didn't.
Don't be
definitely
scared.
Don't possess.
Don't be scared.
You must have been watching porn like movies. Like I don't have. I mean,
No, not like movies, like tape. Because he's breaking this down right now. What is happening?
I don't. The only guy I got, I don't think I've ever actually seen in a porno. Which if you heard what's the name of the famous dude to do forever, Ron Jeremy.
Oh, John
Peter
Holmes.
North. Yeah, Big John Holmes. Yeah.
I mean, Ron Jeremy's the only one I got. If you flash pictures up there, I think Ron Jeremy's the only one I'd know.
Yeah.
I like how much pride you take in this round.
Not pride. I'm just being honest.
Knowledge.
About it. Yeah, it's knowledge, right?
There's knowledge that we have that we don't take pride in, but I appreciate it. No, go ahead and fly your flag strong.
I also know all the vice presidents.
Similar importance, mind you. All right.
Foreign and vice presidents. That's right.
That's the areas of expertise for Ron the Show Hughley. All right, fellas. Have a fantastic show. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live.
There you go. The Drive is live. That is Tyler Milner's voice, but that will be the only time you hear from Tyler Milner because he is out. He is struggling at the house, and hopefully he kicks the ass of these allergies that's taking him out, and he's better, and he'll be back with us tomorrow. But that don't mean the Drive ain't live. You heard Clint. You see him with a button up. He'd come on down one more button. We'd really have a party right here. Get that taco meat on out there. And then if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Chris Santiago's in the building.
And that man Santiago, baby.
There he is. He's in the building. Chris Santiago holding it down. You normally hear him on Area 45 as he does his work each and every night, 7 to 11. So check them out. Him, Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. But we had to steal him today. He is here with us on the Drive. A lot to get to. A lot tonight here. And Clint, find out who the Rockets going to play tonight. Chris, I know you are zoned in on this one. Find out who the Rockets going to play tonight. You find out, everybody there who find their way a part of the show. We appreciate you. I want to make it clear. I am rooting because I want the Rockets to advance to the second round. So I am rooting for the Memphis Grizzlies. Some of you others are just letting pride get in your way. But I'm the Memphis Grizzlies. And I'll be honest with you, I think every last one of you all are too. All right, you're watching the game. I know some of you are going to send in texts saying, oh, no, I want the Warriors. There is no way you're going to be watching this game and you're going to start cheering for Draymond Green and Steph Curry. I just don't believe you. There is no way. Clint, I asked Chris earlier before the show started. He said, I'm going to be cheering for Golden State for the first time in my life.
First time.
That's not, you're not. You're like, your sports fandom is not going to allow you to do it. You're not going to turn on that TV and start saying, get that rebound, Draymond. Get that block. No, that wasn't. No, you're not. You can't. You can't. You're not going to start, ooh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Steph. No, your ass going to be hoping for grenades to be thrown, and you're going to be cheering. When you get in it, you can't control it. I couldn't control it Sunday. I went in there, turned on the TV. I didn't think I was going to be rooting for anybody. 2 strokes in, I'm all the way in for Rory. I couldn't accept. You ain't going to do it. You ain't going to do it. Leave it to Ron to tell fans who they're going to root for. Kick rocks. You're not going to root for it's not in you. Give
me the Warriors, Ron.
You may be right now excited, and maybe some of you don't know. Like, again, Kick Rocks just said it. I 100% want the Warriors. You may want the Warriors, and I think in the game is over, you're going to be like, bring them on. I know you are. But you're not going to sit there and turn on the TV and start cheering for them.
I'm not cheering for either, boys. I'm just going to sit back and I can't lose, man. I can't lose. If Memphis somehow pulls it off in the first round, we get a team that fired their head coach a few weeks back. Hell, and let's be honest, Ja Morant may get suspended for half the damn series for shooting finger guns at people. Who knows what's going to happen? He's throwing hand grenades now.
Draymond might do something silly.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, look, or on the other side of it, you get the Warriors, who are a lesser team, no doubt about that, than they have been in the past when they've become the problem, the thorn in the side of most of us. And you get one last shot at Curry and Kerr and company, and You can get them while they're not at their best, maybe, or at least on the way out the door. And so I'm not cheering for either. I'm damn sure watching to see what the Rockets are in for. And when it's all said and done, I'm going to be happy with whatever the result is.
I know you are. I think I don't believe you either. And I want to say that I don't think that you two are coming to the table lying. You both have something invested in it. One, you're not going to be able to cheer for the Warriors. You're not going to be. If you're going to say this is the first time in my life I'm going to cheer for the Warriors, you're not cheering for the Warriors tonight. That's just not going to happen.
Strong take.
It's not. I can't. I love my wife to death. I can't cheer for the Missouri Tigers. I want them to lose gymnastics, swimming, anything. They're on. I can't. Sometimes even if it benefits Kansas. And you have something invested in it, Clint. I don't think you're going to turn on that TV and just be, I'm not pulling for anybody.
Toes up, man.
I think it may be the second quarter, it may be the third quarter. Somewhere you're going to hit a damn it for somebody. It's going to get you. It's going to get you at some point because you haven't invested. It is. I'll be honest. It is hard for me to watch sporting events and then naturally not find myself pulling for something.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I can watch and not pull.
In most cases, you're a professional athlete. You had to do something that fans didn't have to do, and that's just drop natural rooting interest on the ground. When you went to Arkansas, I don't think growing up you were naturally an Arkansas fan.
I wouldn't think so. I knew Quinn Grovey was.
Probably a different. Then you just had to drop it at the door. When you got to the NFL, you'd have to drop whoever you rooted for at the door. So I can see that. But no, you're invested in the Rockets. So in this one, you're invested in the Rockets, and I want you. Someone said, Ronnie, stop lying. No, I'm not lying. And I want you tomorrow when we get in to tell me at some point, did it get to you? Did you sit there and just say, I'm just watching good basketball for a game?
I'll let you know how it went. Here's the deal, and this may be dead ass wrong too. Chris, I don't know if we've had this conversation yet. But the reason I can sit here and say that I'm not rooting for either is because I feel really confident in the matchup with the Rockets and either team.
I believe you.
I don't know that that's smart, but that is where I'm at. So if I sat there and thought, boy, they just ain't got a chance against Golden State, I'd be rooting my ass off for Memphis right now. No question about it. But I feel really good about the Rockets in the first round, knowing who the opponent is going to be, one of those two teams. I feel really good about it.
Yeah. Text line coming in. I want triple overtime. See that? Yep.
Yeah, work them legs.
You'd like to get triple overtime and have that thing finished with the Grizzlies W? Yes, you would. You'd like to have a triple
Warriors W, you mean?
Go. I just like Chris.
Triple overtime on Tuesday. I want you to on Sunday.
You know what? Don't worry. I'll text you. I'm going to text you, Chris, about 10:30 tonight, and I'm going to see how's that going for you.
Are you going to actually reply?
No, shut up. I do reply most of the time. I'm going to. Don't do this. You want to do that?
I'm just saying.
I've invited you out to my house, and you didn't come to my house. All right? So, right? Not a lot of people have. And I gave you a good 4 days notice, so get out of here with that.
But I told you I'm not going to make it. Right?
Okay. No, don't pull out. Don't pull personal stuff out. Maybe a couple of times I haven't responded in my busyness.
Most of the time.
That's not most. See, why are you doing that? Most of the time. But listen, I'm going to text you and see how that's going.
All right.
And when you don't respond, I'll know. I'll know. You're going to be sitting over there trying to tell yourself, God, block that shot. Block. Oh, no, Desmond Bain. Please don't make that shot. You're going to be telling yourself that, but then you're going to let it go.
I just want a good game.
It's natural.
With the Warriors winning the game.
It's natural. It's going to take a whole lot. It's going to take a whole lot for Clint to just all of a sudden wake up and just say, hey, man. Let's go.
I wake up next to a Longhorn, so it makes it
even worse.
Yeah,
that makes it even worse.
When I'm sitting there with her, I feel like I need to. I guess.
I've seen Lo. I feel like Lo is not a gracious.
She gets zero rips unless it's Longhorns.
But I feel like she's not. I feel like she's not a. Oh, sorry. I feel like she's a sort. She's a rubbing in your face.
There's
with
no
her.
telling.
I feel like
no
she's
question.
a rubbing in your face. With her.
Oh, there's no question.
I feel like that's the case.
But it's almost that like indirect rubbing in your face. It's not the walk in the room.
No, she's acting like she's not doing it, but I think she walks back into the bathroom, cracks up.
No question at all.
You know she got under your skin.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
All right, now this will be a big one tonight, as we'll see who they get, either the Grizzlies or the Warriors, and it should be an exciting, fun matchup tonight. All right, last night the Astros went to St. Louis, and that was not close.
Took one on the chin, didn't they?
No, they did. And that wasn't close, and there was some issues last night, Clint, that kind of showed itself that we've started to see this early part of the year. And again, it is early. No one is burying them right now, but there are a couple of things out there that showed itself today, or showed itself and been out there on the back, like not on the back burner, but right there for us to see with this Astros team the first couple of weeks of the season.
Yeah, look, I think the not necessarily as it pertains to last year. I mean last night. I'm sorry, but more so just long term. 16 games in. You got a couple of things defensively. One that you expected, and one that I look as a little bit of a surprise. I don't have the number right in front of me right now, but Yainer Diaz defensively, I know he's not Maldonado, and we joked about it last night. But I mean these guys are just running at will.
Oh, he's leading the league in terms of percentage on stolen bases.
Yes, I mean they are running at will.
Which is weird because we knew he wasn't Maldonado, but it ain't never been like this, though.
Well, I do think in hearing the conversations, I do think a lot of that has to do. Like I think stolen base numbers are going to be up simply because of the rule change where the pitcher can only throw over there one time. The second time you got to get him or it's a balk. He gets the base.
I think it's 3 times, but
the third, whatever it may be. Like they're limited of what they can do, right? So I think that is going to. Just actually end up leading to more stolen bases. I think we've seen the number go up, and I think you've got some younger, pitchers that are pitching with Diaz. He's younger himself, and so I don't know that they have their processes down perfectly yet to hold runners tighter to the bag. I think that all plays into it, but there's no doubt about it. It lays at the feet of the catcher. The throw runners out at second base has become an issue when I just didn't see that one coming. The other one is one we all knew was coming, and that's your corner outfielders in Jose Altuve and Cam Smith in right field. We really haven't seen this one rear its head yet this year. I think a lot of the numbers, the expectations, the rankings have the outfield low, obviously, because of those two, left field and right field for us. They haven't been an issue yet. But I just wonder, with Diaz becoming a problem and stolen bases becoming a problem, what's the bigger concern there? Diaz and his inability to get runners, or the corner outfielders defensively?
Yeah, they've got and all of that is tied into defense clearly, and they just have some. I know you're not as big on defense. Let's get the bad.
Sure, yeah.
But they have a lot of potential questions defensively. Like right now, to me, Diaz, I didn't think Diaz was going to be a problem like this. Agreed. To where hell, they run on him like they would run on Altuve or anybody else, or Jake. Let's get on first, let's go. Yeah. Everybody off to the races. Didn't think that would be a thing. You knew, all right, the corner outfields with the lack of experience, that was probably going to be problematic. You knew. Now we're seeing all of the different combinations that Espada and Dana use, that it's hard for Jeremy Pena to get a rhythm with who's going to play second base, because it could be Altuve one day, it could be Rogers one day. So they just have a lot more questions on that side of the ball, not to mention to go along with their struggles at the plate.
Yeah, it's leaving the offensive side of things out of it, just simply talking defense. It's interesting that one thing that we didn't see becoming a problem with Diaz, and I don't know how big of a problem it is or didn't, but I know it's not a positive. And the corner outfielders, to date so far in the regular season hadn't hurt too much. It's just interesting to watch how that all unfolds. Infield looks like it's going to be stronger, at least when you got certain guys starting in the infield.
But that's the other part. It's like you don't it's you don't know. Like Dubon made a great play showing range yesterday, but
Rogers has been good too. Second.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, I think it's if Diaz becomes a bigger problem, and at some point in time, then corner outfielders become an issue as well. Really, Altuve. Let's be honest. I don't see Cam Smith being a problem.
Yeah, he had a little fumble yesterday.
Cam or Altuve?
Cam.
Yeah.
He had a little fumble in the outfield.
I threw the towel in when they hit 7, boys. I completely threw the towel in when they hit 7.
They didn't have a runner hit second base until the 6th inning.
Didn't even need when they went up 7-0 and they were just strumming Frommer's ass. I checked out.
I mean, I know Sonny Gray has had a history, but good God, man, Sonny Gray. Hey, man, we ain't gonna get nobody to the second base by the 6th.
It was one of those days, man.
I checked
bad day.
I checked out.
Had several of them. Bad day. How many runs you got them getting tonight?
About 6.
All right, let's see you put your money.
Oh, you got them rebounded, huh?
Let's see you put your money on it here a little bit later on. You got T Mill's best bets. Somebody from the text line jumping in perfectly. God, this has to be killing Tyler. You guys are the day he misses. You guys are talking about porn, and this.
He's listening.
He's got to be screaming at the radio.
He's in the
right
catbird seat. He's listening. Probably laid up in the bed.
If you're listening, Tyler,
we probably gave him an idea, Ron.
Tyler, if you're listening, go ahead and text your top 5 porn stars. And do what you do. I'm not going to read them on the air, but you just let us know what your feeling is, so you can be included in this thing. All right, coming up. Now listen, guys, this does not happen often. You've listened to this show in 5 years. I'm probably right. A good 52% of the time, and you have confidence in that. But for one of the few times I have to admit where I was wrong about something. I was wrong. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Serta Pro Painters, y'all, if you've got a project around.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jalen Green continues to flow under the radar. For whatever reason, no one is talking about his season this year, but Jalen Green is having a fantastic year, and he's picked up right where he left off from All-Star break and on last year. Remember he finished the year strong last year, and everybody's like, whoa. Well, they made excuses for him. They're playing at the end of the year. They weren't going to the playoffs. They made a run. But by the way, he was playing that type of basketball and it was leading to winning. That's when it picked up our ears. Because our whole thing before was, can he play well in Houston and win at the same time? Because we didn't know if his game was synonymous with winning. It is. And now not only has he figured out his spots on the floor, he has been, numbers-wise, efficient, way more than he ever has been. And he's having Jalen Green is a certified bucket and a supreme talent.
All right, that's Austin Rivers, former NBA player, former Houston Rocket, son of Doc Rivers, talking about Jalen Green there, who has been would you all say this? Chris, I know you watch the Rockets a lot as well. Would you say he's been this team's best player? I know Şengün was the all-star, but for the whole season, has he been this team's best player?
It's without a doubt for me, no question. And I know it's crazy to say, but I don't even think it's close.
Yeah,
I would say yes.
Yeah, all throughout the whole year. I know Amin Thompson had a run there where it was like, whoa, here he comes. And again, as we said, Şengün was the all-star for this team, but. Yeah, I would say that as well. What's he at? 21, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists.
Not only that, but just his ability to stay healthy and play the whole year.
2 years in a row, he's played all 82 games. Yeah.
When you look at it that way, I mean, many players are missing games, whether because of injury or just rest or whatever. I mean, him being able to play, you got to take that into account.
And think about it, Chris. Not only staying healthy and being able to play, but playing the style of ball that they play, playing on both ends of the floor the way they do. The consecutive start streak is to start a career. Is that every game he's been in?
I think it's the last 2 years. I think he's missed some. Check me if I'm wrong, Chris. I don't know if he played all 82.
Golly, it's already been 3
his
years
first couple years. Yeah, I think the.
It's been 3.
3. I think the first year he missed some games. Right, or has it been 4 years? It's 4 years, isn't it?
It's 3. Yeah, 4 years.
4 years.
Golly, he's been here 4 years already.
And the past 3 years, he's played in all games.
All games. Just the first year he missed some, right?
So, the the first year he played 67, second year 76, and in the past 2 years 82.
Yeah, I was going to say, the last 2 years he's played 82.
Well, I mean, just the point being that streak, that many consecutive games when they play as hard as they do on both ends of the floor, while learning a new system under a new head coach, while navigating dysfunction before Ime Udoka got here, and now all of a sudden you've watched him as a player, once things have steadied around him, again, Ime Udoka coming in and the roster getting at least, obviously significantly better, but just from a chemistry standpoint and a player development standpoint getting better. Now you've also seen him, like I think the craziest thing about, not crazy, I guess all players at some point do it, but the way in which he's developed to the player, like the reason I'm so confident in Jalen Green right now is, hell, I believe he can manage the floor. I mean, he's not the best manager in the league, but I think he can manage the floor. I think he takes good shot. His shot selections is 10 times better than it was even early in the season. And so, look, I'm bullish on him at this point in time. I mean, I think he's the best player, and again, it's hard to say it, but the All-Star is.
But I guess this is where I go is I can admit right here I was wrong on Jalen Green. I was one in the camp of, hey man, if you can make a move to get somebody in here, I'd make the move. Right, some of the Mikal Bridges things that are going around, some of the other stuff, and I think it was probably split. I think there was a good amount of people. I would have this conversation with you. We'd have it with Brandon. We'd have it with a lot of different people who cover and watch the Rockets. Just his consistency, and for me, it was like, is this guy ever going to be a 1 or a 2 on a true championship contending team? And I think he has at least shown he can be a 2. Now, I don't know if he can be a 1. Like, I don't know. Now, some people may disagree. I don't know that I have him at getting to like an Anthony Edwards level, getting to like a Cade Cunningham level. Maybe still could be. I'm just talking about guys. These guys are going to be all NBA players that are around his age and are clear ones on those teams. Now, they're not on championship contenders either yet, but you can see the progression for them. I don't know if that's – but I can certainly damn sure see that Jalen Green, what he has done and the growth he's made can be at least a 2 on a serious championship contending team. And his stats are not that different than it has been in the past, but the meaning of his points and what he's doing at times. It used to feel like, all right, man, he's putting up these stats, and it's not really going to winning a lot. Now, like you can see, he is coming up. Now, he has struggled with all of them at times late in games, and you would hope, Clint and Chris, that he is the one that steps up in the playoffs and takes the ball and kind of becomes more consistent with that, in the last 4 minutes of games, end of games. But yeah, man, I was wrong, man. They made the right move sticking with him, and the growth he has made has been incredible, and it's been the right decision for him. I was wrong there. Admit it.
I mean, that's big of you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
proud of you, Ron.
Yeah, hey, it doesn't happen often. Maybe about 47% of the time I'm wrong. It doesn't happen often. But I admit it. Jalen Green, hey, man, shout out to you, man. You really adjusted to Udoka, and let's see if you can take it up a notch and maybe get on the level of those guys. A playoff run. Hell, I didn't think D. Wade was that till he went off in that one playoff run. Like anything can jump and happen, and it'll be exciting to see. All right, we wanted to get to this yesterday, but the story that is coming out of college football and in Tennessee is wild, and it looks like this could be a huge change or a real start to maybe how things may go in college.
All right, y'all, breathing is.
for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Clint is in the building. Tyler, however, is not. Chris Santiago is our trusty producer today, stepping in. You hear him every single night with Area 45. Tyler's a little under the weather. Them allergies are kicking his ass. He has still not sent me his top 5 porn stars, and disappointed in him. And I'm sure he's disappointed that became a conversation that he's not here for. See, did you hear Chris just sit back there and act like, oh, no, I don't have any.
I don't.
I don't have any.
I don't
have any. Yeah, I don't have any.
I really don't. I'm serious.
That's not true. I think 98% of the men walking on the earth have a porn star. Have one.
I'm not going to lie. I can't name you one.
Wait. Say what was it? You say it again?
He's full of it. I said I think 98% of men walking the earth have at least one porn star.
Oh, that's not that big.
Huh?
Nowhere near that number.
Oh, one porn star. Got one. I mean, Jenna Jameson. I mean, it's just one porn star. Every man walking.
Well, I mean, just take a shot in the dark on somebody that you knew point was a porn star. I thought you were talking about like they know their character. They got their character.
No, just a name. Name a porn star. Oh man. Here's him. No, I ain't got one.
You ain't got one?
No, I don't. That's you see.
I guess he like Dion.
Well, I mean,
never had no reason to watch.
Let's be honest. The era that he grew up in. I mean, they're now half of them are now IG models.
Yeah.
Still got one.
You can't the old girl that Deshaun was supposedly dunking on in his
Mia Khalifa.
There you go.
Oh, you ain't got one.
There you go.
No, I don't have one.
You see her as an Instagram star, right? Or an Instagram model or an Instagram whatever but she's actually.
Yeah, no, I mean I know how she came up.
Like OnlyFans.
So you know a porn star.
OnlyFans has changed the porn star.
They count.
I think.
They count.
No, I would think so.
Hell yeah, they count.
I mean, I guess I know one.
That's right. Shout out Coco Bunny.
But I really can't name you 5. I really can't.
I didn't have 5. I just said one.
I don't think I got 5 in.
Oh, you work a little harder.
Jenna, you named one of them. I give you Jenna Jameson. I can give you Lisa. I can give you Ava.
He just said Lisa.
That's 3. 2 more.
I didn't have her name, but the one that Deshaun Watson looking on him, I got that one.
Mia. Yeah.
There's 4.
That man said Lisa.
But all I got.
I mean, everybody knows Superhead.
Who's that? Oh, the little Asian chick?
No. The one that also made movies but also ran through all of hip hop.
I ain't got that one.
Yeah, Superhead. What she did to Mr. Marcus, boy. Never came back.
Does Kim K count?
Sure.
I mean, you can argue she's been the most successful one. She turned it into an empire.
Farrah, Teen Mom, it all counts. All right, as we go ahead and transition out of that, Clint, I want to get your thoughts, the audience's thought, because this over the weekend became one of the biggest stories in sports. The situation with Tennessee and Nico. Here we go. Amalavier. You got his last name?
No, I'm not even going to try.
Yeah. Can we just call him Nico?
That's what we do.
There we go. Oh, Big Nico. I saw Ryan Clark slowly work his name out. And I think it was, and then I think I heard him say it, and it wasn't anything like anything anybody else was saying. So I'm gonna just stick with Nico. If you're not certain of the story, here's a story about the situation with Nico, who was the star quarterback at Tennessee. He is leaving the team after a public standoff with the program centered around NIL compensation. The situation escalated after Nico reportedly demanded a higher NIL deal, meetings, and practice. Tennessee ultimately decided to move on from him and he is now entering the transfer portal. Even more to that, Clint, he was, I guess they had an agreement of $2.4 million is what he was going to make. The reports are that he and his camp wanted to move it up to $4 million. Also reports that quarterback from Georgia that went to Miami, Carson Beck, he got $4 million when he entered the portal and went to Miami. So Nico was trying to drive it up and get up into that space. And so at this point, Nico and his camp tried to get more, and then Tennessee made the decision, and Josh Heupel and company said, we're going to move on from him. So that is something that has kind of been a big conversation point since it happened over the weekend. This is kind of a new step in the whole NIL deal, especially for college football. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I just, I think the reason all of this is going on, what's allowing all of this is the NCAA or some level of governing body, somebody putting the clamps down and putting some guidelines, some guardrails on what's going on. That's why this is going on. But this in particular is a very interesting one because it has to do with more than just trying to get more money. Like if apparently Nico, this quarterback's dad, is a real problem. The dad is doing a lot of the representation. The dad is doing a lot of the pushing the envelope. And last year, reportedly, there were multiple Tennessee players that threatened to hold out before the college football playoffs started, saying that their NIL money that they were guaranteed was guaranteed for 13 games, and they wanted more to go play in the college football playoffs. The timing of that was right before the college football playoffs started when it mattered the most. Ever since then, I don't believe they got the money. I believe they all played. They didn't get the money. It didn't work out.
Nobody set out yet.
Ever since then, the players have been shopping kind of behind the scenes, Nico being the biggest name, the quarterback being the biggest name. Apparently his representation has been shopping behind the scenes. Word got back to Josh Heupel, the head coach at Tennessee. He didn't, no big deal, cool, whatever. They keep practicing. They get into spring ball, and now all of a sudden he just doesn't show up. His representation tells him not to show up to practice one day, and in response he needs to demand more money if they don't give him more money. And that's when Heupel said, you know what, enough's enough, man. This wasn't just a guy holding out for money. This was an ongoing issue. Every turn of the college football season, this kid, and really his dad, wants more money instead of playing under what they'd already agreed upon. And I think Josh Heupel, I know Josh Heupel and the Tennessee Volunteers said, get the hell out of here. We've had enough. We're had enough of this. No matter what we pay you, if you play well, which, by the way, didn't play real well in the college football playoffs, but if you play well, you're mid-season, you're going to up and want more money again. And it just there is no doubt about it, this is because there's no guardrails. It's NCAA's fault. There's no governing body. But at some level, as a player, as you got to draw the line and say, okay, I agreed to this money, let's go play football. And you can't be yo-yoing back and forth the way. And apparently, like this guy, Nico's father, Nico's got a brother as well, I think a couple of brothers that are really, really good quarterbacks. He convinced his high school son, to sit out of high school after a couple of games in the season, and threatened to transfer, and then the transfer fell through there. So apparently this dad is just stringing these kids along, and it's an absolute mess. And Tennessee said, "Hey, we're done with it. We're going to move on." Even though the two backups don't appear to be even remotely close to what Nico's capable of. The interesting thing here, Ron, is this is the first time we've seen a school with a high caliber player, at least that I can recall, say it like to this degree, say, hell with it, man, get on out of here. We're not going to pay you $4 million. Now there's I've heard stories at Arkansas. We lost a really good tight end last year to Ole Miss. Like this past season, one of our best pass catchers transferred is at Ole Miss right now. And it was one of those deals where the coach said, man, we don't think you're worth that kind of money. So, you can go ahead and enter the transfer portal and see what you can get. And he did, and he ended up going to Ole Miss. There's a right way to do things, and apparently Nico's not doing it, and Nico's father's not doing it, and Tennessee had enough. But this is the first time we've seen publicly the university push back, and so I just wonder, we'll see how it all unfolds and see if he does get $4 million, which, by the way, if he ends up going to UCLA, right, UCLA is one of the players, I think, if he goes to UCLA is going to have to pay him $5 million just to get the $4 million that he wants because of the tax issue out there. So wild, man. It's a wild west in college football.
Yeah, see, for me, I think the place where we absolutely agree is this is absolutely due to there are no rules. There are no rules, and that's why I don't think either party's wrong. Right? I get where you're saying from there's a right way to go about handling stuff, but when there are no rules, there is no he I guess to Tennessee wasn't worth it to do it, right? But that don't mean that players down the line aren't going to. Like, I think this is going to be like, if I know he's not going to do it, but if Arch woke up today and said, "Yeah, I
need double this.
I want a little bit more,"
he could do it.
He could do it, and somebody will give it to him. I believe that Nico's dad, his representation, got word that they would get more money from certain places.
Well, they actively shopped it.
Yeah, they got it. And all right, here's the deal. Like, I'm with it. There's got to be parameters in it to where, like, this is becoming professional. This is professional sports with no rules, which is the crazy part. This would happen in the NFL. Hell, it happens in the NFL. We have guys that sit down with 2-3 years left on their contract and do what he's doing. Well, we're going to see it happen as long as there aren't no rules.
Yeah, the thing here I think that is different is second or maybe even third time that he's done this in a critical moment. So you've got a guy that's a key player that you're investing in, and in the most critical moments of the season, even so much as the playoff, a national championship, which we've all worked for, he's threatening to sit out in those moments. So I think that's where
leverage.
Well, yeah, sure.
You know what I'm saying? Playing his leverage.
Yeah, sure. But he's 0 for 2 in playing his leverage. He played for nothing in the college football playoffs, and now he's out in the streets and hoping that somebody pays him $4 million and hoping it's in a state where there's no property tax. No the tax issue.
Do you think he's not going to get more than the 2.6?
I think there's a chance he could get less. I mean, not publicly, but if he goes to UCLA and they give him $3 million at UCLA, he's going to end up getting less money than he would have got at 2.7 or whatever it was. Yes, it's going to end up not, and he's going to play with a significantly lesser football team. So I think the Nico thing. I agree with you, Ron, on the college football thing. The Nico thing seems to be more of a Josh Heupel, I just can't depend on the guy because every time we accomplish something, he comes in and threatens me to leave. He doesn't show up to practice. He threatens he's not going to play in the college football playoffs. Like at some point, I got to shake your hand and you say 2.7, let's ride. And I gotta be able to believe in that.
Josh better start getting used to it.
We'll see.
We'll see. That's what happened.
We'll see.
It happened.
I'm going to tell you.
It happened with my Kansas team. It happened. Their player coming back. Auburn was going to offer him a little bit more. He slid into that portal.
Yeah.
And then Kansas had to make a decision and paid him. But
Well, the Tuesday. Yep. So you'll see who lands. We'll see the movement with Nico. We'll see what Tennessee does. I would think that Nico may land in what he thinks is a better place, and maybe he does make more money.
He may not land in a better place, but he may land with the money.
There's an argument out there, Ron, too, with Tennessee that Josh Heupel doesn't develop quarterbacks, that he's more of just a system guy and it doesn't develop quarterbacks for the league kind of deal. So that's all being thrown out there as well. But the interesting thing is you've got a college football playoff team with a ton of talent, with a great play caller, with an explosive offense, with no quarterback. Yeah. If you don't think there's guys out there that weren't in the college football playoff last year that are salivating at that opportunity, and if you don't think Tennessee would pay him, hell, they'd probably pay him $4 million just out of spite. You're crazy. This window, I don't like this transfer portal window that's opening on Wednesday, by the way, the middle of spring ball or right after spring ball for some teams.
Yeah, well, because there's no rules.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, Ryan, it's going to be live. It's going to be live Wednesday for the Tennessee Volunteers and for whoever lands Nico.
Yeah, I think Nico's going to get his money, and ultimately that's his goal. Like I think most college players' goal is to get to the league and to make money, and now I think it's always been that a lot of times. Now it's going to be outward right now. All right, coming up, there were some comments made about C.J. Stroud from a former Pro Bowl level wide receiver and a current Pro Bowl level wide receiver. You don't want to miss they had to say about C.J.'s second season. You'll hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all, it's the best time of year to get.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 provide with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. As I see the text line rolling, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see it rolling. Good conversation back and forth about. I tell you, I was riding around. I was listening to Sports Radio 610. We had CBS, and that was the conversation Saturday and Sunday. Well, I was dragging them damn kids around AAU all day. That was the conversation. The situation at Tennessee. So good conversation. Love going back and forth with folks there as well. All right. As the draft nears and we are through one part of the offseason for the Texans, the free agency part of the offseason, and now entering the draft offseason, we're starting to see a little bit how things have come together. And obviously the draft will be the next big influx of new talent for the Texans. But Puka Nacua, who we sat next to at the Super Bowl in New Orleans, we weren't able to speak to him, but we sat next to him and ate at the same restaurant. Anyway, sat next to him at the same restaurant. He and Julian Edelman, former Super Bowl MVP and Super Bowl champion with the New England Patriots, they happen to have a conversation about C.J. Stroud in his second season. This is what they had to say.
What do you think about C.J. Stroud's second season?
I think
offensive line.
Yeah, I think there was definitely, and then I think it's, I mean, not only on him, but of like the coaches to be like, yo, we got to evolve our game plan as well. Being like, yeah, we had, especially with their wideouts. I mean, they had Stephon Diggs, they had Nico
Diggs
Collins.
got hurt.
Yeah.
Collins was banged up. They were, and Dell got hurt.
Dell got
I mean,
hurt too,
they had a lot of, everyone keeps on saying sophomore slump. I think he just had a tough situation where his offensive line wasn't playing particularly well. He had his best playmakers were in and out of the lineup like all year long. And it's hard for a guy to get comfortable when he's got guys in his lap trying to read the defense, and that's what he likes to do. So
and it's also hard to get comfortable when like you don't know any of those guys running out there.
Especially they haven't been practicing. They ain't going to be the same guy that was in training camp when they come back. That's what people don't realize. Practice time is extremely important.
All right, Puka Nacua of the Rams, and then Julian Edelman, former New England Patriot world champion, discussing C.J. Stroud's second season. Before we kind of get into deeper conversation, I think a fair assessment of what they had to say there.
Yeah, they settled. They hit pretty much on everything right there. Yeah, I think it's fair.
Fair assessment. And I guess when I'm listening to that, my thought is as they go through and they talk about the offensive line was an issue, right? They talk about the receivers and guys going down and in and out of the lineup and not being used to having certain guys out there. The coaching there and saying the coaches should have been in a, kind of change the game plan and change some things. They hit it all. And you're a former quarterback who's played at the highest level both in college and the NFL. And as anybody else in the market, you can get an understanding of maybe the thought process of the quarterback. If you're C.J. Stroud and you look at what has happened in the offseason, how you think he's feeling about the offseason so far? And just to help you out real quick, additions, they bring in Christian Kirk. They bring in Justin Watson at receiver, Braxton Berrios, who's a punt returner receiver, and then the offensive line of Lincoln Tomlinson and Zach Thomas, another one. They brought in Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Ed Ingram. They brought in some additions, and then obviously they lost Laramie Tunsil and Kenyon Green. This is offensively. With all of that, the additions, the guys they've lost, how would you believe if you were C.J. Stroud, you felt the offseason is going for the Texans?
Well, I got to believe that he is not real excited with how the offseason's gone.
You wouldn't be.
No, I would not be. I mean, he's not in a position to be real vocal about it with the organization. But, I mean, there's if you're C.J. Stroud and you're told and they said it publicly, we got to protect the quarterback. We're going to gauge our offensive linemen and foremost on pass protection. I mean, your pass protection right now, you've got just as many issues, if not more, with Laramie Tunsil not being here as you did when the season ended. Last year, they go into the season with what you think is going to be a more explosive Dalton Schultz. It wasn't. You go into the season with the three-headed monster of Nico Collins, Steph Diggs, and Tank Dell. Two of those three are no longer here. And look, I know that C.J. Stroud really likes and is really good friends with John Mechie and Hutch probably as well. But there ain't no way in hell he's good enough friends with them where he's saying these are the two guys that got to take us over the top. So I just don't think there's no way that C.J. looks at what's around him offensively and says, man, I've got as good a chance, just based on my supporting cast, I have as good a chance to succeed as some of these other quarterbacks in the league that have been set up to succeed in a big way. There's no way he doesn't compare and contrast. There's no way he doesn't see it. There's no way he's not aware of the fact that his offensive play caller for the second time in his career now has never called plays.
That might be the thing that he's probably most maybe comfortable with. And that's bringing up what you said of him not having a lot of experience. Like, I'm with you, Clint. Like, I think he is a super competitive guy that has the thought process that it's all good. We're gonna make this work.
Yep.
We're gonna make this work. Right. And I think he does, see, man, with Nico and I think clearly he probably views John Mechie and Hutch in a different light than we do as we watch as he's with them every day. But I do find it hard for him to think and say, I feel a lot comfortable up front right now with the new additions at the offensive line, or even to the point of like, I got dudes that can go get it. I got Nico. I'm excited about Christian Kirk. I do wonder, especially up front, is he's got to feel.
Here's the reality of it, man. I've said this before. It goes back to C.J. Stroud, the alpha, C.J. Stroud, the leader. I don't believe that C.J. Stroud is the dude that has. I don't think he has the ability to even get mad or disgruntled because what Nick and D'Amico are putting around him on the offensive side of the football. I don't think he has it in him. I don't think he has that within him, which will be a good thing if they do right by him. But it's at some point in time, I would like to see him get a little bit frustrated with what's going on. You can't tell me that C.J. Stroud doesn't look around at some of the quarterbacks that play the game the way he plays the game. Whether you're talking about Kansas City, you can talk about Detroit, you can talk about Cincinnati. A handful of these teams. I'm not talking about Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, those two high-rated. Those guys are different. They attack the gamers. And you look at how they've collected talent around the quarterback position. Now, Kansas City had a bunch of guys hurt, but you still got a bunch of weapons, right? You can't tell me that C.J. Stroud doesn't look around and go, boy, man, these guys got an embarrassment of riches, man. And I mean, Jared Goff's got better weapons than I got. I'm on a rookie contract over here.
I just think when he thought he heard it publicly, and I'm sure they sat down and were even more candid with him of like, hey man, we got to protect you. I would have
part of it too.
I would have thought if I'm CJ, I would think it would look different than this.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly
with that part.
But I think it's probably more likely that he's more concerned with the weapons or the lack thereof, the speed.
Even
or the
after
lack
what happened last year?
Yeah. Look, I mean, he knows he's got to be protected, but like we said before, I think if CJ's got the right people around him, like right now, there should be a strong message to C.J. Stroud of, hey, man, a lot of that's on you. A lot of that's on you. You got to protect yourself.
He may take that to himself.
The lesson is you got to protect yourself, right? Don't point at Bobby Slowick. Don't point at the O-line coach. Don't point at the interior offensive line. Yeah, that's all true. But the reality of it is if your ass gets the football out of your hand when need be, then it doesn't matter who's up front, right? It doesn't matter. So that's the lesson. Hopefully the right voice is in his ear of getting him right. And I'm saying if that is less front of mind, the O-line, and more front of mind of I don't know how you avoid if you're CJ Stroud looking around going, damn. I mean, I love Nico, but damn.
Yeah, but I again with that, I think he views it a little different. I think he views it and says, maybe. Hell, I got what Josh Allen got. Like I got that. I think he could view it that way. And they got Cook, man.
Again, if there's somebody in his life should say, hey man, you ain't Josh Allen. That's a downhill run attack. You ain't got that. You ain't got that in your game.
But he tell himself, we got Joe Mixon. Like he's
probably telling himself is look what Brady won with.
Maybe they're telling him that.
There you go.
From the text line, Clint, he should trust their process until they give him reason not to.
Trust their process. Maybe being second in the league last year in sacks and firing an offensive coordinator that had never called plays before. In 2 straight playoff games, you lack the ability to make plays. One of them you're absolutely embarrassed. The other one is, you just ain't got the weapons. I don't know. Like the trust the process thing is wild.
It's the dismount on it until they give you reason not to.
Yeah, look, come on, man. They spent more money and draft picks on the offensive line over the last 2 years trying to protect him, and they didn't get it done. There's no reason at all for C.J. Stroud to trust to that degree right there. If we think about this. The 2 Stroud in here for 2 years that you can say trust that's still here because Bobby Slowick's gone, so throw that first-year play calling out of the mix. Nico Collins and Joe Mixon. Everything else has been whoa, hold on, pump your brakes now. Yeah. No. So, I just the trust the process thing. Look, at some point we got to get beyond that. I understand from a fan's perspective, hey, trust the process. We can do more with less, but there's clearly
the overall process to the team and the organization. Hell yeah, you trust. You trust the culture and D'Amico and everything is done. But in particular, the process of him having improvements and the offense taking steps of improvement, I don't know if that's there. I think the most important, like the most excited thing he's about is Nick Caley. I do think, even though we view it as somebody who has not called any plays before, I do think CJ is legit excited about that. I think he's excited about that because, one, I think it's a change from what it was before. I think, to me, clearly there was some disconnect there between him and the person who held that job before, and I don't think that helped his situation. So I think for that alone, I think there is an excitement level from CJ there. Yeah. And coming from Sean McVay, I think he knows and respects Sean McVay. He just came from Matt Stafford, somebody who he is. There's some hope there.
There's some hope there. Look, the reality of it is again, if we just really focus on the idea of putting your quarterback in position to have success and bump that up to what other quarterbacks that play the game similar to C.J. Stroud have in their back pocket. Right, and I don't think Nick and D'Amico overall have done a great job of putting C.J. Stroud in position to succeed. I think Bobby Slowick did a good job of it year one of overcoming the injuries on the offensive line and the wide receiver room.
And C.J. did too.
Yes, C.J. did too. C.J.'s done some good things for himself. And some of the stuff, look, it's been like the Tank Dell injuries and the Diggs injury. Those are out of D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio's hands. But if you really look at it from a standpoint of whether it's missing on draft picks, signing bad free agents, hiring an offensive coordinator that had never done it before and having to fire him after a year or two and start over, like those are all things that hurt a quarterback's development. Now they've somehow won 10 games a year, the 20 games in 2 years, which is a huge plus. But that shouldn't mask the fact that, hey man, C.J. Stroud has been in some tough predicaments over 2 years.
Yeah. All right, a little real and fake is coming up. Real or fake coming up. We'll look at the Rockets, the Astros, and have some fun as we do on Tuesdays. That's coming up next.
Underdog Fantasy, y'all.
draft right here.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Clint Stoerner in the building. Tyler Milner is a little under the weather, but that's all good. We got Chris Santiago in the building with us. So come hang out as we are still rolling through. Somebody name is Tim Tebow on YouTube and Twitch. That'd be something if it was the real Tim Tebow. I would assume that it is not because the second word used in the message has a cuss word in it. And that ain't Timbo.
He ain't got the old pot. Oh, Tim Tebow ain't got the pot.
No, that ain't old Timbo. You remember when Katy Perry wanted that ass?
Did she? Who'd she not want? Who else did Katy want on the
Well,
set,
she is in
set of
space,
college
by the
game
way.
day?
Shout out to Katy Perry and Gayle King, who looked miserable. But yeah, she was coming after that because she had a little history of being a
cleat chaser.
No, a praise and worship singer, and you know obviously Tim, old Philippians, and old Tim, and she wanted a piece of that ass.
Who'd she go after? She was at Ole Miss. Game day was at Ole Miss a couple years.
She went
years
after
back.
somebody.
Well, she just openly on set talked about how good looking she thought he was.
My.
It was a quarterback from somewhere. It was not Tim Tebow because obviously after the Tim Tebow years.
Yeah,
I'll think about it in a minute.
I know
anyway,
she was with Russell.
No, she never got this one. This was a college quarterback at the time. Damn, who was it, man?
No,
I used to be a big Katy Perry fan.
She's not bad.
When she get up parading around that college game day set, it was, hey girl.
Okay. Hey girl.
Hey, sit down now. Damn.
Well, real or fake? Not Katie, but real or fake is
fake.
Clearly. But we'll
get that out of the way.
Okay, that's our first one. Real or fake? Clearly, Katy Perry. Let's start it off. I pose a question. You tell me if it's real or fake. You on the text line 713-572-4610. You can jump in. I see you, Champ Slice. I see you, Brandon Cornbread, Robbie. Kick Rocks, all of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. Real or fake? This is the first one, Chris. You can jump in. Also, the Rockets should be the underdogs if they face the Warriors in the first round. Real or fake?
Fake. You're going to have a home court advantage. You
are the 2 seed.
You've been the 2 seed not once but twice early in the season and late in the season. Golden State had to go out and make a trade for Jimmy Butler and fight like hell to get into damn playoffs. So yeah, no, I think it's fake news, big time fake news.
Fake. It's fake, man. It's 2 seed. Clint said home court advantage. It's fake. Don't do it, Ron.
Oh, you know he is.
Champ Slice coming in. Absolutely not real. I mean, yes, it's real. I mean, and I think they are right. It's real. This is a team since Jimmy Butler. What have they lost, Chris? 3-4 games since Jimmy Butler out of like damn near 30. They have been really, really, really good.
One of which was against the Rockets.
Was against the Rockets. That's right. In that game. Now, if you could promise me that Amin Thompson is going to be able to hold my man around the 3, that's they lost in a still a relatively close game where he scores 3 points. Just the history of those guys and Steph. Like, I think in this game, Steph Curry is perceived to be the best player on the court. I think there's an argument in the playoffs that maybe Jimmy is right there. Maybe Jalen Green edges him out a bit, but Jimmy's right there. Steve Kerr, despite how you feel about him, he's won 4 championships. Like that, I would assume it's real that they would be that they would be the favorites. All right, it's because this is coming through a lot. It is it's a mistake to take a running back in the top 10 of the draft. It's a mistake to take a running back in the top 10 in the draft.
Fake news.
It's
fake news. Look, I think it depends on who the team is,
It's
right?
clearly going to happen this year.
You can't be the old school Oakland Raiders and take Darren McFadden and just run him in the ground out there and ruin his career, right? You just can't. That is a piss poor idea. That is a terrible approach. Is when you don't have the supporting cast. But if you've got the supporting cast, and I don't necessarily mean you got to be out there being a playoff caliber team, or you've got to be out there and you're a team that is Super Bowl, or bust. But if you've got an offensive line, if you've got the right play caller, it's a little bit more pro style, if there is such a thing. If you've got the offense, a little bit more of a downhill physical attack, then sure. If it's a back that can bring like the Texans, right? Like the Texans. If the Texans were to be aggressive and get a running back, and even in the first round, that was a dynamic playmaker with elite speed, I wouldn't have a problem with it. So I think it's fake news relative to just overall like a huge umbrella just saying, oh, nobody should do it. If your team is prepared and built right, I think it's
that's
and the back is like a Bijan Robinson type deal. Yeah, like that's I'm game on that.
It's a real hard one, and I'm with you. I think it's fake, just because one, it's like it's hard pressed to think you're a top 10 team that has the luxury of just going running back right there, right? Like, because it's a position that we've seen time and time again that you can find later in the draft to be productive.
Sure.
And usually when you're in the top 10, man, you're struggling with O-line, a
lot of problems,
D-line, quarterback. It's usually that. But there are teams that maybe had an injury or something that is the reason why they're down there. There are teams like right now, to me, the Raiders, they have been seemingly locked with Ashton Genty. That seems a little weird to me. I feel like the Raiders are in a position where there seems to be a lot more important things around there that they could, but a team like the Bears that might be in the top, a lot of work, to get there. They've drafted pretty well to get there, and you could see like that's an explosive area where they could get. So I think the right answer is fake. But it has to be the absolute special situation, because generally the guys up there, you need a whole bunch. All right, let me do one more. Real or fake? You can answer this as well. Text line and YouTube and Twitch. Married couples should have joint accounts. Real or fake? Married couples should have joint accounts. For some reason, Chris Santiago is just leaned back, just smiling hard, like he's trying to back away from the mic. And this is the slowest answer we have ever gotten from Clint Stoerner right here.
Well, I got to tiptoe around this one, boys. There's some people that I love greatly in my life that are married couples that do not have joint accounts. And so I'm not going to knock it. And I believe, and me and my wife, we're pulling the Steve Harvey here, where I believe in both. So especially if you got kids. So I'm going to have to plead the fifth on this one.
Yeah, for me, I'll say it's fake as long as you two have real communication about things, right? Like if you have a separate account and this ain't one that you just hiding,
yeah,
right? Like if you have a separate account and it makes sense. Like, all right, hey, maybe you do a lot of business stuff that needs your name. That makes sense.
Well, I think the scenario that I'm talking about, I think it's more of, hey, I'm basically going to handle everything. I'm going to take care of all the bills. I'm going to pay for everything except for your bad habits.
And when you run out of money, you run out of money.
Yeah, you got a good job, and if you run out of money, it's your own damn fault. I got all the bills and everything. I got the house. I got everything else. But you run out of money, it's your fault.
Text line coming through. Hell no. Text line fake. And please move on. The next topic. My wife is listening. No. Ma'am, lean over. What the hell? Are you just staring at him, ma'am? I feel like you're just staring his ass down. Is what you're doing. Coming up next, some movement and news coming out of the draft, and maybe some potential changes to the top of it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, it'll be 100 degrees in Houston.
brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, man, I feel like we done got some people in trouble in their cars or something.
What happened?
The people out here, man, just out here with that final real or fake. My man said ever since my last ex bounced 80-plus checks, I've kept a separate account with my wife.
Well, you know, see that like that right there. Like if
you get burned there.
Well, no, look, I mean, you got burnt, but if you ever marry again and you marry right, you know, she'll understand. Like if you're he may be married again and she may not get it now, but so I'm gonna go ahead and say it. But if that happened to me, and I would clearly kick her smooth out, she's done, she's cooked, it's over. If I ever tried again, it would have to be, hey babe, here's the deal. You gonna have your account, you gonna keep it, I'm gonna keep mine. You need a little something, come to me, I'll get it to you. But you're just gonna understand. I just got plus ounce checks. I got a little PTSD. It just ain't happening again, babe.
Checks probably wasn't $10.
Right, exactly, right. And here's the deal: the woman should be like, you know, I mean, hell, I get it. If I were you, I wouldn't trust nobody either.
I'm gonna tell you what. From this texter, I gotta wonder the age of this texter and how long ago this relationship was. Man, who's writing 80-plus checks?
Well, I got a feeling that he went back for more. I got a feeling that he didn't, when he discovered the problem, that number wasn't 80.
It wasn't 80. It was still something keeping him there.
Yeah, I got a feeling that he circled back to the well at the old watering trough a couple of times and bounced and said, you know,
it was just 20 checks.
You get in your mind like 20 checks at $1,000 a piece.
Boy, she's got some talent.
Man, I can get a couple more months out of this, can't I?
God, boy.
Can I afford $3,000 for 2 months worth of this? Yeah, I think so.
Maybe it's my fault.
I think he circled back to the well.
I left the checks out there.
Yes, he blamed it on himself. I shouldn't have left them damn checkbooks out there, wide open with a pen sitting next to it.
Well, she did. She did when she got caught, though.
Yeah. I tell you what, I done sat in this chair weird or something and racked myself.
You wrecked yourself sitting in the chair?
How'd that happen? I mean, I hope that's what it is.
Yeah, I do too.
I just stood up and was like, whoa, hey, look out now.
So does Lauren.
Hey, right.
Hope that's it. All right, Clint. This coming from Adam Schefter, and this is the New York Giants who have the third overall pick. Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders will hold one last private workout Thursday in Boulder, Colorado, for a contingent of officials from the New York Giants. Some final intrigue leading into next week's NFL draft in Green Bay. Peter Schrager of ESPN said the Giants are getting to know Shedeur Sanders far more than they are getting to know a lot of other prospects. The Giants are not wasting their time 9 days from the draft. So they are looking at Shedeur one more time. A lot of people think it's smokescreen, think they're trying to do something with other teams like New Orleans, who's at 9, trying to get more picks, trying to do some other things and appear like they're interested, like they'd have the threat to maybe draft him. The place I want to go with you and the listeners with this is, right, so like the worst place to be in the NFL is to just not have a quarterback that could just at least keep you to win games, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. A quarterback that could just be at least decent and solid, like where you have a train wreck quarterback situation like we've seen with Tennessee and other places. That's the worst place to be. And I think there's an argument that I don't know, maybe the Giants feel like they're not there with Jameis and Russ, but maybe I think maybe the camp. But the only thing worse is committing to a young quarterback and then just being wrong about that quarterback, like Kenny Pickett with the Steelers or Mayonnaise Cat,
Will Levis
with the Titans. Like that's the worst place to be. Where does Shedeur land in that? Is Shedeur somebody in which you would say, all right, hey, man, we don't have a great quarterback situation, but we don't want to get stuck with a young dude who we have to commit to, but he ain't really the dude either? Or is Shedeur somebody that can come in and not put you in the position of just we ain't got nothing there? Like, which camp does he fall into?
Well, we never know until it happens, right? But I think from a distance, looking at Shedeur Sanders, I think the one thing that probably gets the lesser of the conversation that really matters to transitioning to the NFL, I feel pretty confident in Shedeur Sanders. If we're just talking about transitioning to the NFL and fitting in the NFL and being on a team that can win games, not being the reason that they win, not necessarily going out there and carrying a team, but just be a good starting quarterback that your team, if built the right way, can go out and win games at a pretty high clip. I'm confident that Shedeur Sanders can do that. Now, the number one determining factor in whether a quarterback can do that or not is his mental makeup, right? And I'm not privy to that information behind closed doors with Shedeur Sanders. But from a distance, it seems like he's elite in that category. When you look at how he plays the game, I think some of the things that are being held against him or are mentioned as negatives as people study him, I think are actually huge positives. Like you take, for example, Dan Orlovsky said, and Dan wasn't being negative, but Dan just said he's a very difficult quarterback to evaluate on film because 50% of his throws are from behind the line of scrimmage to 5 yards beyond. It's all quick stuff, right? I'll argue that a quarterback's ability to understand his offensive line sucks, to understand that the only chance you have at winning is to stay out of negative plays, and then to distribute the ball accurately, on time, quickly, on time, in a way that guys can catch and run. I'll argue that's as important as any skill that a quarterback can come to the NFL with. Because in order to do that, you got to get great pre-snap reads. You got to understand what defenses are doing. You got to be right, taking the ball to the right spot. You got to have great feet. Secondly, you look at Shedeur Sanders and you look at his mechanics. I think his mechanics fit the pro-style game as well as anybody's out there, Ron. And so I think he is, if we're just talking, now listen to the context here. If we're just talking transitions to the league, is a quality starter in the league that a team can win with. I am more confident in Shedeur Sanders with that context in this draft than anybody else.
That's a big
thing that Cam Ward has, right? He may not. I don't know that he's the alpha that Cam Ward appears to be, but when you're talking about just transitioning to the game, understanding the game, playing that pro style game at an efficient level, I'm confident that Shedeur Sanders will do that. Now, if he goes to the Browns, good luck doing that. Good luck surviving out there. But I like his mental makeup. I love his understanding of the game. I love his mechanics. And I think he ends up playing well at the NFL level.
I just find it interesting because Cleveland, the Giants, the Raiders, the Jets, the Saints, those are all top 10 teams that everything we have heard up until now, this thing about the Giants going back out to look at him again, everything we've heard is like those teams are all quarterback needy teams, and to me are in the position right now of the worst thing in the NFL is not having a quarterback. Mm-hmm. They're in that position right now because it's Joe Flacco and it's Russ and it's
Geno's got it in Las Vegas now.
Yeah, I guess they feel like they've got a quarterback, but I mean they got to be looking. But the Jets I guess they've got Justin Fields, but still right now there is some still questions. I still think all of those teams could be in the business of quarterback. Hell, we watched the Falcons do it. They're could be in the business of quarterback, and they're all looking. It appears to be looking at Shedeur and being like, yeah, if we drafted him, we feel like we'd be more in the quarterback that we committed to, Ray.
Look, I think the Shuck kid out of where was he at? Louisville
by way of Texas Tech. Yep.
I think him and Shedeur Sanders, just from a understanding of the game, technically, mechanically sound, I think those two guys if they do slip, which I'm sure Tyler will, but I don't know if Shedeur will. If they do slip, it is going to be a huge advantage for the quarterbacks. If those two guys, as gifted as they are, if they go to an organization where the supporting cast is already there, whether you got a veteran quarterback or you play right away or not, boy, if that supporting cast is already there and those guys can just slip in and play quarterback instead of try to put the whole organization on their back and get and fight through dysfunction and stuff like that, those guys are going to be tremendous. But you're doing them a favor if they slip. Let's be honest. If you're Shedeur Sanders right now, it's like, slip if you want to. That's fine. I mean, I just go to a better team.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's already making millions. It ain't like it's the money play is huge if you go top 10 versus 15. I mean, who cares? So they're already he's already got stupid money, so it's I would imagine that he would welcome a slip in the draft.
Maybe. Well, the competitor to him probably wouldn't, but yeah.
Big picture, I guarantee you Deion's going, hey, don't worry about it, son. We'll get it.
Let's get to the right spot. What you got coming up?
Well, I tell you, something happened in the elevator a little earlier on the way up. And as a man, it made me a little uncomfortable, but I went ahead and for the sake of the other person, I went ahead and stepped out there. Right? I'm going to tell you what that is, and I got to know how do you, as a man, do you typically public? Right? I'll tell you what that is. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Well, Clint, there's other things that can make a man uncomfortable.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is one of them old Tickety Tuesdays. We're not giving away tickets, but I would like to invite everybody out there to come see me at the Houston SaberCats game, the rugby team, one of the top teams in the league. And be out there Saturday, y'all. Go to HoustonSaberCats.com/Clint610. Get you some tickets. Come on out there and hang out. I'm going to be out there. We'll be eating some crawfish, some boiled crawfish, a little rugby action. Apparently, them cats are pretty good. I went out to practice, and they are absolutely getting after it. Now, we'll see if it translates to the field. They are one of the better teams in the league. By the way, Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. We got a big week. We got a big night tonight. Memphis at Golden State. That is the Grizzlies at the Warriors, 9 p.m. tonight on TNT. Play-in game. Winner gets the Rockets. Winner comes to Houston. I believe, what is that, next Sunday? Next Sunday night.
Next Sunday, yep.
Yeah, that series starts. Do you want Memphis?
Yes.
Coach getting fired. Bunch of guys that are sure good players but really ain't pissed to drop in the NBA playoffs? Or do you want the Golden State Warriors dynasty on the backside of Curry and Kerr and Draymond Green? Which one do you want? Watch the game tonight. Find out who you get. 9 p.m. TNT. Also, the college football transfer portal. The spring window, boys, it opens tomorrow. We've already talked about Nico, the quarterback. I'm not even going to try to say his last name, the quarterback out of Tennessee. But there's going to be a lot of movement in college football. That is absolutely the headliner. And then the NFL draft is next Thursday, so a lot of draft conversations between now and then. But right now, boys, I got to get to the bottom of this. I may be making something out of nothing, mountain out of a molehill. But I get on the elevator today, all right, and the way this works, in our elevators here, right? And so there's a lot of action, 19 floors, 20 floors actually. A lot of action on our elevators here in the building. And there is I would say an attractive, I'd say middle to upper 20s gal, Hispanic gal on the phone talking Spanish, carrying some food up, and she gets on. Always let the ladies get on first and off first.
Always.
Wait. No, if Tyler was here, that would not have come out right. But, yes, I'm talking about the elevator. Always let the ladies get on and off first, gentlemen out there. So I let the lady get on like a Texas gentleman would do. And then I get on, and I turn around, and there's this fella, older fella, I'm going to say late 50s, early 60s. Comes running out of the old cafe. So he's got bag in hand. He's got polo tucked into some jeans, belt cinched up pretty tight, and the old flies down, boys.
Clearly. You ain't seeing nothing, are you?
No, just the fly. It was gaped wide open. Yeah. It was gaped open. You know, now he had some draws on. There wasn't nothing. But the flies down. And that always, I feel like as a man.
Good thing you didn't catch me today.
You ain't got no draws on?
Just go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, hell, you said it.
Just go ahead, man.
As a man, you feel like the right thing to do no matter what is some way relay the message of like.
But you don't want to do it with.
Well, some guys you don't want to do it because some smartasses, probably like you, Ron, would be like, why are you looking at my zipper? Right? So you feel like, how did you notice? I'll just be honest with you. I look folks up and down when I'm walking around. I check. I'm people watching, and I just noticed your damn fly was busted wide open. So there was that part of like, man, I don't want this old fella to think, I'm down here pecker checking. And then there was the dynamic of there's a gal right here who she's speaking Spanish. I don't know if she can pick up what I'm putting down. I have no idea.
See, that's the issue right there is her.
Well, and they are in the front of the elevator. I'm in the back, so they're side by side. So I can't do it without her seeing. Like they're kind of angled
You
into.
want to be discreet so she doesn't see it.
So I'm sitting there going. I mean, it's gaping though. I couldn't let it ride. It wasn't one of those where like it was just overlapped and it just
It's some flies unzip. You don't completely notice, but some of them are open.
This was wide
That's
open.
the first thing you see.
I could see all the teeth on both sides of the zipper, wide open, Chief. I mean, I think I could even see the shirt that was tucked in, the tail that was hanging down there. And so I guess my question is how do you I'll tell you how I finished it, but are you a little uncomfortable if some old boy notices that your zipper's down, or is it even a deal of like, why are you looking at my zipper, or is it just not?
No, mine isn't. If you let me know, then I appreciate it.
I greatly appreciate
it's like when you got a booger in your nose or something in your nose, and it's
hair.
just sitting right there, and nobody say anything. Like, no, I'm like let me know. And if you're discreet about it, hey man, your fly's down. If you let everybody, let everybody in Twin Peaks know, I got a problem. But if you're discreet about it, no, I want you to. I'd be pissed if you knew it was down the whole time
and didn't tell me. That'd be a bull job move. So here's what I did, man. I look up, and now I'm in a predicament because I got my floor punched, and there's only one other floor punched.
Oh, it was so bad you couldn't let it. Like you couldn't just. Oh, dang, my floor's here. Gotta get off.
No, they were before me.
Oh, they were before you. All right.
So the point is the guy and the girl were getting off on the same floor. So now I was waiting for the girl to get off. I was going to be like, hey, boss, your zipper's down, man. Tighten that thing up.
Thought he would let her off first.
Well, he did. Luckily, I was like, man, if he's not a gentleman, if he bounces off here before, I'm going to let him go.
Yeah,
I'm letting him go. He's just going to walk around with his fly open. He waited for the gal to get off, and she got off. And, I let her get around the corner, and I reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, boss. He said, yeah, he was half asleep. Like, yeah, man. I said, your fly's down, man. Check that out. Oh, thank you. One hand. Bag was in the other hand. He zipped it up with one hand.
That could be a quick zip, man. I mean, if you got it small, if your buddy's not awake, it's nothing. But there is a concern if you.
Oh, he one-handed that joint.
If you go something about Mary.
I'm gonna tell you, I am I go out of my way to tell people about it.
Oh yeah, I do, man. I remember I had a pair of jeans. I really loved them. Good, solid pair of jeans. And that sat down with me sometimes. It would come be half zip, half. I had a problem with it. I was conscious about it, checking it all the time.
Well, go get you some new britches.
Well, that was 15 years ago.
Hey, you was talking about the book. Well, fit, ain't nothing changed. You still be trying to save them joints today. Hey, speaking of boogers and hairs coming out of your nose, we're at my Hall of Fame deal. I'm sitting up there. We've already been introduced. I'm sitting up on the. They set us all up on the stage, and these nice tables kind of up in front of everybody. And my wife looks over at me and she goes, "You got a hair hanging out of there. Not just a booger where I could clean it out or she could get it for me. You got a hair.
You do tend to have long white hair.
I can't get them to stop. I shave them all the time.
I say it. I say it to you. I've probably said it to you. And in the last year, probably a few times.
I shave them all the time, and you know what? When I pull them. It ends up hurting. It makes a sore, and it ends up hurting like hell. So I try to clip them, man, and it's unbelievable. Eyebrows, ear hairs, and nose hairs. When I hit 40, man, them things just started. I mean, that's like Big Daddy long legs hanging on my nose, off my eyes.
I see one right now.
Do you really?
No.
They're bad enough where you can't. Anyway, I'm up there.
He's sensitive about that, man.
I'm up there pulling a nose hair on the damn stage at the Hall of Fame banquet. My wife's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "What the hell do you want me to do about it? You told me about it. I got a gray hanger."
And you can, and then when you know it's there, you can feel it.
Yeah,
like you can just feel it flowing and stuff.
Absolutely.
You ain't this old yet.
Yeah, you ain't that. I'm telling you ain't that old yet either. You don't know what I'm talking about. When you sit down at the barber and you immediately say, "Hey, man, don't forget the ears and eyebrows." That's when you know. I had an uncle, my Uncle Adrian. God bless you so. Hey, my man, bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, I remember he does have.
Hey, them things hung out, and every time I seen Uncle Adrian, I wanted to be like, man, get them things trimmed down. But he'd been doing that for 70+ years and had a lot of success and was a good dude. So
had a lot of success.
Yeah, man. I guess my eyebrows was doing it for him. So anyway, man, I don't know the right way to relay the message. I just feel obligated to let a man or a woman know, hey, man, your fly's down. I can't think of a word. I guess there are worse, but. That's one of a handful of things when you walk into an office or you walk in to meet with somebody and your damn zipper's down or something.
Somebody texted in and said, as a kid, we would say XYZ to let guys know.
I think as a
I wouldn't have picked that one up.
I think as a man we should come up with something.
So apparently XYZ is already something.
I don't think this old fella in the elevator was going to pick that up. He wasn't picking nothing up until I tapped him on his arm. But it worked. Hey, another thing, by the way, I heard I was listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning on the way in. I was doing a little traveling around, and there's an interesting convo on. Actually, I heard it when I was here on In the Loop, but I saw it on Twitter between Larry and Stafford, and Seth Payne this morning. And Ron, it got me to thinking. Right, anytime something like this spurs my old thoughts, which typically have a tendency of dying of loneliness, when it spurs them and gets me to thinking, I like it. And I think I'm changing my stance here a week and a half before the draft. I have been hell-bent on the offensive line, interior offensive line. You got to fix it. Now you've positioned yourself without the way you handled free agency, and it doesn't look like you're going to pursue any of the veterans that are still out there, or at least you're not yet. It looks like you're going to have to use the first or second round pick on an interior offensive lineman. I've been hell-bent on that. And now I've acknowledged the need at the wide receiver position and the need for speed offensively. But I'll be honest with you, like I haven't even thought that was in the same category as the need for interior offensive linemen, right? But I'm gonna tell you, I think Larry may have got me. Now Larry went the route of, the barbershop and the shake and all the different cigar lounge.
To kind of.
Well, I mean, I understood.
You got to pick it out, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, he almost made it a Two Americas deal, but it was one of them deals where, for me, I was picking up what he was putting down, and I think he may have moved me. I don't know. Like, I thought it was interior O-line, large gap, and then wide receiver. I haven't moved to where I'm gonna agree and go completely over to Larry's side of that the wide receiver position is, hey, you got to go get it with that first round pick. But I think it's a lot closer than I may have given it, than I may have been thinking it really is. Because he made a good – in the biggest games when it mattered the most over the last 2 years, you've been suffocated. Nico Collins was not enough. And that's not a knock on Nico, just generally. Nico Collins was not enough. And then he hit me with Dalton Schultz was trash last year, right? And so you start looking around, and I don't know that I'm not in the same in a pretty similar position though, of like the need at the wide receiver position is a lot closer to the need at the interior offensive line position than I may have been giving it credit.
Listen, a lot of the things we remember is late in the season,
sure.
the big games, and they have had the back-to-back seasons, the worst injury luck at that particular position.
That's right.
In those big games. But I can understand where Larry is coming from, especially from the standpoint of, like, hey, what are these offensive linemen like? Are they a lot closer to some of the second-round offensive linemen? Is there not as big of a gap? It does feel like there's a bit of a gap between some of those earlier receivers and the ones later, so I think that could play a role of it. But to me, last year, my lasting memory wasn't, damn, man, you're getting suffocated. My lasting memory was, I don't know if it was enough.
Right.
Because in the second half, when the Chiefs just said, and that's the game, when the second half, when the Chiefs just said, F it, you're not going to run it, and we're just like, they couldn't, CJ didn't have enough time, there wasn't a time to run a route.
Yeah, it was bad. And that's why I agree with you from the O-line. If there's a good one available, you got to get him over anybody else. That's where I'm at, right? But, boy, that wide receiver position is up there, man. It's a lot. They're a lot more desperate. And instead of using the wide receiver, label there, I would just say speed overall. Like I heard In the Loop talking about a running back, potentially taking a running back in that first round or even in the second round. And
I can't make any sense of that.
Like Ron, there is and we've got to talk more about this leading over the next 8 days or 7 days or whatever. And we've talked a lot about it. We've talked about it a lot recently. the need for speed, man, is if you could go out there, if there's a Jahmyr Gibbs type of player that's out there, whether it's first or second round, I'm just talking about that stylistically a similar
like the
player.
Kid from Blue from Texas. Yeah.
Yes, which I don't even know. You may be able to give him third. I don't know exactly where he's going to land, but the point is if you've got to get aggressive and go get that guy, or if there's somebody out there that you like, I wouldn't be opposed to that. The need for speed is absolutely real, and the overall need for speed, I think, is a lot closer to the need for the interior offensive line and protecting your quarterback than maybe I gave it credit for. The more I hear, the more conversations I hear, the more I'm swayed to believe that it's as I said in the promo it's running, I think both of them are dire. Both of them are
I think it's very fair to the thought of, what do you have a higher grade on with the players that are there?
That are available?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you have a higher grade on with the players that are there? Right? Or even if, can I go up and get one? I think it's that important things, but a few. What do I go up? I think it's that close to me.
Sure.
Right. So because you can still get the other one in the second round or do whatever it is that you're going to do. All right, as we continue here on the drive, the Astros bats. They were quiet again until the ninth inning when it was already 8-0, but I think it shows a much larger potential issue with the Astros that I just don't think is a strength for them right now. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all. One of the biggest mistakes that Houston Holmes
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, it always gets me, man. And I don't know why it always. My man C. Mallory 7, always a loyal listener, and we see him on YouTube and Twitch a lot. I just don't understand how you just settle in on that. On the biggest issue, in all caps with biggest, is with our O-line last season is gone, and that is Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach. He was the worst position coach in all of pro sports. And I'm just like, man, if you think that's like in your mind, it may very well be the change, but in your mind to think like, if we just got rid of his ass.
Yeah. I hope Chris is right. I hope that is the case.
I do. I hope, see, for my thing is, I don't think there is anything that you could, any one thing that you could look at that is connected with the offensive line and say, if we just got rid of that, it would. I don't think if you just got rid of Chris Strausser, I don't think that if you just got rid of Bobby Slowick, I don't think that's, if you just got rid of Laramie Tunzel, I don't think that's the case. If you just got rid of Shaq Mason and Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and the offensive line coach and it's like 8 things.
Yeah.
That all came together to conspire to see the second most sacks in the NFL to C.J. Stroud. It just is not just a one thing. Like, and especially not Chris Strausser, who's just really following orders.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, there is that's it's a blessing and a curse, right? I mean, it's for me as a Texans fan, when you're talking offensive line play and really when you're talking the inability to protect the quarterback last year, the beauty of it is that it was so layered, right? That it's hard to not see improvement. Like if you're just Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, if they are just competent, if they're just, if they're hitting, if they're 50-50, right? If it's just, if they can just, if 50% of the moves that they make, which include trading players, cutting players, firing coaches, hiring play callers, drafting players, bringing in free agents, if just 50% of everything I just mentioned left, not go to Vegas and win $1 million, just go to Vegas and win enough to pay for your meals and you stay, right? If 50% of it hits, this team is going to be significantly better, right? By the way, I forgot to mention C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud plays a little different brand of football, like if just 50% of that happens, I literally think this team's got a shot to win a Super Bowl. Like that's the beauty of it. Like I don't know how you get to a point where you had so many problems offensively when you'd invested so much up front and you had 2 offensive line coaches, right? Like I don't.
And the other one you'd think so much highly of that he's one of the ones you're keeping to take over the job.
That guy was in the room. So I don't know like how it got, but I'm beyond that. Like let's keep looking down the highway and the windshield instead of the mirror kind of deal. If you just fix 50% of those problems at an average NFL level, this team is significantly better.
Yes, and hopefully with new players and a new system and a new –
You think about it, Ron. If you can just protect the quarterback at an average pace, if you can score points in the second half at just an average pace, like don't be like 0-7 game. Like just – at an average pace, be able to move the football and put some points on the board in the second half, right? If you can just stay healthy at the wide receiver position, and even if you just lose one guy instead of 2, right? If C.J. Stroud can play a little bit different times to be aggressive and win a little football, you could. They're going to be significantly better. If Nick Caley can just figure out schematically how to protect the quarterback and get his offensive line to communicate better, not great, just better, they are going to be they're going to be significantly better as a football team. The improvement it can be at 3 different spots, and again, to a very minimal average level, and you're going to be significantly better. Then you got dudes like Nico, you got dudes like Joe Mixon, you got dudes like C.J. Stroud. Hopefully you've got guys like Juice Scruggs and that come along and a Blake Fisher kid that come along and play a really, really good offensive line position, whether it's guard or center or tackle, whatever. They got a chance to be significantly better if they hit on some of these things.
Yeah, and to me, if they do, as you just spoke about, have improvements, I still don't think it's going to be, see, they got Strausser out of there. Going to be like, no, they got a new system, they got a new coordinator, they got new players, right? The Texans themselves showed you by their actions that it was more than just Chris Strausser.
Yeah.
They went out and said, we're going to get rid of, like, the starting offensive line to start the season. And I'd say the 7 games was Laramie Tunsil at left tackle, gone. Kenyon Green at right guard, gone. Juice Scruggs at center, he didn't end the season playing center. He ended the season on the bench. It was Patterson, but he's gone. Left guard or right guard was Shaq Mason. For some reason, he came back and played, but he's gone. And Titus Howard is the only remaining player that started, like an only player that is penciled in to start somewhere that is left to start the season on the offensive line. They've let 3 of the 5 starters completely go out of the building. So they clearly said we got to get new people. We need a new OC. We need a new system. They said we need a whole and the point you have made throughout the weeks is also they need a new mindset from the quarterback. Like for all of those things to work. And like you said, minimally, if they are able to improve a bit in all of those circumstances, they should see big improvement.
Yep, agreed.
Over what they did.
Agreed, no question.
Yeah. All right. Damn. So I want to get to the Astros bets. Let's get to these Astros bets because a problem is starting to get created right now that is, I don't think, puts the Astros in the best position. We'll discuss that next.
There's been plenty of talk about the Texans taking a first.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Clint Stoerner and myself. Chris Santiago is here as Tyler is getting himself rested up and
get well, T-Mel.
Get well. It was another one of them nights. As Chris Santiago said when I came in, it was a bad night of the office for the Astros. Yeah.
It's not ideal.
No, it's not. Another one of those nights where thank goodness for Jeremy Pena, who went deep in the ninth inning. The shutout was in order.
It's a panty dropper.
It was. It does. And it was dropped into the left field seats. But they struggled. They did not have a runner touch second base until the sixth inning. Not one. Not a runner touch second base until the sixth inning. And the bats were asleep again. And, you know, this, again, is early. All right, it's just April, and maybe as the months warm up, these bats will heat up as well. We see that sometimes. But I think with some of the guys in the lineup, there is less back of the baseball confidence to know that these guys will absolutely pick this thing up. But I think the bigger thing to me, Clint, is with the way that the roster is constructed, the way that Dana Brown and company have put this thing together, and now the struggles we're seeing from so many people, right? Like so many people that you don't just sit up there and just say, "Hey, man, we're gonna let them hit every day," because man, we just. Like a couple, like Christian Walker is one who is struggling that is probably going to get in every day. But, you know, from the Jakes and Jake's probably doing a little bit better than most. But Jake and Chaz and Dubon and Cam Smith, you know, and Paredes who got hot on Pena. All of these guys outside of Jordan and Altuve, there's less confidence with the back of the baseball. But there's so many different guys on the roster, the way it's put together, that Clint, with all those struggles and all of the different combination of guys you can put together and that they are putting together, it means you're putting so much more day-to-day decision-making on the plate of the manager. And yes, I feel better about the captain Joe Espada than you do, Clint, who has not really budged much off of how you felt about him last year. But I also don't think it's a strong thing for the Astros, Clint, that, hey, man, we need you to put together the perfect lineup every day. We need you to put where Altuve is best to hit. He just has so much tinkering that he gets to do every day because the roster and lineup is not set. Because You can have Dubon may play 3 different spots in 3 days, right? Hell, Altuve might play 3 different spots in 3 days. Alvarez might play 3 different spots. Dusty Baker before him and A.J. Hinch, we all pretty much knew what the lineup was going to be. For them, they pretty much knew what the bullpen was going to be. Joe Espada, who I think we can all agree is the weakest of the managers that the Astros have had. But he has been the one now, the way the roster is put together, Clint, he's making a lot of daily decisions that are going to say, hey, are we going to be better off today or not? It's a lot on his plate, and I don't know if that's a strong thing.
Yeah, look, no disrespect to the manager. I thought he was a little out over his skis. And I still think he's a little out over his skis. And you're right. The pressure is on the manager now more so than it ever has been, in a sense of he's got to make the right moves. And you got Diaz, who once again is finding himself creep towards the bottom of the lineup. He's the yo-yo that's getting bounced around, and that's your catcher. That's your everyday catcher. That I would have hoped, maybe I'm wrong, but I would have hoped that would have settled into the 5 position in this lineup. He gets yo-yoed. Everybody else from the 4 spot up does not, right? I haven't really paid much attention to how much Pena's moved up and down the lineup, but I don't.
But
you know
there ain't a spot where you just look and say, I know where Pena's going.
Right.
Like,
look, I'm not saying that's. I don't like that. I would rather, if that's your everyday catcher, that's the guy you're going to live and die with. I'd rather you include him in your top in the same conversation with those top 4 guys and just let him play and let him figure this thing out. And instead of just being solid, we're not going to move our top 4 around at all, no matter how bad it gets. But we're going to yo-yo these guys up and down from 5 to 9. And we're even going to take our center fielder not playing for 3 games, and we're going to that stuff has to end up playing out. And now, look, I know that you believe, and I think I'm there with you, that maybe he's not making all them calls. Maybe that's Dana Brown. But right now, you're having to shuffle the deck often.
Every day,
in game, in the outfield to get it right. And to your point, I think that puts a ton of pressure on Joe Espada, and I'm not confident that we're going to get that thing right.
Yesterday, the starting lineup. And we know it's probably going to be probably at least 3 people different in this bad boy. Yesterday, Altuve led off as the DH. I bet you he's playing a different position today. Paredes at third. Jordan in left field. I'd imagine he's probably playing a different position today. Jake in center field. I don't know if Jake's going to be the center fielder tonight. And in fact, he wasn't. He didn't even start the game in center field yesterday. Chaz did. Jake came as a replacement. I'm sorry. Christian Walker, I think, will be there. Yiner is at catcher, most likely. I think Pena, we know, but Cam Smith, we don't know if he's going to start. Dubon was at second. We don't know if he'll be there. Chaz may not know if he'll be there. It's just nightly. It is. Did you remember Dusty? He could write that sucker top 7 easy.
Yep.
And then maybe
play with the center field position.
Yeah, yes.
But that's the thing. And again, I'm not. Maybe it's the position that Joe Espada's in. Maybe he has to do these things. But the point is that with no Bregman, no Tucker, the margin for error is razor thin, and is bouncing guys up and down the lineup the way to go. Is turnstile in center field, really left, right, and center field, is that really the way to go? I'm not a fan of it at all. I would pour into Diaz and Pena in particular, and if you're gonna play Rogers at second, him too. I would pour into those guys and say, hey man, we're gonna leave you right where you're at. Rogers is gonna bat bottom lineup anyway. It doesn't matter, but the point is that I would pour into those guys and do everything I can to get them to come out of this slump and start swinging the bat better. Instead of it's a long season, everybody's going to end up getting their turns, and you don't know when and how and where you're going to play, but you're going to get those. I don't like that. And it seems like this year there's more of that going on, and it seems like since Joe Espada's been the manager, there's been more of that going on.
Well, and I think the roster's been constructed that way.
Sure,
to where they move a lot, right? Like when you got George Springer and you got Correa and them, you know where they're going to be.
Yep.
Every day
Everything's
you
set.
just got to.
Bregman.
Yep. You got to write it in. Like it is like it's one thing if like Joe Madden in his prime or Terry Francona, like we're the manager and these guys are veterans like this. I don't know about Joe and Dana sitting in that office every day saying, all right, where are we going with today? Where do you want Altuve to play? Thinking second? Let's bang him out in left. All right. Rogers, he's been swinging it pretty well. Let's go Rogers. All right, what about Dubon? Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe we play Dubon over. Like,
I don't follow other baseball teams, so I don't know if everybody in the league does this, but it seems like there's a lot more shuffling here in Houston than I remember.
I'd imagine. I feel like there are a couple of teams that do it, but but I think also you may have more confidence in some of the other teams' managers that do it. That's the other part. Someone texting, considering first base last year, considering Tucker's injury and Verlander's problems, our manager worked a miracle to pick this team to the playoffs. And listen, I gave him his credit with those things. He did. But I'm just saying, for the
record, I did.
I know you did.
I don't think Joe Espada had anything to do with digging the hole or digging out of the hole. But go ahead.
Yeah, we don't need to go in there. We spent one day on a Thursday where we were almost late to Texans all that because we went back and forth on this one. But still, however you listen, Clinton and I are in a different place about Joe Espada. I do give him credit for that. But I am not one that feels like, hey, walking into the date, Joe, every single day, there are going to be 2 to 3 different things you've got to make a decision on in the lineup alone, like where people play and where people hit. And then, Joe, you've got to make decisions on who's going to be the setup man to get to Abreu. Like all of those things, like I'd rather Joe have to attack things the way that Dusty got dead and just had to make a couple of major decisions in the bullpen and where to go there, and that's it. But no, Joe is out here. You're right. Joe and Dana are out here just rolling through like, oh, what you got?
Well, I've always said it. Whether it's baseball, basketball, or football, I don't care to agree. I'm just looking to understand the method of the madness and what's going on right now with the Astros. What positions right now are locks? I would say Diaz at catcher, even though Caratini, there's a chance he'd find his way on the field.
First, short.
Yep.
Third.
That's it.
Yep.
You got, what is that, 4? So 4 of the 8, because you got a pitcher. Obviously, not talking about that. 4 of the 8 positions. The other 4 are just rotating. They're just. Not 1 or 2 guys, like 3 at each position.
Like I want to give it to the bronze, Gold Glover, and Jake, but Jake gets he gets turned a lot too. Chaz and Dubon will play out there. And to the point you made, like, how do you find a rhythm? Like, you're already not like great hitters to begin with. Like, none of those guys we're talking about are great hitters, but then like Dubon, you might go 2 straight days without playing, or Chaz, you might go.
Look at the Dubon deal, like the Dubon thing. I thought the whole point was he's a super utility guy. He's been one of 3 third basemen, 14 games, 15 games into the seson. I'm second. Did I say third? I meant second baseman.
Yeah,
like he played second yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's at second again.
They are going to really flex their super utility muscles, ain't they?
That's the thing is they got 5 of them.
And they're rolling through all them positions.
Yeah, they got several of them.
Including DH.
Yeah. All right, coming up.
Interesting.
We'll get you ready for tonight's big game that has major, major implications to who the Rockets will play coming up on Sunday when they start their first-round series. We'll also get you ready. We'll get you the lineups and get you ready for tonight's game 2, which – I know it's April, but this is the concern about things with this rotation. A big night for Hunter Brown in St. Louis. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Chronic joint pain. If you're dealing with it, man.
play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the show, and Santiago is in the building. Tyler is off. He is feeling under the weather. Hopefully he starts feeling better. He's good to go. And he'll be back tonight, or tomorrow, excuse me. Tonight, you normally hear Chris Santiago, that voice, that person you see right there on YouTube and Twitch. You normally hear and see him at night. And he won't be there, but the crew will be there. You can listen to him most every night. But tonight, Area 45 with Sean Bijani.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, and Patrick Creighton as well. So that's coming up behind us where you normally find Chris, but he is holding it down with us today. And it's a big one tonight. Even though the Rockets are not involved, it is a huge, huge game to see who they will play next. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. But Clint, Memphis and Golden State, they play the late one tonight. And also, by the way, if Golden State wins, many of you all who want to get your evenings on over, when they do have to go to Golden State in games 3 and 4, if that happens, those suckers are 9:30 tips.
Ooh, that's hard with that 1 and 3-year-old at the crib.
Yeah, baby, Memphis will get you right at 7 now. Save time zone.
One more reason, huh?
One more reason.
Right. Hey, Show's add another bullet to his. We want Memphis. They're a lot better than 9.
Hey man, at 9:30, I can tell you right now. I know what Seth is saying. I've heard the promo. What Seth said. Give me the Warriors. Give me the Lakers. I want Seth to think that one through real quick.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if they played the Warriors and beat the Warriors and then get to the Lakers? Those are anytime not being played in Houston are 9:30 tips. Woo, good God. And they got to be up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. To hell with that, boy. That is I remember formerly of Sports Radio 610, Nick Wright, when he would do when his show was in the morning and he was watching and he believed I got to watch everything. He's watching all playoff games. He said like that time frame, that mid-April to June, he was just watching everything and getting 3 hours of sleep was like hell. And look, I'm just saying, just another little nugget of why you should be pulling for Memphis. But despite all.
Come out to play.
Yeah, keep pumping yourself up, Chris. Listen, of all the conversations we had, we'll see who it is tonight. And I look at it, and you got to kind of look at it. And I know you're comfortable and confident with whoever they play, but it is about matchups and who they match up with well. I do think and agree, either team they do play, they do match up. And there are some advantages or disadvantages with both. But this is not one where it's like, yeah, man, I don't love their chances at all if one of these teams get there. I do think they have some versatility and matchup with these teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the Rockets right now. I mean, with the exception of a team bringing in Luka and LeBron, or like just 2 or 3 star-studded a lineup that's just star-studded, then I mean,
there's no Jokic or something like no big
like
man.
Unless you've got a player advantage in 1, 2, or 3 players, then I mean, the Rockets are going to be a tough matchup and they're going to be a tough matchup for some of those teams as well. I think, as we've talked before, I think in crunch time and critical moments, which playoffs typically are for 4 quarters, but. I think they're going to miss that superstar, that surefire bucket at any point in time. Assuming that Jalen Green isn't able to bring that on a nightly basis, I think they're probably going to miss that guy. And so I think there's a real concern, like matchup problem there of like, can you match fire with fire when those kind of guys, whether it's Jokic or LeBron or Luka or whoever, But man, when it's a team that is just kind of emerging, one of the emerging teams, or somebody that's got a that doesn't quite have that level of superstar, or an aging team like the Golden State Warriors, who they still got Steph who can light it up, obviously, but he's on the backside of it. I don't know, man. It seems to me like the Rockets are going to – the tough matchups, the way they play, physicality on the defensive end of the floor it causes problems for even the best ones out there, as we saw late in the season with, again, it was Steph, it was LeBron, it was Luka, it was down the stretch, it was damn near every superstar they played. So I like the matchup with Golden State or Memphis, and I don't know that I'm not going to like the matchup down the road until one of them superstars get here.
So more specifically, as you said, as you just talked about, you feel really good about it. In the Golden State matchup, if it is the Warriors, what is it about with the Rockets? What is the number one thing that you feel really good about in a matchup with the Warriors?
Well, I think the ability to throw multiple defenders on the perimeter, I think, is the big thing here. You got, and it's not just, if one guy gets in foul trouble, then your ass is in trouble. I mean, on the defensive end of the floor, in order to slow Curry, I mean, it's going to be a bear any way you slice it. You're not going to hold him to 3 points again, but you do have several different bodies that can cause major problems on the defensive end of the floor for a guy like Steph Curry. Whether that's keeping the ball out of his hands, and so you can rotate guys through there and keep them fresh to where they can play that hard for that long, or it's just legitimately defense and play to play, and they play that good a defense. I just think there's options that the Rockets have, and I think the same thing goes for Jimmy Butler. I think
multiple guys to guard.
Yeah, you got multiple guys to throw at him.
Brooks, Thompson, and
Jabari Smith,
those guys can. Both of those.
And I do think that and I know Draymond Green plays for Golden State, and I know he is cut from a similar cloth in terms of playing physical, he plays dirty, but playing hard. Like, I know Draymond plays that way, but I don't. I think for the most part, the Rockets have an entire team that plays that way, with the exception of when Van Vliet's on the floor and you're trying to kind of slow things down and stop the momentum one way or another. Like, when they're playing their up tempo and physical and defense, like that's a problem for teams. Even teams with guys like Curry and Butler and with Kerr pulling the trigger, like, that's a problem for them. So I just like that. I don't know. I like the matchup. I like the bodies you can throw at them. I think defense travels really, really well, and I don't think it's a fluke, Ron. We talked about it earlier in the year of, like, hey, man, what does this look like in crunch time? I think we saw late in the season, 3 or 4 performances there where it looks like their defense when it mattered the most, with superstars handling the rock, their defense was able to make a big difference and hold guys at least to a minimum number to where you had a chance to win the game. And so I don't know. I like it for multiple reasons with Golden State.
All right, Chris, real quick. A lot of people have confidence, and I would, that the Rockets could handle the Grizzlies. What would be a concern for you with the Rockets if that was their matchup? Right, they played a lot this year, but what is it about Memphis that would concern you for the Rockets if they had to face the Grizzlies?
It's not Ja Morant. I mean, the whole narrative and him, like, what's Ja doing, blah, 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 and maybe he wants to come out here facing the Rockets and put on a show. I mean, just show that, hey, like, I'm still here. I can still be the face of the league. I mean, at one point, people were saying he might be the face of the league. So I think that's my only concern, just Ja Morant. Yeah. But if we're being honest, I don't really have a lot. I mean, you can go double big against them. You can go small against them. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can attack the Grizzlies. But just the main one is going to be Ja.
Ja, they're two, but Ja and Jackson. Jackson, you don't know what, like.
Yeah, you don't know what you're going to get from him every night.
Yeah, the last time I think they played, we watched him and Payne kind of execute down the end of the stretch of a game and beat the Rockets on the road. That was a national TV game, a really entertaining. Yeah, that was a really entertaining game. But he was like, they just didn't have any answers for him, and so that's that night. But he doesn't always do that. He's not always. He's better defensively, but offensively not always like that. So a big one to watch tonight. Late though, late night, 9 o'clock tip would be expected to be about 9:15 probably.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. The Astros are going to go Game 2 and hopefully get back into this series. Last night was not really competitive as they were down 8-0 in the ninth inning, and they ultimately end up losing 8-3. Hunter Brown gets the ball. We can get to that in a second. The lineup is out. And Altuve playing left field tonight with Paredes at third. Alvarez is the DH tonight with Walker, and now Pena is in the fifth spot with Diaz catching Myers, Smith, and Dubon back at second base. So that is the lineup tonight. Similar to yesterday, that's the lineup tonight. But to me, it's about Hunter Brown. And we've talked about how important it is for the Framber and Hunter Brown starts through the rotation all year, especially now when you have Spencer Getty who is out, and you're having to bring, a bullpen guy or somebody with less experience that you didn't plan in April to be in the rotation. It's important to have their starts. Well, he gives up 7 runs last night, and after the fourth inning, got roughed up. And so now there's a little bit of pressure of Hunter Brown to really step up because the next three starters are not, the guys that you have ultimate confidence in. So this is a big start. I'm not going to say major pressure. It's April 15th, but this is a big start for Hunter Brown.
Well, look, they're all big starts for Hunter Brown. I mean, I think he's trying to establish himself as a potential ace here and kind of arrive in Major League Baseball, which he's off to a hell of a start. And I think every start's going to be big for him going out there. It's big for the Astros. It's big for him. I think you look in the lineup, as you mentioned, the ones that not worry about, but the ones that I keep an eye on, again, Diaz and Pena. Diaz, he dig out of the hole, and then I said it before the season, and it's almost with a little bit of a chuckle. But man, if Jake Myers can supplant himself as the center fielder and actually hit 250 and swing the bat more confidently, that'll be a big boost for the Astros. So those are the hitters that I'm watching tonight, along with Hunter Brown on the bump. Clearly a big game for him, as I think every one of them are.
Yeah, got to, man. Hunter Brown, and he's pitched well, and he's got the stuff to get it done. But it is, as you said, this is clearly a big start because the rest of this road trip, man, you hand this thing off with losses to Blanco and the rest of that crew down there, your third, fourth, and fifth starters. That is now you're putting pressure on them even more. So, Hunter Brown, big performance tonight, and I think he'll do well. He has pitched pretty well, and obviously has the stuff to do it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. This is the story of a person and an individual and a front office and organization that anytime I don't believe it can get worse, it absolutely gets worse. And that is the damn Dallas Mavericks. I was listening to Brandon Scott just really laugh it up about the Dallas Mavericks and how hilarious this is if we're watching. But we all know about the other Nico who is in trouble, Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Mavs. He and along with their CEO Rick Wong session Tuesday morning with a select.
There's some Jack Easterby type stuff here. With
a select group of Dallas-based media, in which the trade of Luka Doncic was the conversation piece. This will be the first time he has had conversations with him. And then the other part you brought up that televangelist. The other part of it is there was no recording devices allowed. You could not record it. There was no video, nothing. It could not be recorded. That was the rules, and it was only a select few people who had to be invited in there. And by the way, within it, Nico Harrison says no regrets at all about the Luka Doncic trade.
Yeah, that when you know someone's up to no good, and when someone is in trouble. On the verge is when they start holding private meetings with media members. No recording devices, but I'm going to talk to the media members in that particular city in that particular.
But the ones I picked, like
the ones I picked that I trust or will listen to. I mean, this is Jack Easterby stuff.
Yeah, I didn't get picked. I didn't get picked for Jack.
You did not. I somehow did, and I did not know what I was getting into. And
damn,
boy, what an interesting dynamic. Just sit around the table and tell us how Bill O'Brien is the one that traded DeAndre Hopkins, and Bill O'Brien did this, and Deshaun did this. But boy, it was blatantly obvious that it was a finger-pointing session. Why you would do that with the media is plumb-ass silly. And in this case with the Rock, I mean the Mavs front office, like who the CEO and the general manager sat down and said,
but not just him, though.
Here's the plan, man. Here's the move at this point.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The owner, all of the decision makers, like nobody said, "Hey guys, man, I don't know if this is a good one."
Well, why
don't we just let it go?
What do you win? What do you like? What is your end game? Right? Is you what you're trying to do? Which this is the worst thing when organizations do.
You know what they're trying to do?
Well, they're trying to feed certain media members that'll buy the BS. They're feeding them a narrative.
They're trying to
that group will then go out and echo it and try to influence the fan base. And it's strictly. I mean, it's just silly.
The one thing that they have done well was the way they handled the Luka thing, the video and all of that, and the welcoming thing. They handled that well, but I don't know why they needed to do this. He came and spoke and talked right after the trade happened. He took all those bullets from media and did it. What in the hell did he? What made them say, "Hey man, let's hop up and do it"? Yeah, let's create a narrative. Let's try to change. Stop.
Just stop. That's it. I mean,
or do it in front of everybody.
Did you see? I saw the report. And I don't know how all the details, but I saw the report of where the Mavericks actual people wanting to get with his. What am I looking for? The brands that he's associated with, and ultimately get them involved in his return to Dallas in some form or fashion. And Lucas folks said, "No, we don't want. We're a Laker. We're not a Maverick anymore."
Yeah.
I mean, who thought that was a good idea? Let me call the guy.
There's some real fools in there.
I mean, what an idiot! Let me call this guy and see if he can link me up with all of his money guys, all of his money relationships, and somehow get value out of it in Dallas one more time when Luka returns.
You know what Nico sounds like? Nico sounds like a guy who would, if he was a Nike exec, that he would be bringing in a guy like Steph Curry to try to get a shoe contract done with him and then accidentally show him a video of Kevin Durant and call him Seth. Oh, Nico did do that. Before his job with the Mavs, Nico did do that.
Oh, he did, really?
Yes.
Wait, explain that again.
So they were, obviously we know Steph is with Under Armour.
Yes.
But he was coming in and they were making a pitch to him. Nike was making a pitch to Steph.
Okay.
So when they brought him in, Nico immediately called him Seth, his brother. And then the video package and what they had highlighted of their pitch, he accidentally played the Kevin Durant one.
How's that guy the GM of, what is there, 30 teams?
Yes.
How is he one of 30? How?
Crushed it. They lost Steph, by the way, to Under Armour as a side note.
How?
About fumbling a bag.
He crushed it, but he didn't fumble it. He got to run the Mavericks and trade Luka for Anthony Davis and his 13-11 in the game that Luka had 45. God. Anthony, you didn't help. I'll say that. AD, you could have done something. 13-11. Coming up, how do you think C.J. Stroud is thinking about the Texans offseason? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Let's talk about them silver.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint. The Texans offensively in the offseason, they've added a slot receiver in Christian Kirk, and I think I'm higher on Christian Kirk than some are. I think if he stays healthy, I think he is going to be a major asset to this team and an offense. But they also add at the receiver position Justin Watson. I think I've seen every game Justin Watson has played in the NFL. Solid player. Braxton Berrios, who I think will be more used in the return game as a receiver, but they add him. And then obviously from an offensive line perspective, they've added Tomlinson as a guard. Zach Thomas, they added him as well. You know, he may have a more difficult time making the roster, but he is somebody they added. Cam Robinson, who looks like he could be the left tackle. Trent Brown, they brought in Ed Ingram. All right, and then obviously they've moved on and had departures with trading Laramie Tunsil and Kenyon Green. So they have done some things and made some moves with the offense. You can count it there. They've got about 6 or 7 new players on this offense, and I think a good 4 or 5 of them, I think you potentially see being real contributors to this team. If you're CJ and you look at that offseason, and we just read off the additions and the departures, Shaq Mason also one of the departures. When you look at that, Clint, how would you be feeling if you were CJ Stroud with how the Texans have handled things offensively in the offseason before the draft up to this point?
Well, I mean, look, he hadn't earned the stripes yet to be real vocal about this. But if you're the Texans, it better work. Like it better work, because I don't care how nice, how good your relationship is, how nice C.J. Stroud is, or how good your relationship is with your quarterback. Talking about D'Amico Ryans, like at some point rubber meets the road, and what they were able to do year one and overcome the wide receiver injuries and have a great year was nice, right? Last year was an absolute mess. Now, you can blame some of that on injury. You can blame it on Bobby. You can blame it on the coach. You can blame whatever you want to blame it on. But it was an absolute mess. There's no way that C.J. Stroud sits there and says, all right, the offensive line has to be significantly better if I'm going to play the quarterback position at a Super Bowl caliber level. And there's no way he looks at what the Texans brought in and is blown away with what the Texans brought in, especially when you look at the guy that was hit as much as he was in Chicago, where they retooled their offensive line with like top tier free agents. And then if you're C.J. Stroud, there's no way that you don't look at the other quarterbacks around the league that are similar to your play style, which I would say the Pat Mahomes, the Joe Burrows, the Matthew Staffords, all these pocket passing teams, Jared Goff. You look at these teams and look at the weapons that those guys have. Look at the speed that's on their team. Look at the effort that they've made year over year to give their quarterback targets and weapons offensively. And look, I understand last year your targets and your weapons were decimated with injury. I get that. But right now, C.J. Stroud is looking at going into a season with being unsure of whether the O-line problem is fixed and with significantly fewer and less explosive weapons. There's no way he doesn't look around the league and see that. Now, if you go out there and you play that Brady brand of ball and they're able to do more with less on the offensive side of the football the way Brady and New England did consistently, then I think everything's hunky-dory, everything's fine. But you go out there and you can't protect the quarterback. You go out there and you get smothered because you don't have enough speed on the offensive side of the ball to give C.J. Stroud a good chance to have success. Then at some point C.J.'s gonna buck.
I just gotta believe, and I do. Honest to God, I think C.J. in most cases will be like, man, yes, we gonna make this work, man. Yes, these dudes, these guys can go.
Oh, he's by
and
nature
he's gonna
that
say,
guy.
yeah, he's by nature. These guys can go. But I honestly believe, up to this point, I think C.J. Stroud would not have thought that this would be the answer at offensive line. Like I would think, and yes, I think he has confidence that they can make this thing work. I think he probably has more confidence in Laken Tomlinson, Cam Robinson, and Trent Brown and Ed Ingram than any of us do, and belief in him, which I think makes him, who he is. But even with that, if you'd have told him, as they said, like, I mean, we got to protect the quarterback, we got to improve upon that. We know if C.J. Stroud has time and he doesn't, he's not running for his life, then he could be a great quarterback. I would have guessed he wouldn't have thought Laramie Tunsil would be gone and we would have, this up in the air status of the offensive line. Like, I don't know where Titus is going to play. I don't, all of this. I would, like, maybe the receiver, but I would have thought, I bet CJ's thinking, boy, I thought it was going to look a little different than this.
Yeah.
Right, like
absolutely. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think C.J. Stroud is. I don't know if he's ever going to be the guy to buck D'Amico Ryans, but I think the nice guy act only goes so far. At some point in time, he looks around the league and he sees the embarrassment of riches that Jared Goff has. Right? Whether you're talking about the play caller that just left that was there for 2 years, or you're talking about the running back room or the wide receiver room or the tight end room, like difference makers across the board. Those kind of things. Look out where Nick Caley just came from. Hey, man, Puka Nacua ain't enough. What do? You go out and get Devontae Adams, right? You go out and get some weapons. I think at the very least, the players in the league today, the quarterbacks in the league today, I do think they're aware of, look around and see what other quarterbacks are getting blessed with.
Well, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, as you said, and especially coming from you, you've been in the league, you've been a quarterback. You look over and say, "Damn, look at what Peyton got."
Come on, man.
Look at what Tim Couch got. Look at some of the, like, you see
absolutely
what it is. There's no way he could sit there and say, "All right, man, me and Caleb, we was in the same position." And look at what they did.
One of the top centers, one of the top guards, and an all-pro guard on the market in Chicago now.
Yeah. And another Pro Bowl guard, former Pro Bowl guard.
You line up. You that's what I'm saying. You line up with. You look across the table at Caleb Williams. And go, all right, big boy, we got you. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You know
it's hard for him to look at there and say, "Wow, okay." Even Mahomes, struggling, right? Trey Smith, who was the top guard on the market, they said, "No, we're gonna go ahead and keep him." When everyone thought they might let him go. They go and trade for a left tackle who was Trent Williams' backup that a lot of people had a lot of promise with it at left tackle to pick up so their guard doesn't have to play left tackle anymore. Like, even that, like, you got to look over there like,
yeah,
ought to be a little bit more. But I do believe he's excited to make it work and going to make it roll.
He's by nature excited, going to make it work. He's by nature a yes sir to Nico. I mean to Nick and D'Amico. He's by nature a guy that's going to do everything he can with the team that he's given, the supporting cast that he's given. But there's that nice guy stuff only goes so far. All I can say is it better work.
All right, coming up, Tyler is out, but that doesn't mean we don't have best bets, because our guy Chris Santiago is going to hopefully get you in the winning tip. And let's be honest, it wasn't a great night last night for Tyler Milner. Some people have accused Tyler of not being that under the weather with the allergies. It just felt like they was really, really rough with that best bet.
He didn't want to face the music, huh?
Didn't want to. No, that's not true. He's struggling
about that.
But Chris Santiago will step in for him and give us best bets to get the to get the week turned back around, we will make sure we will see what the hell you do. And we'll get you ready for the big one tonight for the Rockets. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, injuries can take you out of the game, man. But when you
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My favorite there, boy. There, baby. I appreciate you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Where would the money come from to pay those linemen that Chicago signed? I don't know. Where did it come from for the Bears? Both of them have a quarterback that is on a rookie deal. Oh, yeah, both teams have some guys like, hey, DJ Moore's making good money over there. They tore up his deal, gave him new money. Joe Tooney, making good money over there. TJ Edwards is Tremaine Edwards is one of the highest paid linebackers in the game. TJ Edwards got good money as well. Somehow they were able to slip in Grady Jarrett over there. Montez Sweat, you remember they tore up his deal.
Mm-hmm.
They just gave Kyler Gordon the number one. They jumped over Jalen Petrie and made Kyler Gordon the number one slot corner in terms of pay. Jalen Johnson, oh yeah, they gave him big money too last year. Same way. As Clint said, though, hey, they went another route, and it better work, I believe is what you said.
Yeah, I mean, just offensively, if they don't add significant pieces,
Money
right?
thing.
I mean, if they don't add significant pieces, you're not going to be able to lean back and say, well, we couldn't afford it, right? I mean, you bolstered your defense in an easy speed starting linebacker, C.J. Gardner-Johnson starting nickel or safety, probably safety in this instance. You re-up Daniil Hunter at the defensive end position. I mean, look, there's on the offensive side of the football, there better be some significant adds between now and game one, and it better work out. Yeah. I mean, it just that the glaring issue, one of the biggest issues in the entire NFL was the protection of C.J. Stroud. I mean, you can argue that the protection of Pat Mahomes was bigger because he played in the Super Bowl. You can argue that the protection of Caleb Williams was bigger because it was a bigger problem, a worse problem. Imagine that. And he was literally getting – I mean, I don't know how he made it through the season. But some of the biggest issues in the entire NFL, if you went down and said, in the entire NFL, here's the top 10 things that have to be addressed with the true contending teams.
Oh, yeah,
the Texans' protection problems would have been in there.
Oh, one of the top ones.
Not their safety issue, not retaining Daniil Hunter, not signing another linebacker. Right? I mean, that protection, that would have been a top 10 NFL problem, not a top 10 Texans problem, a top 10 NFL problem.
Especially who is tied to.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It was one of the I think arguably not only, but arguably one of the top reasons Waiter was let go.
Yep. Yeah. It's a big ass deal, man. It's a big ass deal, and just throwing cheap Band-Aids at it ain't necessarily the answer. It's better work out.
All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will hold it down as they always do after us. Also, Area 45, 7 to 11. A lot to talk about with them tonight, as they will not only have conversation and postgame with the Astros and the Cardinals. Hopefully, Hunter Brown can get this thing back going and pitch a good performance tonight following the tough loss last night and the tough start from Framber Valdez. But they will have the first conversation you will hear, the first crack at a conversation you will hear discussing who potentially will be the first opponent for the Rockets, as they will be talking to you as that game is going on between the Memphis Grizzlies and the Golden State Warriors. Also, here in a few minutes, we will get to T-Mill's best bets by way of Chris Santiago that will be coming up in a bit. All right. We will find out if it will be the Grizzlies or it will be the Warriors. We've talked a lot about, I'm rooting for this team, and I've made it clear I want to see the Rockets in the second round, and I'm not kidding you. I ain't going to lie to you. I want to see Rockets-Lakers. That is a series I really want to see. I think it's 4 years, but I really want to see Lakers-Rockets, and that is what I hope to see, and that's why I hope that Memphis is somehow able to pull it out. But we've talked about it. Chris has said he wants Golden State. Many of you said they want Golden State. Who do you actually think is going to be playing in the Toyota Center coming up on Sunday and win this game?
I think it's going to be Golden State. I think it's going to be Golden State. Because, again, you look at Memphis. I mean, hell, they fired their head coach to a couple weeks ago.
They haven't won a big game in weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Ja obviously is a great player. They got a couple of dudes that can go. But, I mean, when you're talking about the level of dysfunction, you didn't just fire your coach with a month to go for the playoffs because you got your coach in waiting and he's getting antsy. I mean, there clearly was some issues. And so I don't think with those issues, whatever they may be, I'm not privy to that information, but I think there's clearly issues. I don't think that team is going to have the ability to send Golden State home. I don't believe in it. I'd bet the Warriors.
Yeah, I think the Warriors, are they 0-3 in the play-in? I don't think they've won a game in the play-in yet in the times they've been in the play-in. Chris, who you think's actually going to win? I know you are saying to yourself and convincing yourself that you want the Warriors to win, but who do you think's actually going to win?
I got the Warriors winning tonight. I just think got Steve Kerr, you got Steph Curry, you got playoff Jimmy, Draymond. It's just going to be a little bit.
I think they're going to come out like hell. The big thing is like what lineup or who is able to dictate the lineup, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, we'll see if Zach Edey and how much he plays, but if Zach Edey plays well enough that forces them to say, all right, well, we just can't keep Draymond out here on the center spot, or if they just run circles around him and he's a problem, then we'll see. But I think I'm going to say Golden State. I think we do see good Ja and good Jaren Jackson tonight. And Desmond Bane, too, is in there. But I do think we see, because all they've been hearing is this, and that's a prideful bunch. But I think we'll probably see playoff Jimmy, and they'll find a way to figure this thing out.
Late night, let's get it, boys.
I don't think it's just going to be easy, though.
And to add on to that, I mean, you don't want Steph Curry and Zach Edey, one-on-one. I mean, that's
but
a
they
matchup
have the
nightmare.
ability to put Jaren at the 5, and he's still the biggest guy out there.
And even then, I mean, you still don't want him on.
Well, hell, man, you don't want no big on Steph. But, I mean, you don't want that matchup at all, right?
Unless it's Anthony Davis, right?
No, that doesn't work either. We've seen that. Not all the time. Especially Jamal Murray with Anthony Davis. Jesus. All right. Let's hear it. Let's get to T-Mill's best bets, Chris. What you got to try to turn the week around?
All right, so today let's start off with JV Jr., Hunter Brown. I'm taking the over on his strikeouts. I'm taking, what do you think about that?
I'm thinking, go ahead. I'm thinking, I'm trying to see what did Framber do last night. I know he fought it, but I'm just talking about in terms of strikeouts.
I can't remember.
Well, he had 6 last night, no, that's wrong.